you a copy of a text message exchange between my wife and the man who the police think was her killer. You told me something that Jamal said to you in private. That his interrogators in Prague threatened to kill McKenna if he didn't talk. Exactly, said Mays. You said that it was technically still covered by the attorney-client privilege even though Jamal was dead. Fortunately, it was something that Jamal had already authorized me to make public, so I was free to share it. Yeah, brilliant, said Mays. Jamal's dead. Now we want to nail the son of a bitch who killed him and the two most important people in my life. So fuck the attorney-client privilege. You have information straight from Jamal that I can't get from any other source. Am I right? That's a fair statement, said Jack. Here's the deal. We pool our knowledge. Everything Vince and I know about McKenna and Shada goes into the pot. Everything you and Jamal's mother know goes right in with it. And I mean everything. Anything you learned from anyone about Mr. Chang who died at the Lincoln Road Mall. Everything you know about the girl who called you from London. And most important, everything Jamal ever told you. It's the broadest net possible, said Vince. We realize this might include some things that Jamal's family might not want to tell the police. That's why we're doing this privately, through Chuck, not through the police. We plug all of it into my supercomputers, Chuck said with a wave of his hand. We run the same kind of searches I run for Homeland Security when they ask for help finding terrorists. And we find this fucker. Mays' emphasis was on finding the killer, but Jack was hung up on the first point. Wait a second, said Jack. You run searches for the government? Mays chuckled. No offense to my friend Vince here, but do you think the government has this kind of capability? The fires were still burning in the World Trade Center when the FBI came calling on the major players in information technology for clues about the 19 hijackers and their accomplices. For a stretch, half my company was on it. All on my own dime. Are you still doing national security work? That's none of your business. Is that what Project Roundup is about? I said it's none of your business. Jack glanced at Paulo. With a cop for a best friend, Mays was already connected to law enforcement. Jack probably shouldn't have been surprised that the ties ran deeper than the Miami police. I believe there's a proposal on the table, said Vince. Let me say a couple of things, said Jack. First, I have tremendous respect for you, Vince, even though it may not have seemed that way in the courtroom. I'm over that, said Vince. You did what you had to do, I understand. It's important to me that things are cool between us. We're cool, said Vince. Good, said Jack. And then his gaze swept across the computer center. But I have to be honest. This business gives me the creeps. Not just your company. I'm talking about the whole information revolution. Call it a Big Brother complex. There's a bias in me. And that bias makes it hard for me to trust guys like Chuck Mays. Mays was completely unfazed, as if he'd heard that speech before. You probably weren't whistling that tune on September 12th, but that's another debate. Does your client want to find out who killed her son? Or doesn't she? I understand what you're saying. And I will speak to Mariam about your offer. You do that. And here's something to sweeten the pot. Tell her that if she agrees to my proposal, I'll pay her $500,000. Paulo looked surprised, which Jack noted. You're actually going to write a check to Mariam Wakefield? Said Jack. Not exactly, said Mays. I would sign over my rights as beneficiary under Jamal's life insurance policy. Jack did another double take. But it was mild compared to Paulo's visceral expression of disbelief. Like a smart cop, Paulo had the good sense to hold his tongue until he and his friend were alone. Jack felt no such constraint. "Are you saying that you took out a $500,000 life insurance policy on Jamal Wakefield?" said Jack. "Actually, it was $1 million, but I'll give his mother half, and I'll keep half. That's fair." "Chuck, let's talk about this later," said Paulo. "What?" "I have life insurance on everyone who works for me." Jack said, $1 million on a 19-year-old employee who also happens to be dating your daughter? That strikes me as a little awkward, shall we say? A lot of companies have life insurance on their employees. It's cheap, especially on the young guys, and it pays a nice benefit. What's the big damn deal? "No big deal at all," said Jack, his stare tightening. "So long as you had absolutely nothing to do with the disappearance and murder of the man who was accused of killing your wife and daughter." Mays narrowed his eyes with anger, and Jack got the distinct impression that, had Paulo not been in the room, Mays would have grabbed him by the throat. "My offer is good for 24 hours. Get me an answer from your client before I change my mind." Chapter 37. Neil Godrich spent all of Thursday in court and ate a microwaved frozen dinner at his desk in the office. Long days were the rule for him. Friends often asked him what his tiny salary came out to on an hourly basis, but he would just smile and shake his head. People didn't get it. There was no minimum wage law for lawyers at the Freedom Institute. "Can you please turn on the air conditioning?" asked the doctor. The day had been unusually warm, even by Miami standards, and Neil was in a windowless room with a new client. The doctor, who had come to Ethan Chang's aid on the Lincoln Road Mall, and who feared he had been exposed to the same deadly toxin. "Sorry," said Neil. "There's no budget for AC after 5 p.m. The doctor dabbed his sweaty brow with a handkerchief. "I'd sure hate to be in here in the summertime." "You get used to it," said Neil, and he meant it. In 28 years, the rundown house on the Miami River that was the Freedom Institute had changed little. 4 lawyers shared 2 small bedrooms that had been converted into offices. The foyer doubled as a storage room for old case files, one box stacked on top of the other. The bottom one sagged beneath the weight of denied motions for stay of execution, the box tops warped into sad smiles. Harsh fluorescent lighting showed every stain on the indoor-outdoor carpeting. The furniture screamed flea market. Chairs that didn't match, tables made stable with a deck of cards under one leg. The vintage 1960s kitchen was not only where lawyers and staff ate their bagged lunches, but it also served as the main and only conference room. Hanging on the wall over the coffee maker was the same framed photograph of Bobby Kennedy that had once hung in Neil's dorm room at Harvard. The other lawyers had gone home, and Neil was with Dr. Spiegelman at the kitchen table. The old refrigerator made a strange buzzing noise, which Neil silenced with a quick kick to the side of the appliance. It didn't exactly convey the image of powerhouse legal representation, and Neil could hear the concern in his client's voice. "Are you sure you're equipped to handle this case?" the doctor asked. "Absolutely," said Neil. "Granted, our typical client is not a retired physician. Unless that retired physician is also a murderer, I presume?" "Accused murderer," said Neil. "But let's get beyond that. Jack Swyteck steered this case in my direction because he thought it was a cause I would want to fight for. And he was right. You were a doctor for 40 years. You witnessed a man die with your own eyes. You've clawed for information as to the cause of death, and in your professional opinion, the medical examiner may be covering up evidence that a synthetic toxin was released in one of the most famous outdoor malls in the country. In a nutshell, that's it. But hearing you repeat it back to me gives me some pause. Do I sound paranoid? A little. But you came to the right place. What do you mean by that? We know things about Ethan Chang that lend credence to your concerns. Like what? The night he was killed, Chang was on his way to see Jack Swyteck. He was going to hand over photographs about a government secret that would help us defend a man who was held overseas as an accused terrorist. When you're talking about government secrets and accused terrorists, there are any number of entities, foreign and domestic, that could have access to nerve gas or a similar toxin. Holy cow, said the doctor. I really could be at risk. I don't mean to diminish your personal right and need to know if you should start taking an antidote. But if someone used a weapon of mass destruction, and that's what these synthetic toxins are, then the public has a right to know. So how do you get the medical examiner to give us the information we need? Obviously, time is of the essence. I'll draft the complaint and emergency motion tonight, file the papers in the morning, and request an immediate hearing. The case will go before the emergency duty judge, and Neil halted at a loud crash in the other room. What the hell was that? Neil started toward the hallway, but the cafe door flew open before he got to it. A man dressed in black burst into the room. A ski mask covered his face, and in one quick motion, he raised his right arm and took aim with his pistol. No! The doctor shouted. Neil braced for the crack of a gunshot. But it was the muffled sound of a silenced projectile. The doctor's head snapped back, and as he tumbled backward in his chair, the crimson spray of blood reached all the way to the framed photograph of Bobby Kennedy. Neil shrieked and ran for the other door. It led to the alley, but the second half of the attack team was right outside, dressed in the same black fatigues and playing lookout. The trigger man grabbed Neil by the ponytail and took him down hard. Neil's spectacles flew from his face and slid across the linoleum. The wind rushed from his lungs as the attacker drilled his knee into Neil's back. The man yanked harder at the ponytail, forcing Neil's chin up from the floor. A cold, serrated blade was pressed so firmly to his throat that he could feel the blood starting to trickle down his neck, moistening his shirt collar. This is not going to end well for you, Mr. ACLU, so you might as well talk. Neil's body was shaking, and his mind flashed with the memory of what Jamal had told him about his abduction 3 years ago. What do you want to know? The masked man leaned closer, burrowing his knee deeper into Neil's spine. I want to know everything about Jamal Wakefield, he said, hissing into Neil's ear. You can start with what he told you about Prague. Chapter 38. Midnight was fast approaching in central London. Lunchtime in a day in the life of the dark. The tube ride from Bethnal Green to King's Cross was about 25 minutes, most of which the dark spent reviewing his plan. The man seated behind him was snoring like a drunk, and the grind and hum of the underground rail car had lulled a handful of other riders to sleep or near sleep. The dark, however, was wide awake. His regular 6 hours of rest were from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., which meant that London's winter suited his needs perfectly. Some days he never saw the sun. Still, he wore his sunglasses everywhere, including the underground. He was no vampire. Even artificial light bothered him. Not that vampires were a bad thing. Hell, the number of schoolgirls reading Twilight on the tube was enough to make him bloodthirsty. Farringdon Station, came the announcement over the loudspeaker. One more stop until his destination. The train squeaked to a halt and the doors opened. The smell of urine and feces entered the car, and the dark spotted the mess someone had left on the platform. He ignored it, but not entirely. He'd read somewhere that memory was most closely linked to the sense of smell, and this unmistakable odor was indeed taking the dark around a strange bend of memory lane. It smelled like the central market in Mogadishu, and the fact that his mind was making that connection was far from random. He'd been thinking about the Baqara market on and off, ever since he'd sent that email to Jamal's father. The email hadn't been part of the original plan. It was definitely beyond the scope of what he'd been hired to do. But getting paid for this job was just the icing on the cake. The dark wanted that Somali son of a bitch to know that his son was dead, and he wanted to be the one to break the news. There was history between the two men, and the root of his animosity was burned into the dark's memory. As much as he wanted to stay focused on the present journey to central London, his mind was taking him back to that hot summer day in the Baqara market, when the East African sun made the stench unbearable, when the sounds of war were never far away, and when the smell of newly spilled blood was in the air. To a time when he was known only as Habib, a foot soldier for Al-Shabaab, and he worked under a cell leader named Abu Kar, Jamal's father. It was mid-morning, and Habib was looking east across the Baqara market from the charred second story of yet another building that had been destroyed by mortar fire. Years of armed conflict had reduced the Italian architecture of Somalia's colonial period to rubble. Despite the recent shelling, Somalia's biggest trading center was alive with the dangerous blend of war and commerce. It was just Habib and a cell leader on patrol, each of them well armed with an AK-47 rifle. "There," said Abu Kar, pointing. The market was mostly shanty shacks made of old wood, rusty corrugated steel, and any piece of cloth that was large enough to provide shade. With temperatures exceeding 110 degrees, the stench of raw sewage and garbage rose up from the streets. At the whim of the breeze, Habib caught whiffs of the business being conducted at the various kiosks. He could smell live animals, camels, chickens, and goats, and the putrid piles of guts and puddles of blood that baked in the sun after the animals were slaughtered on site. He detected sour goat and camel's milk in unrefrigerated steel drums, which stank like a rotting corpse. There were rancid meats, many of them unidentifiable. Habib did not smell it today, but he'd been told of kiosks where human corpses, villagers dead from disease or starvation, were butchered and sold as animal feed for the dogs and hyenas that the poorest of the poor kept as pets, watchdogs, or a future meal. And there were the arms traders. An RPG-2 grenade launcher would set the buyer back about $500 American. Ammunition for your AK-47, just 75 cents. Around these booths, it didn't take a trained nose to breathe in the smell of gunpowder. "The man by the orange tent?" asked Habib, his gaze trained on the kiosk to which Abu Kar had pointed. "Yes, that one. He's sold to the Alliance." Abu Kar meant the Alliance for the Restoration of Peace and Counterterrorism, ARPCT, a group of secular warlords that was funded in part by the CIA. Militia loyal to the Islamic Court Union had driven the Alliance out of the capital in what had come to be known as the Second Battle of Mogadishu. Though to most Somalis, it was all just one continuous battle, with no beginning or end. In a single month, Habib had been all the way down the coast to Marca, yanking out teeth because gold and silver fillings were sinful. Next, it was Ogdhigel, to punish women who did not wear the veil, with a stop along the way to carry out the sentence, public whipping, for 2 boys caught playing soccer. Then it was on to Afgoye, to destroy American textbooks in schools, to Baidoa, to defile the graves of infidels and loot the UN offices, and to Balkat, where Islamist clerics belonging to the Al-Sunnah wal Jama faction were beheaded. More blood was spilled in northern Mogadishu's Masla market. Firing squads for spies and public amputation of hands for anyone caught stealing. Common punishment for common thieves. Next week his team would take over 6 UN vehicles for use in suicide bombings against the African Union's main base. Important work to be sure. But Habib's calling was the high-tech stuff. He got started by simply monitoring reports about Al-Shabaab on the web. 100 Britons a year coming to Somalia training camps, or American from Seattle kills 21 peacekeepers in suicide bombing, and reporting back to his superiors. His goal was to work with the production team on the latest propaganda video in progress, At Your Service Osama, in which Al-Shabaab would formally and publicly pledge its allegiance to Osama bin Laden. Habib checked his watch, then glanced at Abukar. 1 minute, said Habib. Timing was critical. They were implementing one of 2 separate but simultaneous suicide attacks in the city. It was Habib who had delivered the stock of explosives for use in the Bakara market bombing. 40 kilograms of fertilizer. The same amount of ammonium nitrate that last week had delivered up a 30-year-old husband and father of 4 to martyrdom. Habib was dependable in all he did for Al-Shabaab, and his reward was to witness firsthand the fruits of his labor. "Ah," said Abukar, as he peered through his binoculars into the busy market. "She is right on time." "She?" asked Habib. He didn't know the bomber's identity. Very few did. "They will not suspect a woman." "She must be very brave." "You should be proud. It's Samira." Habib did a double-take. "My sister?" "Our Shahida." Habib glanced at the bustling marketplace, then at Abukar, then back at the crowd. He spotted several women dressed in traditional black burqas, any one of whom could have been a human bomb. Before Habib could speak, before his anger could even begin to find words, a huge blast ripped through the usual daily commerce. Screaming bystanders scattered as bloodied body parts flew through the air. "Samira!" he cried out, invoking his youngest sister's name. "Allahu Akbar!" his cell leader shouted. King's Cross, St. Pancras. The crackle over the loudspeaker stirred the dark out of his memories. The blur of the platform whizzed past in the train's window, slowing steadily to a stop. He was the first one off when the doors parted, and he walked straight to the escalator. The largest tube station in central London was so named because it served 2 rail stations, King's Cross and St. Pancras. 40 million riders coursed through the complex each year. The dark was interested in a select few of them. The tube had delivered the goods in the past, but tonight he would try the suburban building. Platforms 9 and 10 to be exact. In the Harry Potter series, King's Cross is the starting point of the Hogwarts Express. Riders enter secret platform 9 3/4 by passing through the brick wall barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The books and movies are set in the main part of the station, but platforms 9 and 10 are actually in a separate building. Nonetheless, authorities did their best to capitalize on the phenomenon, erecting a cast-iron platform 9 3/4 sign on a wall in the right building. Part of a luggage trolley has also been installed below the sign, half of it seeming to have disappeared into the wall. Fans of the series were always flocking there for photographs, one after another taking a turn at pretending to push the cart through the wall. That was where girls of the right age would be. Silly girls who hung out in train stations late at night, and who wanted to disappear, like Harry. The dark passed a row of shops in the concourse, checked his reflection in a storefront window, and smiled to himself. Disappear they will. Chapter 39. Jack's voice cracked for the third time. Lengthy eulogies were inappropriate at a Jewish funeral on a Friday afternoon, but delivery of even a short one was painful. Neil Gottridge was my mentor and my friend, Jack said, fighting back tears. And he was the kindest soul I've ever met. The entire memorial service was kept short, as it was the wish of the Gottridge family to bury Neil before sundown on Friday, rather than hold the body over until after the Sabbath. Jack was the only Gentile among the pallbearers, so the family provided him a yarmulke. The casket was a simple wooden box adorned only with the Star of David. The procession stopped 7 times, in accordance with Jewish custom, each stop symbolizing the liberation from the vanity of this world and transfer to the world without vanity. An easy transition for Neil, a man of remarkable humility. By the time they reached the burial plot, the sun was low in a cloudless blue sky. A slight chill in the air forced Neil's widow to drape a sweater over her shoulders, another layer of black atop her traditional black dress. About 20 other mourners gathered at graveside. Among them was Theo Knight, who was forever indebted to Mr. Goodwrench for mentoring Jack through a case that could have ended with Theo in the electric chair. A rabbi, the only speaker at the cemetery, led prayers in Hebrew and in English. As the casket was lowered slowly into the grave, one verse from Psalm 91 in particular caught Jack's attention. Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night, nor of the arrow that flieth by day, of the pestilence that walketh in darkness. Terror by night. Darkness. The dark. Jack shook off his thoughts of how Neil might have died, and who could have murdered him. One by one, the mourners stepped forward for kavura. Jack followed Neil's brother. He took the shovel from the pile of dirt. Using the back of the shovel, a showing of how hard it is to bury a loved one, Jack pitched a scoop of earth onto the wooden casket below. It landed somewhere in the darkness with a hollow clump. Jack hadn't expected it, couldn't even really explain it, but that sound triggered a flood of memories. And it sounded like so many things all at once. It was like Jack's eager knock on the door when he showed up at Neil's office for his first interview out of law school. Like the bang of a gavel when Jack tried his first case with Neil at his side. Like the clop of Neil's vintage earth shoes, which he'd resold 6 times since the 1970s. Goodbye, my friend, Jack whispered through the lump in his throat. It was after dark when Jack reached the Sunny Gardens nursing home. Grandpa Swyteck was in bed, staring at the television on the credenza, as Jack entered the room. The other bed was empty, and a nurse was emptying drawers and bagging up the roommate's belongings. Jack didn't have to ask what that meant. Not in a place where most residents were 85 or older. Just 24 hours earlier, Jack would have bet his car that the next funeral in his life was going to be his grandfather's. Life's weird. The Gottridge family returned to the house after the internment. Shiva, the period of mourning when visitors would stop by to express their condolences, would not begin until after the Sabbath. Although Neil's widow had invited Jack to join them for Shabbat Eve dinner, he sensed that it was best to leave the family to itself. As much as Jack didn't want to be alone, he didn't feel like stopping by Sai's place to watch Theo work. He wished Andy were back, but he hadn't heard from her, which surely meant that, wherever she was, news of Neil's death had not yet reached her. You can take a break, Jack told the hired bodyguard. Theo had kept his promise and found serious muscle to sit with Grandpa after the threat. This guy had to be 6'8", Jack estimated as he watched him leave the room. Hi, Grandpa, said Jack. The older man gazed in Jack's direction, showing little reaction at first. Truthfully, Jack barely recognized him anymore. He'd shed 25 pounds in the nursing home, and it showed in his face. Jack had always known his grandfather as having long wisps of silver hair, but now a buzz cut was necessary to keep him from yanking it out in fits of confusion. Breathing through his nose was too much effort anymore, so his mouth was constantly agape. Finally, the recognition flashed on Grandpa's face. "Jack, how are you?" Jack smiled. It was hit and miss with Grandpa. Some good days and some bad days. Nighttime was generally tougher than daylight. Sunset was worst of all. Sundowner syndrome, they called it. The nurse kept busy packing, but she glanced over and said, "We didn't have a good sunset at all today. Lots of confusion. But he seems to be coming back a little. You can give it a try. He may have a few good minutes left for you tonight." Jack held his tongue. He knew she was trying to be helpful, and he was fully aware that his grandfather's condition was irreversible. But it still bothered him the way so many people felt free to talk about his grandfather's condition right in front of the man as if he were already gone. Jack reached through the bedside restraining bars and took his grandfather's hand. Grandpa's gaze slowly rolled in Jack's direction. A little smile creased his lips, and he raised a crooked finger pointing at Jack's head. "You see," said Grandpa, "I told you." Jack was confused, but then it hit him. He'd been in such a daze that he was still wearing the yarmulke from Neil's funeral, completely unaware of it. "I wore it out of respect for a friend," said Jack as he removed it. "We buried Neil today." "Neil who?" It saddened Jack that his grandfather didn't remember. "Neil Godrich." "Godrich? That sounds about as Jewish as Petrarch." The original name was...
Let your mind unwind for a moment as this gentle melody plays in the background. Take this time to relax, reflect, and simply enjoy the pause. Thank you for watching and sharing this moment with us.
And he's singing in his head, they won't let me be dead. I feel what they're feeding out, and I won't let them give in. Right on. You do what you gotta do to stay ahead. Take me back, take me back, take me back to it. Take me back, take me back, take me back to it. Eyes open, with my eyes open, with my eyes open, it's over. I put the 8 in hate, go to ghost, the pence and repent, put the men in anthem on in far side, put the...
as Goldsmith. They changed it to hide from the Nazis. Grandpa nodded, as if he truly understood, and it had Jack's mind working overtime. For more than a week, Jack had been thinking about his conversation with Grandpa's lady friend. Specifically, Ruth's mention of how the stage play about Pio Nono and Edgardo Mortara had deeply affected Jack's grandfather. Then in Washington, Neil had explained his own family name change, which prompted Jack to do some research on Jews who had fought to survive by hiding their Jewishness from the Nazis. Sometimes a name change was just the start. Some Jewish children were sent to live with Gentile families. In the saddest cases, young children whose parents were taken away to die in concentration camps grew up in non-Jewish homes without knowing that they were Jewish. As the greatest generation passed, deathbeds and nursing homes had a way of letting those secrets loose. Jack presumed that his grandfather still had relatives named Petrarch in the Czech Republic. He was starting to wonder if he had lost other relatives on his great-grandmother's side, perhaps those who hadn't changed their name to Petrarch to survive the war. "Grandpa?" asked Jack. His eyes were closed. Jack was about to nudge him, but his cell rang. Not even the Carrie Underwood ringtone that Andy had programmed into Jack's phone was enough to get a reaction from Grandpa. The caller ID said private, and Jack had a feeling that it was Andy. He was right. "I'm so sorry," said Andy. "I just heard about Neil." Jack rose and went to the other side of the room, away from Grandpa, to bring Andy up to speed. He hit the highlights quickly, ending with the double murder of Neil and his new client, and how it was no coincidence that they were on a mission to unravel one of the threads that seemed to lead all the way back to a secret detention facility in Prague. "I'm coming home," said Andy. "How long can you stay?" "I'm putting in a request for at least a week. Longer if I can swing it." That was good news on one level, but it gave Jack pause. "Honey, I want to see you, and I'm definitely down in the dumps, but I don't want your career to take a hit over this. Don't you understand how dangerous this has become? Your client and your partner are dead. First Jamal Wakefield, now Neil. Has it occurred to you that someone out there might think that the third one's the charm?" It had, especially after the threat against his grandfather, but Jack didn't want to go there. "Harry!" Grandpa shouted, calling for Jack's father. "Harry, where are you?" Jack asked Andy to hold on, went to the bedside, and spoke in a soothing tone. "Harry is not here, Grandpa." "Harry!" he shouted. The nurse muttered under her breath about his combativeness, and she grabbed him hard by the wrists. Jack reached over and grabbed hers. She didn't seem to like it either. "Grandpa, it's okay," Jack said as he stroked his head. Grandpa settled down, but he continued to mumble about Pio Nono and his curious obsession with Pope Pius IX. Andy's voice was on the phone. "Jack, is everything okay?" "Yes, just a little confusion, that's all." Jack glanced at the nurse, and she seemed to take his cue that gentle was better. Even if it did take a little more time than grabbing an octogenarian like a steer and strapping him to the bed. Jack stepped aside but stayed in the room to keep an eye on things. "Listen to me," said Andy. "I'm coming home as soon as I can. Hopefully this weekend. But promise me that you are not going to take this into your own hands. You have to let the police do their work." "Sure." "Don't say sure. I want you to promise that you won't." Jack struggled for a response. As the future Mrs. Swyteck, Andy was perfectly within her rights to reel him in. And her concern wasn't at all out of line. There was just one problem. Neil was gone, and he was never coming back. It was personal now. "I promise you," said Jack, "that I will never make you a promise that I can't keep." Chapter 40. Chuck Mays woke early on Sunday, skipped breakfast, and drove to the cemetery. Vince and Sam rode along, the dog in the back seat with the snout out the window. The Maserati handled the curves along the tree-lined highway with ease, and the way Sam was breathing in another perfect South Florida morning almost made Chuck jealous. It was Chuck's intention to express his condolences to Neil Godrich's widow at some point, but not today. In fact, he was nowhere near Miami Beach, where Neil had been buried 2 days earlier. Charlotte Jane Memorial Park was in Coconut Grove. It was McKenna's final resting place. Sunday would have been her 19th birthday. Chuck parked on Franklin Avenue and followed the sidewalk around the corner to the main entrance. Older than the city of Miami itself, and situated on a few silent acres in West Coconut Grove, Charlotte Jane Memorial Park was in some ways the departed soul of a neighborhood that was rich in history and plagued by crime. Multi-million-dollar estates lay between the bay to the east and to the west, the Old Grove Ghetto, where gunfights and run-down bars and package stores were all too common, and the have-nots tried not to get caught in the crossfire. After dark, street corners and Grand Avenue could service just about anyone's bad habit. From gangs with their random hits, to doctors and lawyers who ventured out into the night in deference to their addictions. But within Charlotte Jane's iron gates rested the early settlers who sailed across the Florida Straits from the Bahamas. Shada's family was from the islands, and she had chosen this historic cemetery for McKenna. Chuck was ashamed to admit it, but he had been too distraught to make such decisions. The fact that it was within a stone's throw of South Florida's oldest African-American Baptist church hadn't fazed his wife. Shada's father was a Muslim, but religion had never been important in her life. Chuck stood beneath the arching ironwork at the entrance gate and drew a breath. Even by Coconut Grove standards, Charlotte Jane was a unique burial ground. As was the old Bahamian way, bodies rested above ground in tombs that looked like stone caskets. Tombs were so close together that visitors barely had enough room to step between them. Some were their original stone color, but others were painted white or silver and looked brilliant in the Florida sun. Many were in disrepair, however, either deteriorating with age or the target of vandals. Spanish moss hung from sprawling oak limbs like dusty old spiderwebs from a chandelier, and the overall impression was more one of haunted than hallowed ground. Chuck was fine with it. McKenna probably would have found it cool that Michael Jackson had filmed part of his famous Thriller video here, or at least that was the Miami lore. "You okay?" asked Vince. "I guess so." A large sign at the entrance warned him to lock his car and take his valuables with him. He hadn't bothered. Visiting his daughter's grave made it impossible to give a hoot about petty theft. "Damn it," said Vince. Chuck turned and saw his friend sitting on a tomb and rubbing his shin. Vince's guide dog had a sorry look in his face. "What happened?" asked Chuck. "Either I tripped over a tomb, or a dead guy jumped out and kicked me in the shin. What do you think happened?" Chuck gave him a minute, but he didn't dare help him up. He knew how much Vince hated that. "Sorry," Vince said, rising. "I didn't mean to snap at you like a royal smartass, especially here, today of all days." "Forget it," said Chuck. He turned and continued toward the north end of the cemetery. Sam followed, and Vince was right behind his guide dog. McKenna was buried beneath two large oak trees in one of the oldest sections of the cemetery. Hers was among relatively few tombs from the 21st century. The cemetery had been essentially full for years. Space came available only as the oldest tombs, holding bodies unknown, disintegrated. But it wasn't just the new tombs that were decorated with flowers. Even Mrs. Blackshear, asleep in Jesus since 1927, had a vase filled with plastic carnations. It was a touching gesture, even if by a stranger, but it saddened Chuck to wonder who might visit McKenna in 80, 90, or 100 years. And then he froze. 100 yards ahead, between two oak trees, someone was at McKenna's grave. "What's wrong?" asked Vince, sensing his vibe. "Wait here," said Chuck. He started toward the grave, moving quickly between the tombs, much faster than he could have with Vince following behind him. The going was getting tougher, however, as he moved into the oldest part of the cemetery. Tombs were so crowded together that he had to put one foot directly in front of the other to walk between them. He was about 50 yards away when he noticed that it was a woman at McKenna's grave. She was on her knees, clearing away weeds around the marker. But she wasn't dressed like a maintenance worker. Her head was covered by a large scarf, hijab style. Chuck picked up the pace until he was almost at a jog, but with his eyes riveted on the woman who was wearing the hijab scarf, he tripped and knocked over a porcelain vase. It crashed into pieces against the concrete base of a tomb. The woman at McKenna's grave looked up. Just 30 yards separated them, and Chuck's gaze cut like a laser over the ragged rows of tombs. The scarf covered her hair, but she wore no veil or sunglasses. She stared back at him for a moment, and then she sprang to her feet and ran. "Stop!" Chuck shouted. He started after her. But the tight spaces between tombs made it impossible to gather speed. The north end of the cemetery had no fence, and the woman was getting away. "Wait!" Chuck shouted, but the gap between them was widening. Meaning no disrespect to the dead, Chuck hopped up on a tomb and ran at full speed, leaping from one to the next, the way superheroes leap from building to building. The woman was doing the same, but she was much lighter on her feet. Chuck was losing ground. "Come on, Maze, faster!" He picked up the pace, but the older crypts were spaced so irregularly that it was hard to hit a stride. He hopped from a white tomb to a silver one, and then to a crumbling marker for a pioneer unknown. He was keeping one eye on the woman who was pulling away when he caught sight of trouble. Vandals had destroyed the next tomb in his path. The lid was a pile of rocks, and the empty tomb lay open. Chuck reached for another gear and soared right over the battered tomb. He landed hard, all 240 pounds of him, on the next tomb over. It was a century old, however, and it couldn't support his weight. Chuck crashed through the lid like a human cannonball. He was almost up to his knees in a smashed tomb, but the pain made the horror of it almost irrelevant. "My leg!" Chuck pulled himself out, rolled onto the adjacent tomb, and lay on his back. Surely the woman in the hijab scarf was long gone, and even if she weren't, giving chase was out of the question. His only hope was that he hadn't destroyed his ankle. He was staring up at the sky, trying to bring the pain under control, when he heard Vince approaching with his guide dog. "I heard you yelling at someone," said Vince. "And then a crash. What happened?" Chuck groaned, then fed Vince's own line. "Either I tripped over a tomb, or a dead guy jumped out and kicked me in the shin." "I'm serious," said Vince. "Were you chasing after someone?" Chuck was winded from the chase and needed to catch his breath. He listened for a car engine or other sound of the woman's getaway. But the streets around the cemetery were quiet, and he was still trying to understand what had just happened. "You're going to think I'm crazy," said Chuck. "I already think you're crazy." Chuck would have laughed under any other circumstances. Instead, he sat up, scratched his head in disbelief, and said, "I think I saw Shada." Chapter 41. Andy spent Sunday morning coloring her hair. Luckily, raven black looked best all one shade, no highlights, so it was easy enough to do it herself, given the time constraints. Losing the blonde was for Jack, but she also hoped her boss would like it, or more precisely, Lisa Horne's boss. Danilo Baena was the principal reason that the FBI had arranged for Andy's crash course in male fetishes at Capitol Pleasures. Andy caught up with Baena at a private heliport in Northern Virginia. Baena took her inside the executive waiting room, away from the noise of the company's Augusta AW-139, where they could talk in private. "Black is more authoritative," Andy said. "A good thing, don't you agree?" Baena stepped closer for a better look. As usual, his expression was about as easy to read as tea leaves in a windstorm. Baena's official title was Vice President of Training and Recruitment for Vortex, Inc., and Andy, Lisa, was a trainee on the cusp of what Vortex referred to as activation. Vortex was a privately held company, a subsidiary of a foreign corporation of obscure ownership, which made it impossible to know what the real business of Vortex was and who was actually running it. Baena was equally enigmatic. He claimed to be from Los Angeles, California, but Andy and the FBI knew better. His closer ties were to Angeles, Pampanga in the Philippines, a hotspot for human trafficking and sex trade. The skinny on Baena was that, before he moved to Pentagon City and became such a friend of the U.S. government, the Japanese Yakuza and Chinese triad had paid him a small fortune to feed their insatiable appetite for young prostitutes. He was built more like a wrestler than a businessman, and Andy could easily have envisioned him standing up to any element of organized crime. He was also a man of few words, which made him a tough study. "I like it," he said finally. "I thought you would," said Andy. Baena went to the coffee machine and poured himself a cup. He didn't offer Andy anything. "Now for the bad news," said Andy. "I need a week off. Family emergency."
"No," he said.
"Sorry, maybe you didn't hear. It's an emergency."
"I heard you fine. I said no."
Andy disliked Baena more than anyone she'd ever worked for, which was saying something since in actuality she didn't even work for him. "Look, I wouldn't ask, but it's my mother. She needs—"
"I don't give a shit about your mother. We've got too much invested in you, and we're on a strict timetable."
"I'm only asking for a week."
"I said strict. If your mother's sick, hire a home health care nurse."
"It's not a medical emergency."
"Then call your sister."
"My sister?" Andy stopped herself. She'd never spoken of a sister to Baena, and in her FBI undercover profile she was an only child. Did Baena just bait me? "My stepsister, I mean," said Andy, her heart pounding and her mind racing as she backpedaled her way out of blowing her own cover. "I have a stepsister who is useless. So unless you're planning to put me in handcuffs and drag me to the airport, I'll see you in a week." Baena unleashed his patented stare of intimidation. But Andy gave it right back to him. She had him pegged for the kind of man who didn't respect any woman who wasn't prepared to spit in his eye. And it was time to turn on the attitude. "Have a nice flight," she said as she started for the door.
"Lisa,"
said Baena. She stopped and turned quickly. Quickly enough to disabuse him of the notion that her real name was anything but Lisa.
"I'll give you till Friday," he said.
Andy didn't nod her agreement, and she sure as hell didn't thank him. She opened the door and left the heliport without another word, kicking herself for the lapse about a sister, and wondering if she could ever come back. Chapter 42.
"It's nowhere near as bad as 20 years ago," said Theo. "But it's straight out of the bad old days."
Jack parked his car down the street from the cemetery, directly across from Tucker Elementary, where Theo had gone to school in the sense that, on occasion, he had physically occupied space there. Charlotte Jane Memorial Park was part of Theo's old neighborhood, just 2 blocks away from where someone had slit his drug-addicted mother's throat and left her to die on the street. Theo had been just 13 when he'd found her body outside Homeboy's Tavern. "I know you hate coming around here," said Jack. "But I didn't know what to think when Mays called and said he had to meet me at McKenna's grave. Every time I start to see Mays as a potential ally, he says something that makes me think he's nothing but trouble."
"You want me to kick his ass?"
"No," said Jack, groaning. "Chuck Mays thinks he's the smartest person in the world, which means I don't want it to come down to my word against his if there's ever a dispute about what was said between us."
"So you want me to threaten to kick his ass?"
"No. Just keep your mouth shut and listen. Believe it or not, life doesn't always come down to kicking somebody's ass." Theo glanced at the school's graffiti-covered entrance, shook his head and chuckled. "Dude, you wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes at Tucker Elementary." It was late Sunday afternoon, but the cemetery was open to the public until sundown. They climbed out of the car and walked to the west entrance on Charles Street. The sidewalk was dimpled and rutted with symbols that gangs had etched into eternity when the cement had been poured 20 years ago. Jack even found one from the Grove Lords, Theo's old partners in street crime. The rusted iron gate creaked as it opened, and Jack spotted Chuck Mays and Vince Paulo standing beneath the 2 large oak trees that Mays had described to Jack in his directions. Jack led and Theo followed. The sun was low enough in the sky to cast long shadows, and they'd passed just 2 rows of old tombs when Theo broke into a singing voice, quietly but predictably invoking the memory of Michael Jackson. Theo's recollection of the lyrics expired quickly, but he was still humming the tune as they reached McKenna's grave. Jack silenced him with a glare and introduced Theo to Mays and Paulo as his investigator. It wasn't exactly a lie. Theo had worn many hats throughout their friendship, all of them size XXL. "Sorry about your friend Neil," said Vince. "Ditto," said Mays. It was already feeling awkward, standing around McKenna's tomb in an old Bahamian cemetery, talking about Neil in the past tense. "I appreciate that," said Jack. "It changes things, doesn't it?" said Mays. "Having skin in the game." "That's one way of looking at it," said Jack. Mays glanced at Theo, gestured toward the bench beneath the oak tree, and said, "Have a seat, big guy." He wasn't being polite. Theo was the tallest man in the group, and Mays clearly wasn't used to looking up at anyone. "I'm good," said Theo. Jack said, "What is it that you wanted to show me, Chuck?" "You see where you're standing?" asked Mays. Jack looked around, orienting himself. Family plots marked Guilford and Sands were directly behind him. His left foot was practically touching McKenna's tomb. "What about it?" said Jack. May's expression turned very serious. "This morning when I came here, I saw Shada kneeling in that exact spot." Jack glanced at the plaque beside McKenna's grave. "In memory of Shada Mays," it read. "You're one strange guy, Chuck. Let's go, Theo." Mays grabbed Jack by the arm and said, "I saw her." "Yeah, and I once had a client who looked down at his grilled cheese sandwich and swore he saw the Virgin Mary. Now let go of my arm. This is not a joke." Theo grabbed Mays, his huge hand making Mays' considerable forearm seem slight. "Let go," said Theo. Mays released, and so did Theo. But the tension hung in the air between them. It was palpable. No gift of sight required. "Chuck is telling the truth," said Vince. Jack still had doubts, but if Vince was vouching for his friend, Jack owed them the courtesy of an ear. "Did you talk to her?" asked Jack. "No," said Mays. "She ran as soon as I spotted her." "How close did you get?" 20 yards. "Show me an eyewitness who was standing 20 yards away, and I'll show you a dozen first-year law students who could rip him to shreds." "I know it was her," said Mays. "How can you be sure?" "She left me a message." Jack did a double-take. The story had suddenly taken on an entirely different quality. "What kind of message?" Mays went to McKenna's grave and knelt beside it. "Have you ever heard of a memory medallion?" "No," said Jack. "It's nothing super high-tech, but it's about as computer-savvy as graves get." He brushed away a little dust from a metal plate in the stone marker. It was about the size of a quarter. "It's an added feature you can order through just about any funeral company," said Mays. "The marker comes with a weatherproof portal. If you know the password, you can hook up a USB cable and view photographs or read stories that others have left. Or you can leave something for others to see, pictures, poems, stories. Or you can do what Shada did this morning. Leave a message for your husband." "That makes no sense," said Jack. Let's put aside all the other questions raised by her resurrection from the Everglades. If she wanted to get in touch with you after all this time, why wouldn't she just call or email you? Calls and emails can be traced. This can't. We're the only two people on the planet who even knew it existed.
She could have just knocked on your door, said Theo.
Not if she didn't intend to stay. Obviously she didn't. She ran as soon as we made eye contact. A million questions came to mind, but Jack was speechless, not sure what to ask. Why did she run in the first place? I don't know, said Maze. Because she thinks she can, said Vince. Vince had a troubled expression on his face, and Jack worried that it wasn't his place to probe. But he needed to understand. What does that mean, Vince? Vince patted his guide dog, and Sam sat up straight, as if his master had something important to say. It doesn't matter where I go, what I do, or who I'm with, said Vince. I could change jobs, change my name, change my life, change my gender if I want to get crazy about it. No matter what, I'm still blind. The man who butchered McKenna left me that way. It hasn't been easy, but I've accepted it. Shada, and this is just my take, is another story. She hasn't accepted anything. She thinks that if she runs far enough and long enough, she can get away from what happened. No one spoke, but after a minute or two, Maze was shaking his head. You've known a long time, haven't you, Vince? Suspected. It was also amateurish. The sleeping pills in the car, the canoe in the Everglades. Today cinched it for me. You tried to sound surprised, but I actually was surprised to see her, said Chuck. But not because I thought she was dead. I just never thought I'd see her again after she left. She just left you? Asked Jack. It was her idea. But I let her go. What do you mean you let her go? Shada was a mess. She lived in fear of McKenna's killer coming back for her. She blamed me for leaving the country and not doing something about Jamal before it cost McKenna her life. She wanted out of her life, out of everything she'd ever known. I let her go. Why did she come back? Why now? She didn't say in her message. Exactly what did she tell you, Chuck? She told me that she was sorry it had to be this way. And she told me not to worry. Worry about what? Being charged with murder. Whose murder? Hers, of course. Jack blinked hard, not comprehending. Why would you be charged with Shada's murder? As much as Shada tried to make it look like she committed suicide, the investigation was homicide all the way. Like Vince said, it was pretty amateurish. Is anyone here really that surprised that it turned out to be bullshit? Jamal was the chief suspect for almost 3 years. And now we know he was in Gitmo when Shada disappeared. The cops are back to square one. Anytime a wife disappears, square one is the husband. So when Shada told you not to worry, she meant what? She's officially coming out of hiding? She's coming out of hiding if, and only if, the same assholes who can't catch McKenna's killer try to pin something on me that I didn't do. Like killing her. Killing Jamal Wakefield. Or killing your friend Neil. Are you saying that she knows who killed Neil? Asked Jack. Maze didn't answer. Jack pressed. Did she tell you that in her message? She told me more than she realizes, said Maze. Stop being so damn coy, said Jack. What does that mean? It means that Shada's message reveals enough for me and my computers to figure out where she's been for the past 3 years. And that's key for everyone here. Because I believe she spent all that time, every minute of every day for the past 3 years, looking for the monster who killed McKenna and blinded Vince. and I think that same son of a bitch is the guy who murdered your friend." Jack had the same suspicion, but he had no proof. And until now, he had no conceivable way of getting it. "What are you proposing?" asked Jack. "I'm proposing that you get off the dime. We're right back where we left off before you buried your friend. Except now the pot is sweeter." "How much sweeter?" "My supercomputers are only as good as the data I input, and now all the pieces are within reach. I know I can find Shada. If I can add what Shada knows to what I know, what you know, what Jamal told you, what Jamal's mother knows, bingo. This fucker is mine." "You mean mine?" said Vince. "He's not anyone's," said Maze, "unless the rest of us are all on board." "So what's it gonna be, Swyteck?" A cool breeze whispered through the oak limbs overhead. Day was turning into night, and the shadows across the cemetery were now so dark that the mark on McKenna's tomb was no longer readable. A strange feeling hit Jack, but it was nothing supernatural. It was the survivor's paradox that follows every funeral. That moment when you're faced with a decision because a friend or loved one is dead, and you catch yourself wishing he were there to help you decide. Jack glanced at Theo, but it wasn't up to him. Then he looked at Maze, and he went with his gut. "I'd say he's ours," said Jack. Chapter 43. "Brent and Bradley Hellendorn, please come to the check-in counter," said the gate attendant. Shada Maze grabbed her purse and carry-on bag, hoping for her name to be called next. The gate at the Miami International Airport's Terminal A was jammed with 300-plus passengers, several of whom seemed more than capable of felony assault, if that was what it took to snag an upgrade to business class. Shada had the last available seat in the waiting area. It was right next to a family of 7, and 3 toddlers were tumbling on the floor in front of her. The 747 was right on the other side of a large plate glass window, however, so at least she could keep an eye on it and make sure the flight didn't leave without her. She didn't normally worry about such silly things, but flying out of her hometown after a day like today was beyond stressful. She'd taken extra precautions to make sure no one would recognize her. Her traditional hijab dress included a half niqab, a veil tied on at the bridge of the nose that falls to cover the lower face. Only Homeland Security officers would see her full face. In hindsight, she should have worn a full niqab to the cemetery. "I can't believe Chuck came before 9 o'clock in the morning." Shada had disappeared a month before her daughter would have turned 17. For 3 birthday anniversaries running, Shada had returned to Miami to visit McKenna's grave. Never had Chuck been a morning person, especially a Sunday morning person. Apparently he wasn't the late Saturday night party animal he used to be. "Admit it. You wanted him to see you." Shada shook off the thought. If she'd wanted it, she wouldn't have dressed like a Muslim. Shada had never worn the hijab, never practiced any Muslim traditions as long as she'd known Chuck. The clothing was purely an expedient form of concealment that she'd adopted since her disappearance. It fooled most people. It was funny, however, the way a man could recognize his wife with so little to go on. Maybe just the way she cocked her head, the way she lifted her chin, or the tilt of her shoulders. Chuck had recognized her all right. Even at a distance, she'd felt it register. "Maysoon Khan, please come to the counter." Shada immediately rose from her seat. Maysoon had been her name for more than 2 years now, and it had become as familiar to her as Shada. No longer was there even the slightest hesitation in her response to her assumed name. There was a short line ahead of her at check-in, and she had to wait as the 2 brothers ahead of her insisted that they not sit together. It was starting to fray her nerves, all these little delays and bumps in the road. She needed to be on a plane flying out of the city now, away from the most terrible of memories, beyond the reach of her old fears. Fears that kept her up at night. Fears that she had struggled to conquer since that text message exchange on the day before she had driven her car to Everglades, staged her own suicide, and disappeared. Are you afraid? Not at all. Maybe you should be. No way. Never. I will see you tomorrow. Beneath the veil shot a bitter lip, trying to stop it from quivering. This time, she hadn't returned to Miami simply to visit McKenna's grave and mark another birthday never reached. For nearly 3 years, Shada had believed that Jamal was McKenna's killer. For nearly as long, she had lived in fear that he would find and kill her too. She'd come to Miami to see him brought to justice. Now Jamal was dead, leaving questions unanswered as to his whereabouts, not only at the time of McKenna's death, but also at the time of Shada's disappearance. It was the latter that had prompted Shada to leave the message for Chuck at their daughter's grave. Dear Chuck, I can never come back, not even if you wanted me to. It won't erase the past, but I promise I won't let anyone blame you for what happened to me, or for what I made them believe happened. I'm sorry it had to be this way. Can I help you? Asked the attendant. The line in front of her had disappeared, and it was Shada's turn to upgrade from coach. She placed her documents on the counter. I may soon come, she said. Lucky you. I have 1 seat left in business class. Shada watched in silence as the attendant checked her passport. With the push of a button, he reprinted her boarding pass to London Heathrow. Have a nice trip home, the man said. Home, thought Shada. It didn't feel anything like home. Thank you, she said as she retrieved her documents. I will. Chapter 44. There was only one woman Jack wanted to see when he reached the airport. He found her at baggage claim. I missed you, said Andy as they locked in a tight embrace. Sunday evening at MIA at the height of tourist season was like the running of the bulls in Pamplona, complete with the trampling of stragglers and the goring of innocent bystanders. Parking was out of the question, so Jack met up with Andy on the lower level as Theo burned through a half-tank of gas circling the terminal. Andy was carrying a heavy winter coat and wearing a black sweater, which was way too warm for a balmy night in Florida. Jack liked her in cashmere, however, and he was feeling her warmth and breathing in the familiar smell of her hair when he realized that she was no longer a phony blonde. Your hair. It's like it used to be, he said, smiling. I like things the way they used to be. Me too, said Jack, his smile turning a little sad. 2 days had passed since Neil's burial, since Andy had promised to get out from undercover and return to Jack in Miami as quickly as possible. She already had her bag, but out of curiosity, Jack checked the flight information on the nearest luggage carousel. She'd flown in from JFK, but Andy was on to his detective work, and she shot down immediately any notion that he had uncovered the location of an FBI operation. You don't really think I fly home direct from an assignment, do you? He supposed not. Speaking of, said Jack, touching her newly restored hair, I hope this doesn't mean you did something drastic, like quitting. She shook her head. I got a week. I just thought you might like to spend it with the real me. You're the best. Jack took her bag. They exited through the pneumatic doors, continued on the sidewalk past the long line of the taxi stand, and stopped at the curb. A cab driver laid on his horn, which set off the audio version of the domino effect. Traffic was endless, 8 lanes of cars and shuttle buses streaming by at something less than cruising speed at Grandpa Swyteck's nursing home. Somewhere in that mess was Theo, unless he'd gotten fed up and ditched them. The horn blasting subsided and Andy took his hand. Have you thought about what I asked on Friday? About what? Buying us a snowblower? She said, shooting him a look. About letting law enforcement do its job. Yes, I've thought about it. Jack wanted to drop it, but Andy seemed determined to secure his agreement that trying to find out what had happened to Neil could be hazardous to his health. "Have you been talking to Vince Paulo and Chuck Mays?" Andy asked. Theo pulled to the curb and popped the trunk. Perfect timing. Jack wedged the bag between the golf clubs and spare tire, then climbed into the rear seat with Andy. Theo steered back into the incredibly slow flow of traffic. They might as well have been moving backward. "Welcome to the Bob Marley Taxi Company, Mon," said Theo, putting on a Jamaican accent, "where the whole world move like a stroll on the beach." Andy rolled her eyes. "Hello, Theo." "I like the new hair," he said, glancing in the rearview mirror. "Old hair." "Thanks. Jack was just telling me about his talks with Chuck Mays." "You already told her about—" Jack groaned, and Theo caught himself, but it was too late. Andy's expression demanded an explanation. "Come on, Andy," said Jack. "Mays has resources that even the cops don't have. You know as well as I do that even the FBI turns to guys like him when they really need to find someone. Then let the FBI turn to him. You don't need to get involved." "With all due respect to your fidelity, bravery, and integrity," he said, invoking the slogan on the FBI shield, "I'm not convinced that the FBI is entirely committed to solving this crime." "We think it's a cover-up," said Theo. "Thank you for translating," said Andy. "So does Chuck Mays," said Theo. "I'm not surprised," said Andy. "So does Shada Mays," said Theo. "Shada?" she said, looking at Jack. "She's alive," said Jack. Andy massaged between her eyes as if staving off a migraine. "Did Chuck tell you that?" "Yes." "And you believe him?" "I think so." "She just vanished, is that it?" said Andy. "No reason." "We don't know the reason," said Jack. Theo wedged his way into the next lane, but traffic was still barely moving. "But we do know that Shada was cheating on her husband when she ran." "What?" said Jack. "It's obvious," said Theo. "Didn't you read the memorial plaque at the cemetery? In memory of Shada Mays, that's it. No loving mother and wife, nothing. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe not by itself. For me, the clincher was when Paulo came to Shada's defense and said the only reason she ran was to escape from the daily reminders of her daughter's murder. Makes sense, I guess. It's also the only explanation that makes you feel sorry for a woman who basically abandoned her husband. And what does Mays do? He turns it all around and paints himself as the saint who let her go. A guy with an ego like Chuck Mays doesn't let go of anything, least of all his beautiful wife. She cheated, and he kicked her ass out the door. Maybe the only reason she cheated was so that he would kick her ass out the door. But the bottom line is the same. "That's a big leap of logic," said Jack. "Dude, you're talking to a bartender. You know how many guys I've talked to who got the same chip up their ass?" Jack blinked, confused. "I think you're mixing up chips with bugs, or shoulders with—" "You know what I'm saying," said Theo. "So she wasn't the perfect wife," said Jack. "It doesn't really matter." "It does matter." "He's right," said Andy. "It matters." Jack did a double-take. Andy had been curiously silent since the conversation had turned to adultery. "It matters how?" asked Jack. "You said it yourself. You think someone is trying to cover up the fact that Jamal Wakefield was in a secret detention facility when McKenna was murdered. That gives you one motive for two murders. First Jamal and then Neil.
Don't forget about Chang, said Theo.
Okay, said Andy. Throw him in there too. It all breaks down if Shada was cheating on her husband. Jack made a face, not comprehending. What am I missing here? Good grief, said Andy. Don't you get it? Chuck Mays had reason to kill Jamal, or to have him killed, even after he found out that Jamal didn't kill his daughter.
Why?
Dude, shouted Theo. Jamal was banging his wife. They fell silent, and Jack suddenly felt stupid. It wasn't the kind of thing he normally missed. Andy took his hand. Jack, this is why you need to stop playing detective. You're a smart man, but you're grieving. You were too close to Neil to see all the possibilities. Jack glanced out the window. How long has the FBI known? Known what? His gaze turned back to Andy. That Shada Mays was cheating on her husband, and that she's still alive. You know I can't answer that question. This isn't idle curiosity, said Jack. We're talking about Neil. It doesn't matter who we're talking about. I can't tell you what the FBI knows. Then I'll make you a deal, said Jack. Let me know when you can tell me. That's when I'll stop playing detective. Chapter 45. British Airways Flight 208 from Miami landed at Heathrow as scheduled. By 10:30 a.m. London time, Shada emerged from the sausage grinder that was the immigration chute and ducked into a public restroom. 10 minutes later, she was dressed like a Westerner. Returning to her neighborhood wearing a hijab and carrying a suitcase wouldn't have been smart. There were religious laws against Muslim women traveling alone, and there were men in Samal town who took it upon themselves to enforce them. The hijab had been a charade anyway, simply a disguise to make Shada unrecognizable while in Miami. Maysoon Khan had never dressed that way in London. The tube ride from the airport was over an hour, and Shada was so sleepy that she nearly forgot to change lines at the Holborn station. The final leg of the trip home took her to Bethnal Green, and she could walk to her apartment from there. Northeast London had been overcast and chilly when she'd left 6 days ago, and it was even colder this morning. Or maybe it just felt that way after the warmth of Miami. She walked briskly, her suitcase on wheels clicking at each crack in the sidewalk behind her. Every half-block or so, she glanced over her shoulder, back towards Samal town, where gangs had been known to crack skulls just to protect their turf. Even in daylight, Shada checked for trouble sneaking up from behind. Her own neighborhood up around Wadeson Street was only slightly better, though a steady increase in trendy clubs and restaurants like Bistro Tech and Bethnal Green Working Men's Club drew crowds from all over the city. Shada climbed the front steps to her building, dug the key from her purse, and entered the apartment. It wasn't much warmer on the inside. She left her bag at the door and walked straight to the thermostat to crank up the heat. Hunger pangs growled in her belly, but instead of going to the kitchen, she went to her small study and switched on the computer. It was something she and Chuck had in common, this obsession with information. The PC took a moment to boot up, but finally the screen blinked on and brightened the room, bathing her in the blue light of her digital desktop. She jumped onto the internet and went to the home page for the Miami Herald. Shada wasn't technically a news junkie, but she had followed the local news in Miami daily since McKenna's death. The internet made that a snap, even from London. Most days were the same. Nothing about McKenna. Until recently. Out of the blue, she'd read about the return and arrest of Jamal Wakefield. Each day since had brought new developments, often several breaking stories in a span of hours. The latest headline jarred her. Data mining pioneer is prime suspect in wife's disappearance. Shada knew immediately what the story meant, and the feelings of guilt and regret almost made her dizzy. But she read on. 3 years after his wife's disappearance, Miami businessman Charles Chuck Mays, a pioneer in the personal information industry, is the focus of a criminal investigation. According to sources at the Miami-Dade Police Department, Mays could face charges of first-degree murder. A sick feeling welled up in Shada's throat. She forged ahead, skimming over the part about how Chuck became a millionaire, her hand shaking on the mouse as she read about McKenna's death, and then about her own disappearance. 6 months after her daughter's death, Mrs. May's kayak was found floating upside down in the Florida Everglades, less than a mile from her parked car. An empty bottle of sleeping pills was in the front seat. Clearly someone was trying to make it look like a suicide, said Miami-Dade homicide detective Jim Burton, but her body was never recovered. For nearly 3 years, police theorized that Mrs. Mays and her daughter were killed by the same man. Jamal Wakefield, a U.S. citizen and alleged enemy combatant of Somali descent, lived under an assumed identity at the Gitmo detention facility until January of this year, when he was transferred to Miami and charged with McKenna's murder. Just 1 day after his release on bail, Wakefield was brutally murdered. His body found less than a mile from where Mrs. Mays had disappeared in the Everglades. We still believe Wakefield killed McKenna Mays, said Detective Burton. However, new evidence has led police to suspect that Mrs. Mays was killed by her husband. Shada scrolled down, but the story offered no clue as to the nature of the new evidence, concluding with a quote she would have expected from Chuck. The charge is total bullshit. Clicking on links to related stories pulled up nothing but earlier postings that she had read before. Shada sat perfectly still, her face aglow in the warm light of the computer screen. The words she had written to Chuck at her daughter's grave replayed in her mind. I promise I won't let anyone blame you for what happened to me, or for what I made them believe happened. Now what? There was no clear answer. She owed Chuck, but was now the time to honor her promise? Or later, if and when he was formally charged? Her head hurt too much to think about it. Shada closed out the web page. She thought about going to bed, but her information addiction kicked into another gear. Unopened emails beckoned. It took her 10 minutes to get through the ones under her main identity. Then she switched to another screen name, one that allowed her to be the person she wasn't. 7 messages, one for each day Shada had been gone. The first had hit just a few hours after Shada had left for Miami. The most recent was from last night. All were from the same woman, a lonely woman whom Shada had met only in cyberspace. They had been exchanging instant messages for almost a month, but of course Shada had told her nothing about her trip out of the country. Shada knew her only as Kitty 8. Hi, cutie. Miss you. Where are you? Are you playing hard to get? Been thinking about you so much. Do you have any clue what you are passing up? The string of messages ended with a playful threat. Last chance. Kitty 8 needs N88DS AFB. Shada smiled. She'd sent enough text messages and IMs to know that 8 was code for oral sex, and that FB in this context was a kind of buddy, not Facebook. A photograph was attached, and upon opening it, Shada had to catch her breath. She'd worked hookups online before, but this was one of those rare instances where the photograph actually lived up to the as-advertised hype, and it left no doubt as to the kind of buddy that Kitty 8 needed. Shada typed a short reply, "Let's meet," and hit send. The message was on its way, and Kitty 8 was in the bag. Chapter 46. The lunch crowd was thinning as Jack settled into a booth at Grunberg's Deli in downtown Miami. "I'll have the Reuben," Jack told the waitress. "Same," said Vince. Vince had called that morning to suggest they talk. Jack hadn't visited Grunberg's in years, but it had been one of Neil's favorites, which made it the first place to come to mind when Vince had asked, "Where do you want to eat?" Real Jewish delis were becoming somewhat of a dinosaur in Miami. Jack could remember bygone places like Wolfie's, Pumpernicks, and Rascal House, sticky and shop-worn institutions that were last refurbished when the Honeymooners were live on television, where the food was plentiful but never really outstanding. The experience was the draw. As Neil used to say, the Hamantaschen were passable, and the macaroons were okay, but there was strange comfort in knowing that perhaps it was a long-dead relative who'd left that stuffed cabbage leaf wedged beneath your booth. "Nothing for me, thank you," said Alicia. Jack hadn't expected Vince to bring his wife to their meeting, but it made sense. Jack had the advantage of being able to read Vince's expressions. Alicia leveled the nonverbal playing field. "Eat something," said the waitress. "You're too thin." It was standard banter between strangers in a deli like Grunberg's, but Alicia didn't quite know how to respond. Vince said, "You do seem to have lost a couple pounds, honey." "I'm the same weight I've always been." "I'm not so sure about that," said Vince. It occurred to Jack that the only way for Vince to have gained that impression was through the sense of touch. There was something to envy in a married man who knew his wife's body so thoroughly. Jack wondered if he could have done the same with Andy. Alicia caved and ordered a bowl of matzo ball soup, barely enough to make the waitress tuck the lunch ticket into her apron and leave them alone. "Again, I wanted to say I'm very sorry about Neil Godrich," said Vince. "This is not an official police visit, but I did want to give you my thoughts on the man who killed your friend." Jack helped himself to a pickle from the platter on their table. "I'm all ears. First, from what I've learned, it seems obvious that the killer was not blind." Jack did a double-take, then glanced at Alicia. She leaned closer to Vince and took her husband's hand. "I didn't know anyone had suggested the killer was blind," said Jack. Vince laced his fingers with his wife's. "The same goes for the man who killed Jamal Wakefield. Definitely not the work of a man without sight." Again Jack glanced at Alicia, but she cast her eyes downward as she gently stroked the back of her husband's hand. "No one would dispute that," said Jack. "Which is what makes the case of Ethan Chang so interesting," said Vince. "The medical examiner won't say what killed him, but it was a toxin that entered his body through the top of his foot. The mall security tape captures a highly suspicious moment of contact." "Yes, I've seen it." "Then you know," said Vince. "Someone pretending to be blind jabbed Ethan Chang with his walking stick." "How do you know he was posing as opposed to really blind?" "Generally speaking, blind guys don't have that good of a name." "Brilliant question, Swyteck." "I guess you got me there," said Jack. "It's not just that," said Alicia. "Tell him." Vince drew a breath, then let it out. "If you think about it, someone went to a lot of trouble to orchestrate the death of Ethan Chang. If Chang had information about a secret detention site that someone would kill to keep secret, the easiest thing would have been to put a bullet in the back of his head. Instead, the killer pretended to be blind and jabbed him with a stick. You have to ask yourself why." Jack considered it. No good reason comes to mind. "He's jabbing me," said Vince, his voice tightening. "There is no doubt in my mind that this is the work of McKenna's killer. which makes him the same guy who took away my sight. He's jabbing me with the stick he gave me." Jack didn't know how to respond, but the reasoning was far from flawed. "So this is personal," said Jack. "Isn't it for you?" Jack didn't have to answer. Alicia touched her husband's shoulder, and Jack noted their silent communication, the connection between them. It wasn't overdone, but it was constant in one form or another. The hand-holding, the gentle touches, the way they sat so close to each other, with shoulders, elbows, and forearms brushing together. It didn't bother Jack, except for the way it served as such a vivid reminder that he and his fiancée, sighted couples all over the world for that matter, were moving into the digital world of texting and tweeting, the complete loss of communication through physical contact. Vince and Alicia had what Jack and Andy had lost. In spades. The gift of blindness. The curse of sight. "Excuse me for a minute," said Alicia. She squeezed Vince's hand as she rose, as if the unsaid words were passing from her hand to his. They had an understanding. This was the predetermined point in the conversation where Alicia was supposed to leave, and she was keeping her end of the agreement. This would be between Jack and Vince, and no one else. She gave him a kiss and left the table. When the click of her heels on the tile floor faded, Vince spoke. "Chuck Mays knows where Shada lives. She's in London. I just read in today's paper that he's about to be arrested for killing her." "That's a plant," said Vince. "I fed that story to my contacts in the media." "Why?" "Shada promised to come out of hiding if Chuck needed her. The media coverage about his impending arrest on murder charges will hopefully make her think it's time." "How did he find her?" "His supercomputers. I can't tell you the methodology." "Have you told the FBI?" "No. And I'm not going to." "Why not?" "I believe there's a cover-up surrounding Jamal Wakefield that reaches all the way back to McKenna's murder. I believe it relates to black sites. And I believe the U.S. government is involved on some level." "Neil would have agreed with you," said Jack. "Do you?" Jack suddenly heard Andy's voice in his head, chiding him for even entertaining such wild conspiracy theories. "I don't know," said Jack. "But let me run wild with that thought for a second. Has anyone considered the possibility that Shada works for the government? I'm betting that Shada knows something about the cover-up and who's involved in it. Chuck wants to know what Shada knows, and he doesn't trust any government to get that information out of her without also getting her killed." "You mean killed by a government agent?" "More likely killed by law enforcement incompetence. Someone in some agency failing to keep her whereabouts secret, which means that Shada could end up like Ethan Chang or Neil Godrich." "Obviously, you have a plan," said Jack. "I do," said Vince. "But let me be clear. I couldn't care less about terrorists who were held in black sites. My only goal is to find the man who killed McKenna, and who did this to me." "How are you going to do that?" "It's just like Chuck told you. We pool information, including what Shada knows, which means the next step is London." "What makes you think Shada will even talk to you?" "I lost my sight trying to save her daughter. Shada will talk to me." "But she ran from her life before, and she ran from Chuck when he saw her at the cemetery. She obviously didn't want to talk to anybody, especially her husband and his best friend." "First of all, Shada and I were always good with each other. I warned Chuck for years that he was going to lose her if he didn't stop being such a jerk of a husband, and Shada knows that. Chuck and I agree that if there's anybody she'll talk to, it's me. Second of all, Chuck's not going with me to London." "Not going?" "No," said Vince. "With all this talk about a possible arrest, he doesn't want it to look like he's fleeing the country. You just told me that the story was a plant. And even if it wasn't, Chuck Mays doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who worries about appearances. Vince smiled. True enough. Which leads me to the real problem. There's this little thing about an arrest warrant out of the Old Bailey. 10 years ago, Chuck was pretty careless about what he smoked and where he smoked it. If he sets foot in the UK, he's going straight to the slammer. So your wife is going with you. Do you see Alicia sitting at this table? No, but look, said Vince, what I do with my own badge is my business, but my wife is also a cop. She understands that I have a score to settle. She also understands that I can't let her throw her badge away, watching me settle it. Jack measured his words, not wanting to insult Vince. You're going alone? No. Even with Sam, that would be an ambitious trip. It was clear where this was headed, and Jack wasn't sure how to react. You want me? It was Alicia's idea. She thinks that having a criminal defense lawyer around will keep me from stepping too far out of bounds. What do you think? Asked Jack. I agree with Chuck. After what happened to Neil Godrich, I think this criminal defense lawyer has almost as much skin in the game as I do. Jack paused. Vigilante was the last word Jack would have used to describe Neil. But that didn't lessen Jack's need to find his friend's killer. When do you leave? Asked Jack. This evening. Chuck is covering all expenses, airfare, hotels, meals. It won't cost you a dime. Jack thought about Andy. Something told him that he should talk it over with her. Something told him that he shouldn't. What would Neil do if the tables were turned? Guess I'd better make my sandwich to go, said Jack, flagging their waitress. I need to pack. Chapter 47. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you? Asked Andy. Jack checked on his grandfather before heading to the airport, and it was the third time Andy had asked the same question since entering the nursing home. At least she'd stopped trying to unpack his bags. I'm sure, said Jack. Go where? Grandpa Swyteck asked. Jack did a double take. Andy was seated in the armchair and Jack was standing at Grandpa's bedside, but Jack thought he had fallen asleep after Wheel of Fortune. Jack is going to London, said Andy. Of course he is, said Grandpa. That's where they all ran off to. Jack had no idea what he was talking about. Too often that was the case anymore. And then I'm going to Prague, said Jack. I want to look up your mother's family. The Petrocks. The older man's brow furrowed into little steps of confusion, as if he were struggling to make a connection between Prague and family. Jack's gaze shifted back to Andy. I'm glad you're staying, Jack said quietly. Even with Theo's friend as bodyguard, it's important that one of us be close by. I suppose, said Andy. He's still there, you know, said Grandpa, following up on his original thought. Still in Britain. Jack almost asked who, but he caught himself, recalling the neurologist's advice. Just roll with it. Still there, wow. No, I'm wrong about that, said Grandpa. He left for the south of France in 1940. A town called Agde, I think. South of France, said Jack. Sounds nice. Nice, yeah, Grandpa said, scoffing. If you're a Nazi. Then he fell silent. He wasn't making much sense today, but Jack wished he would keep talking, as Andy picked up her thread of the conversation. I don't have a good feeling, she said, shaking her head. I respect Vince and all he's accomplished as a cop, but the fact remains he is blind. And you're Jack.
What does that mean?
I'm just saying, this could be dangerous.
Way too dangerous, Grandpa shouted. That's what everyone told him. And even if he pulled it off, any fool would know there would be payback in the long run. The Germans don't just take things lying down.
Jack didn't know how to just roll with this one. He stayed on track with Andy. Would you feel better if I was going with Theo? No, she said. Definitely not.
Now I remember,
said Grandpa. His finger was in the air as if the light bulb had come on.
He went back to Liverpool. Is that far from where you're going?
Not too far.
Good. Go see him.
I'm sorry, see who, Grandpa?
The General, of course. And when you see him, kick his ass. You hear me? You kick General Swyteck's ass for me.
General Swyteck? Alzheimer's or not, Grandpa suddenly had Jack's complete attention. Even the neurologists had told him that people with Alzheimer's could have solid memories of the distant past. Is there really a General Swyteck? Asked Jack.
No!
Then why—
No!
Grandpa, why did you say—
Pio no! Pio no!
Jack's heart sank. More ranting about the Pope was not a good turn of events.
Harry!
Grandpa shouted, calling for Jack's father.
Harry!
The nurse entered the room, her tone soothing. Harry is not here, Joseph.
Harry!
He shouted, swinging his fists at the nurse. She tried to get out of the way, but Grandpa landed a punch squarely to her chest, then another to her shoulder. Jack grasped his hands, and the nurse pushed the red panic button on the wall.
No! Pio no!
Grandpa, it's okay, said Jack. The old man shouted even louder. It pained Jack to watch. Pained him even more to think that his question about General Swyteck had brought about the outburst. The nurse's aides raced into the room. Two large men went to the bed, one coming between Jack and his grandfather, the other positioning himself at the opposite rail. Jack backed away. It's best if you wait in the hallway, the nurse told him. I'm not going anywhere, said Jack. She persisted, but Jack wasn't listening. Even with the Alzheimer's, Jack wondered if there was some thread of truth running through Grandpa's confusion over the Petrocks, Czech Jews, and now, this mention of a General Swyteck. Please, sir, the nurse said. Wait in the hall. I'm staying, said Jack.
But—
No buts, said Jack. And then he reached for the little bit of Yiddish he'd learned from his friend Neil. I'm here for my Zadie. Chapter 48. Chuck Mays spent Monday evening alone at his computer, surfing the internet. The dark side of the internet. Peer-to-peer, P2P file trading was nothing new in the digital world. For years, software has allowed complete strangers to connect online to search for shared files on the computers of others. Any content that can be distributed digitally can be downloaded directly from peers on the same network. Most people shared music or video, which grabbed the attention of the music industry in a big way. Lawsuits over illegal trading of copyright-protected material shut down Napster in 2001, but the battle continued. Of greater interest to guys like Chuck Mays was the fact that on the most popular peer-to-peer networks, roughly 2/3 of downloadable responses with archival and executable file extensions, especially responses to movie requests, contain malware, viruses, worms, Trojan horses that turn personal information on a home computer into the cyberspace equivalent of an unlocked and unattended vehicle with the keys in the ignition and the motor running. P2P was a virtual smorgasbord for identity thieves and for all kinds of criminals. Mays tried another P2P program and entered his password. The usual self-serving disclaimer popped up. This program enables access to the Nutella file-sharing network, which is comprised of the computers of its many users. There is no central server for the files that populate Nutella. We cannot and do not review material, and we cannot control what content may exist in the Nutella. Mays scrolled through the legal mumbo-jumbo, then stopped at the italicized words at the bottom of the page. Be advised that we have a zero-tolerance policy for content that exploits children. It almost made him laugh. Yeah, and Big Tobacco has zero tolerance for sales of cigarettes to minors. His sardonic smile faded. It was time to get down to business. Mays was no stranger to the darkest doors in P2P, and with just a few choice keystrokes, abbreviations for words that should never be linked together in the English language, he was knocking on an old standby. With a click of the mouse, a menu popped up on his screen. A list of files followed, digital content that network peers were offering for trade. Bloody hairbrush spanking caught his eye, but he'd seen that one before, and it was tame compared to what he was trying to find. He typed in a query, AVIFIB, and waited. A P2P chat room was a lively marketplace, and for the next several minutes, Mays stared at his screen and watched this trader link up with that trader right before his eyes. It took a little imagination, but for him, the bartering harkened back to the Roman Forum. Much of it was legal. An unknown quantity was patently illegal, but no one seemed to worry about getting caught. The typical trader who flouted copyright laws was basically of the mindset that there was no reason to pay for something that could be downloaded for free. Traders in this chat room came from a different place entirely. No matter how much money was in your bank account, you couldn't go on Amazon and buy this kind of content. You couldn't even buy it at pornstars.com. These weren't girls gone wild. These were girls gone missing. May's computer chimed. His query of AVIFIB, Asian Virgin in the front or in the back, had drawn a quick response. It was from someone who called himself Mustang. What are you trading? That was always the question. Mays took his time to formulate the right response. In a world where mere possession of illegal files meant prison time, only undercover cops posing as traders answered quickly. 60 seconds passed. Long enough. FMLTWIA, he typed, waiting another 60 seconds before adding the all-important number, the girl's age, 16. Then he drew a long drag on his cigarette, and he waited for Mustang's reply. Chapter 49. Jack did all the right things to avoid jet lag. His wristwatch was set to London time before boarding. Plenty of water and no alcohol on the flight. He even managed to sleep a few winks before landing. Still, as they settled into their hotel room, he was having a hard time accepting that it was lunchtime Tuesday. You have to force yourself to stay awake until bedtime, said Vince. Napping is the worst thing you can do on day one. Jack was curious. When it came to international travel, was it an advantage to be blind? No disorienting change from night and day? But he didn't know Vince well enough to ask the kind of questions that sighted people were always embarrassed to ask. Chuck Mays had put them up at the Tower, a business hotel and convention center north of the Thames and a couple miles south of Samaltown. They had a junior suite on the 11th floor with 2 double beds. The feather pillows looked tempting, but Jack resisted. He went to the window and opened the blinds. Wow, check out the view. It was his first gaffe, but Andy's words of worry popped into his head. Vince is blind and you're Jack. Sorry, he said. Vince just smiled. No need to apologize. Tell me what you see. Their room faced the Tower of London, and Jack tried not to sound like a tour guide as he described the historic buildings and concentric stone walls on the bank of the river, the oldest of which dated back almost a millennium. But he was suddenly philosophical. It's kind of ironic, said Jack. The whole nightmare started when Neil asked me to represent a Gitmo detainee. Now I'm on the other side of the ocean trying to find his killer, just a few blocks away from one of the most notorious torture chambers on Earth. I seriously hope you're not comparing Gitmo to the Tower of London, because if you are, that makes you the blind guy in the room. Jack thought about it. You're right. No comparison. The weather is much better in Cuba. That was a joke, right? Vince was still learning Jack's intonations, and Jack was still adjusting to a roommate who couldn't see his smirks and half-smiles. Yes, said Jack. That was a joke. Jack unpacked in silence. Not because of any tension in the air, but because Vince was orienting himself to the floor plan. Silently pacing off steps from the bed to the dresser, from the closet to the bathroom, from the desk to the minibar. Jack pretended not to notice when he banged his leg into the bedpost. I bet you're wondering how I'm supposed to find a killer, Vince said as he rubbed the pain out of his shin. It was meant as a joke, but Jack picked up a hint of frustration in his voice. He imagined that if Vince were to roll up his pant leg, there would be plenty of black and blue badges of persistence. We'll figure it out, said Jack. But on the subject of finding people, I am still curious to know how Chuck was able to track Shada back to London. I guess I can tell you now that you're on board. It was simple, really. Once Chuck knew that she was disguising herself as a Muslim woman. What do you mean? You won't find many women dressed in hijab who travel by themselves. It's not allowed under Muslim law. Chuck checked the flight manifests to and from Miami, looking for women with Muslim-sounding names who were traveling alone. His supercomputers narrowed things down pretty quickly. Vince's cell phone chimed, and the mechanical voice told him who it was. Call from... Chuck. Mays. That's weird, said Vince. Jack wondered how much of a coincidence it was, never underestimating Chuck's technological ability to know that they were talking about him. He continued to unpack as Vince took the call. At first, Vince did nothing to prevent Jack from overhearing his end of the conversation. But about 3 minutes into the call, he noticeably lowered his voice. Another minute later, he went into the bathroom, taking extra care to maneuver around that dreaded bedpost. What's the big secret? Jack was tucking socks and underwear into the dresser drawer when he heard the toilet flush. If Vince was trying to make him think that he had really needed to use the bathroom, Jack wasn't buying it. Vince's cell was clipped to his belt, the phone conversation over, when he returned to the room. Chuck wants me to meet someone, Vince said. Who? He wouldn't tell me. Cut the bullshit. I know it's annoying, but Chuck was up all night in some kind of paranoid mood. I had to flush the toilet to convince him that I was in the bathroom, away from where you could overhear. Even then, he wouldn't tell me who he wants me to meet. Jack was skeptical, but he wanted to believe that Vince was being straight with him. Who do you think it is? Probably a local private detective. When is the meeting? 1 o'clock. Where? A pub called the Carpenter's Arms up on Cheshire Street. Chuck says it's about a 10-minute cab ride from here. Jack checked his watch. We'd better leave now. Well, like I said, he wants me to meet someone. You're saying I can't go? For whatever reason, Chuck doesn't want you there. Don't take it personally. Jack blew out a mirthless chuckle. What did I come all the way from Florida for? The beaches? There will be plenty for you to do. Just let me get this first meeting out of the way, and then I'll straighten things out with Chuck. Call him back and straighten him out now. Jack, come on. You, of all people, should understand the kind of hoops you have to jump through when your best friend is also a royal pain in the ass. Jack wasn't totally cool with it, but Vince did have a point. Jack already had a half-dozen text messages from Theo listing all the crap he wanted Jack to buy for him in the duty-free shops. All right, you go, said Jack. But are you able to get there on your own? My cell is GPS navigation. If you can get me down to the taxi stand, I'm good. Jack grabbed his coat and followed Vince out of the room. His walking cane and his memory seemed to be all the assistance Vince needed to find the elevator at the end of the hall. The lobby was bustling with conventioneers at check-in, however, which required some assisted maneuvering. With Vince at his side, Jack gained a whole new take on revolving doors. It was almost like something out of the Tower of London. And Vince seemed to be on the same wavelength. Is that the Wheel of Death I hear at the end of the gauntlet? Asked Vince. A bellboy steered them toward a handicapped exit. Outside in the covered motor court was more chaos, and Jack led the way through a log jam of cars and buses to the taxi stand. Even with space heaters glowing overhead, the damp air was chilly enough for Jack to see his breath as they waited. Finally, a couple of tourists in front of them stopped arguing about whether or not they could walk to the tower, and it was Vince's turn. Jack held the door open as Vince climbed in the back seat and told the driver the destination. Do you need me to meet you here on the way back? Asked Jack. No, I should be able to find my way upstairs. Jack wished him luck, closed the door, and watched the black taxi pull away. Immediately, a feeling of complete and utter uselessness fell over him. The next cab pulled up, and the porter opened the rear door. Jack stood there. The driver called to him. You want a cab or not? Jack was about to step aside, but then he caught a glimpse of Vince's taxi at the stoplight, less than a half-block away. He hadn't flown across an ocean to hang out in the hotel room. The whole exchange upstairs was gnawing at him, particularly the part that Vince had told him not to take personally. For whatever reason, Chuck doesn't want you there. To hell with Chuck. Jack hopped into the car and pulled the door shut. Where to? Asked the driver. It suddenly amused Jack that this was his chance to say something Bond-like to a London cabbie, except that it sounded too goofy to actually say it. Do you see the taxi that just pulled out ahead of us? Jack asked. The one waiting at the red light? Yeah? What about it? Well, just do whatever he does. The driver glanced over his shoulder and shot him a curious look. You want me to follow that cab? Jack sighed, resigning himself to it. Fine, if you must. Follow that cab. Chapter 50. Vince was halfway to the Carpenter's Arms pub when his phone chimed. Again it was Chuck Mays. Swyteck is following you. How do you know? Asked Vince. I'm watching it right here on my computer screen. You have a GPS tracking chip on Jack? It's a remote installation through his cell phone. I put one on you, too. Vince bit his lip to stem the eruption. Chuck, you need to stop doing things like that without telling people. It's a violation of privacy. People need to stop telling themselves that there is such a thing as privacy. Spoken like a true data miner. But that was another debate. Do you want me to go back to the hotel? I don't know, said Chuck. Let me think this through. You didn't tell Swyteck who you're meeting with, did you?
I lied and said it was probably a detective. Good. But just lose him. What do you expect me to do, roll down the window and throw a box of roofing tacks on the road? Just give the driver an extra 20 pounds to ditch him. That won't work, said Vince. I told Jack the meeting was at Carpenter's Arms at 1 o'clock. Damn it! Why'd you do that? Probably 'cause I'm not at all comfortable lying to him. The three of us made a deal. This was supposed to be a team approach. Fuck the team. Just call Swyteck and tell him that the meeting was canceled. The cab stopped, and Vince heard the meter register. 7 pounds, said the driver. Vince checked his wallet for a 10. 10s were folded in half, 20s in thirds, and he told him to keep the change. Would you mind directing me to the pub's entrance? He asked the driver. Chuck overheard. Vince, don't get out of the cab. Sorry, I'm going in. It took a lot of coaxing to arrange this. I promised it would be just you. You can't go in with Swyteck on your tail. Let me reschedule. I've waited long enough for answers. You know how skittish she is. All I did was look at her and she ran from me. Vince climbed out of the cab. A cool mist greeted his skin, and he heard the Cockney accents of passing pedestrians, the nuances of northeast London in his perpetual world of darkness. I can't look at her, he said as he stepped onto the sidewalk, which is why Shada won't run from me. Chapter 51. Stop here, Jack told the driver. They were in Bethnal Green, a half-block away from the Carpenter's Arms. Like it or not, Jack had received a crash course in East End pub history from a driver who was apparently determined to become his new best friend. Plenty of pubs in the area claimed a connection to Ronald and Reginald Gray, the East End's kings of organized crime in the 1950s and 1960s. Carpenter's claim was more real than most. Once upon a time, it was actually owned by the Cray twins and run by their dear old mum. Somehow, over the years, the tiny old pub had avoided conversion to flats, and it stood in refurbished splendor at the corner of Cheshire and St. Matthew's Row. Try the Green King IPA or Staro Promenade on draft, the driver said as Jack climbed out of the cab. Will do, said Jack. The cab pulled away, leaving Jack alone on the sidewalk. The narrow and crooked one-way street was made even narrower by a block-long construction site across from the Carpenter's Arms. Jack peered through the cold mist and saw Vince at the pub's entrance. Jack felt a pang of guilt for tailing a blind man, but Vince's claim that he didn't know who he was going to meet was a crock, and but for the jet lag, Jack would have called him on it immediately. Factor in the pain he was still feeling over Neil's death, and maybe Andy had been right about the wisdom of deferring to the police. Chuck Mays was not to be trusted, and even if Vince was reliable under normal circumstances, these were not normal circumstances. Jack was starting to feel used, and it wouldn't be the first time that someone like Chuck had tried to hire the name Swyteck, the son of a former governor, to legitimize some scheme. Jack was about 200 feet away, his anger rising, when he saw Vince reach for the door at the pub entrance. Then, Vince stopped. Jack's cell rang, and he answered. "Stop following me," said Vince. The words hit him like a brick. Jack didn't know how Vince knew, but it didn't matter. "If I go back to the hotel, I'm going back to Miami," said Jack. "Either I'm part of this or I'm not." "Don't be a jackass. It's not my decision. Chuck set up the meeting." Chuck is about to be indicted for murder. For the third time, that news story was a plant. Chuck didn't kill his wife. I'm talking about the murder of the guy who was sleeping with her.
Who killed Jamal Wakefield?
Jamal was butchered. They cut off his foot.
I've seen more grisly murders for hire.
Now you're talking crazy.
Am I?
Yes. But let's have this conversation later. You have no idea what you're screwing up.
Who is your meeting with?
I'm not meeting with anyone if you don't get out of here.
Jack picked up the pace, now almost close enough to read the chalkboard in the window. Are you meeting with Shada Mays?
I told you Chuck set it up.
That's the point. I'm not going to lend my name and reputation to secret meetings that I'm not a part of.
What are you talking about?
Jack was acting on a gut feeling that wasn't his own, but he trusted Andy and Theo. And the fact that they were of the same mind about Shada's infidelity was enough for him. Don't be a fool, Vince. Don't let Chuck use you.
Use me to do what?
To strong-arm Shada Mays into helping Chuck get away with the murder of Jamal Wakefield.
What?
You heard me, said Jack. Are you or are you not meeting with... Jack stopped cold, nearly flattening a woman who had rounded the corner from the opposite direction. She too was frozen in her tracks, and their eyes locked.
Jack, please,
Vince said over the phone, but Jack wasn't listening. Images flashed in his mind, photographs he'd seen of Shada Mays before her disappearance, and he knew.
Shada?
He said. She didn't answer. And before Jack could say another word, before he could even react, she turned and ran. Shada, wait! Jack sprinted after her, trying his best to keep up. 2 minutes into the chase, Jack was digging for a gear he didn't have. She was pulling away, a blur of buildings flying by as the distance expanded between them.
Shada!
He called out. She never looked back, never broke stride. Jack hadn't logged a 5-minute mile since high school, and Shada was bettering that pace on a wet sidewalk. He pulled up at a zebra crossing, exhausted and fighting to catch his breath. The mist was turning to rain. Hunched over, hands on his knees, Jack looked up and watched Shada disappear into the old neighborhood. He wasn't surprised in the least that a woman on the run could run like the wind. Jack was still catching his breath when a taxi pulled up at the curb. The rear window rolled down and he spotted Vince in the back seat.
Get in,
Vince said. Jack turned and walked the other way. The cab came up slowly beside him, matching Jack's walking pace. Vince spoke through the open window.
I made a mistake,
said Vince. Jack didn't answer. The cab pulled ahead with a quick burst of speed, and then it stopped at the corner. Vince got out, and the cab pulled away. He waited for Jack, who had no intention of stopping. In fact, Jack already had a smartphone in hand, searching the web for return flights to Miami.
I'm sorry,
said Vince. Jack stopped. It wasn't every day that a criminal defense lawyer got a heartfelt apology from a cop, and Jack found himself unable to ignore it. He put his phone away. You should have told me you were meeting with Shada Mays.
You're right. I should have, said Vince.
It was beyond a mistake. Meeting with Shada Mays was the most important thing that could have possibly come out of this trip. You've not only excluded me, but you flat out lied to my face. There is absolutely no way for me to trust you anymore.
Let me try to explain.
Forget it, said Jack. I never trusted Chuck, and you may not be a murderer, but now I don't trust you either. Chuck didn't kill anyone. Obviously, he didn't kill Shada. But like I said, I have serious questions about what happened to Jamal. I should have listened to my fiancé and never come on this trip. Does your fiancé seriously think that Shada was sleeping with Jamal? Jack was silent. Vince shook his head, scoffing at the thought.
Look, Chuck and Shada didn't have a perfect marriage. But Shada loved McKenna. She was not the kind of mother who would bed her teenage daughter's first love.
Vince was making sense, and it surprised Jack that Andy hadn't thought of that. Or maybe the whole theory that Chuck killed Jamal in a love triangle homicide was more posturing on her part to keep Jack from going to London. "You did the right thing by coming," said Vince. "Let me talk to Chuck and see what he can do to make this right." Jack stopped. He'd come this far, and now he had leverage. The next nonstop to Miami was not until Wednesday morning anyway. "All right. Here's one way to make amends. Chuck can tell me all about Project Roundup." "Exactly what do you think you can learn from Project Roundup?" Jack remembered that Jamal had been working with Chuck on Project Roundup before he'd gone missing. "My bet is that it will tell me how Jamal ended up in a detention center, and why Chuck never really believed that Jamal killed his daughter." Jack studied his expression. Those were two huge pieces of the puzzle, but it was hard to read a man who lived behind dark sunglasses. "It might even tell me what Shada has been doing in London for the past 2.5 years, said Jack. He was fishing, and for Jack, the trust had indeed worn thin. But it spoke volumes that Vince didn't deny any of the importance that Jack attached to Project Roundup. "All right," said Vince. "Let's see if Chuck thinks you've earned your way into Project Roundup." Chapter 52. Shada ran all the way to her front step. Even then, she didn't really stop. She pushed open the door, raced through the flat, and headed out the back. Trusting Chuck had been a huge mistake. She wasn't sure how he had found her online, but he was in the personal information business, and it had never been Shada's intention to let her husband face charges for murdering a woman who wasn't dead. A promise was a promise, and she had tried to keep hers by agreeing to meet with Vince Paulo at the Carpenter's Arms. Instead, Chuck had sent a lawyer, Jamal's lawyer, the lawyer for the monster who had murdered their daughter. How could you, Chuck? It was just over a mile to her flat from Cheshire Street. But she had taken the long route around Weaver's Fields to lose Swyteck. Shada had set a school record for the 10K back in the Bahamas, and with her adrenaline pumping, she was barely winded. It was unlikely that a 40-year-old lawyer had kept up with her, but she wasn't going to hang around her place to wait and find out. She ran down the alley, down the old brick streets of Viner, past the picnic tables outside the Victory Pub, past the whitewashed buildings spray-painted with gang graffiti, smashed the Reds. She remembered that one. She was getting close. She was running so fast that she slipped at the corner, but she caught her balance, ran inside the apartment building, and gobbled up 2 steps at a time to the 2nd floor. Her hand was shaking as she aimed her key at the lock. Even though it was crazy to think that Swyteck was closing in on her, Shada felt the need to hide, and no one would ever find her here. At least, no one had found her in the last 2 years. The door squeaked as she opened it, which made her cringe. It was the middle of the afternoon. He always slept in the afternoons, and he would be furious if she woke him. She closed the door with extra care and set the deadbolt as quietly as she could. But the apartment was quiet as a tomb, and merely turning the lock sounded like a shotgun shucking. "Maysoon, is that you?" he said, grumbling. Funny, but the only time her new name gave her pause was when she heard the angry voice of the man who had given it to her. "Yes, it's me," she said. "Come here," he said. She hesitated. The shades were pulled, and with the door closed, the apartment was black as midnight. She needed time for her eyes to adjust. "Maysoon!" He was definitely angry. She took a deep breath and started down the hall. The bedroom was on the left, and she stopped in the open doorway.
"What are you doing here?"
he said. Her throat tightened. Even if she had known what she was going to say, she couldn't have spoken.
"My son, I asked you a question,"
he said, his voice taking on an even harsher edge.
"What are you doing here?"
She knew that tone, and it frightened her. Telling him about Chuck and the would-be meeting at the Carpenter's Arms was not an option. She needed to deliver good news. And then it came to her. "I have something for you," she said.
"I'm not in the mood."
She removed her coat and laid it on the chair. "You will be," she said as she stepped toward the bed.
"Let me sleep."
She pulled her smartphone from her pocket and sat on the edge of the mattress. The glowing screen assaulted his eyes.
"I said let me sleep, damn it!"
She adjusted the brightness. "Check this out," she said. His eyes narrowed as he tried to focus, and slowly, the scowl on his face became a smile. The photograph obviously pleased him.
"Who is that?"
he asked. "Kitty 8, she said. "Pretty, no?"
"When did that come in?"
"Last night. She desperately wants to meet you." "LMIRL," she said, invoking the texting shorthand. "Let's meet in real life."
"When?"
She reached beneath the covers and grabbed him where it counted. "Whenever he wants." Habib pulled her closer.
"You are so good, Shada,"
he said, reverting to her real name. Shada felt him getting bigger already. She pulled away slowly, laid her phone on the nightstand, and turned on a little 5-watt nightlight. Then she started to undress for him. Slowly, with the lights low, the way Kitty 8 would. Chapter 53. The hotel suite was quiet, but Jack and Vince were not alone. Jack's computer was on the desk, the LCD aglow with a live video feed from across the ocean. Chuck Mays was connected by webcam. Jack positioned himself in front of the built-in camera on his laptop so that Chuck could see him back in Miami. Vince sat off to the side in the armchair, close enough to hear Chuck's voice on the speaker. "Project Roundup is by far the most important work I've ever done," said Chuck, his mouth moving a second or two behind the words, "even though I'll never make a dime from it." "You're doing this for free," said Jack. "This isn't about money," said Chuck. Jack glanced at Vince, then back at the screen. "Exactly what is it about?" Chuck paused. He wasn't happy about it, but Vince had convinced him that the only way to make up for the way he'd treated Jack was to share the details of his prized project. "It's about catching criminals on the internet," said Chuck. "Terrorists?" "Worse." It took only a moment for Jack to conjure up images of those news magazine shows on television where 50-year-old men meet teenage girls on the internet and show up naked at their door, only to find a camera crew waiting in the kitchen. "Pedophiles?" "Even worse," said Chuck. Worse than a pedophile was a short list in anyone's universe, but Jack had met and even defended them on death row. Chuck spelled it out. "We're talking about the sick bastards who not only savage the endangered runaways you see in the back of milk cartons, but who share their homemade videos over the internet." Jack bristled at the thought. "That's not at all what I expected Project Roundup to be." "You were thinking terrorism, I presume." "How else can you explain how Jamal ended up in Gitmo?"
Let me rephrase your question, said Chuck, and you can probably answer it. What do terrorists and pedophiles have in common? Vince chimed in. You mean other than the fact that they should both have their balls dipped in honey and fed to fire ants? Skip the guessing game, Chuck. A little history on Project Roundup might be helpful to Jack. All right, here's the quick version, said Chuck. 2 months after the 9/11 attacks, Italian police raided a mosque in Milan and to their surprise found computers filled with images of sexually abused children. 5 years later, British anti-terrorism police focused on a preacher at the East London Mosque, who also happened to be a former mujahideen. They couldn't get enough to convict him on terrorism charges. But again, police were shocked to find computerized images of hardcore child pornography. Fast forward another couple of years, again in the UK. A Nazi sympathizer was convicted on terrorism charges, and police found 39,000 indecent images of children at his flat in Yorkshire. I can go on, but the question is obvious. Were all these terrorists into the exploitation of children for personal gratification? Or was something else involved? My guess is that the something else would be encryption, said Jack. You got it, said Chuck. The first reports out of the London Times were about terrorists encoding secret messages in the digital images of child pornography. That seems really stupid, said Jack, considering all of the scrutiny it gets from law enforcement. Seems like it would be a much better idea to hide messages and pictures of cookware or something else random and off the radar. Exactly, said Chuck. My take was that it wasn't steganography, terrorists embedding messages in child porn. It was terrorists learning about encryption by studying the way online pedophiles traded files in peer-to-peer networks. That was when it hit me. If terrorists could go to school on these guys, so could I. Project Roundup was born. Jack knew about P2P, but something was missing. I'm still not clear on what your project is, said Jack. Show 'em, said Vince. Chuck nodded readily, as if the initial reluctance to share his work had faded. In fact, he seemed proud of what he was doing, almost eager to be able to demonstrate it. Keep your eyes on the screen, he said. Jack braced himself, fearful that the horrific image of a pedophile's work might appear. Instead, the image of Chuck's face blinked off the screen, and it was replaced by a map of South Florida. A red dot appeared over a street on Key Biscayne. The dot on the screen marks the address of a convicted sexual predator who traded on the P2P network, said Chuck. That's less than a mile from my house, said Jack. That's why I chose it. Kind of brings it home, doesn't it? He was trading child pornography, said Jack. Not just trading. He created it. What I'm going to show you is the digital version of time-lapse photography. You're looking at 0 hour for the launch of one of his video files. The first trade. There was a blip on the screen, and the map enlarged from South Florida to the eastern United States. A second dot appeared over Richmond, Virginia. Is it that easy to track P2P trades? If you know what you're looking for. Watch what happens 20 minutes later. The map grew again, now showing the entire United States. Jack counted 6 dots, one as far away as Oregon. 2 hours later, said Chuck, and suddenly there were several dozen dots spread across North America. 4 hours, said Chuck, and the map stretched to the entire Western Hemisphere. Hundreds, maybe thousands of dots from Brazil to Vancouver to Budapest and everywhere in between. That's Project Roundup? No.
Project Roundup is the ability to work backward.
What do you mean?
Look at that map, said Chuck. He continued to advance the timeline 1 day, 3 days, a week, until there were so many dots that virtually every major city on the map was covered in red. If you didn't know that the file started in Key Biscayne, could you tell me who created it?
No way.
Unfortunately, that's the point where law enforcement, usually undercover agents trading online, gets involved. After the file has been traded around the world. You nail these creeps for possession and trading, but not creation. This is what I want to do. Watch. There was another blip on the screen, and the timeline was in reverse. The map shrinking, red dots disappearing. Finally, they were back to the first frame. One red dot over a house on Key Biscayne.
You can do that.
I'm almost there. My goal is to be able to work back to the camera that made the video. Like ballistics for a bullet.
How does that work?
The map vanished from the screen, replaced by the image of Chuck's face. That's for me to know and the sick bastards to find out. Is that what Jamal was working on when he disappeared? We were in the very early stages of creating algorithms to unravel trades of encrypted files. Basically, he was cataloging the most popular encryption methods used by sexual predators. As I mentioned, some terrorist organizations have essentially borrowed those encryption methods from the pedophiles. Jack worked through the implications. So Jamal was all over the internet, downloading files that were encrypted the same way Al-Qaeda files are encrypted. Not necessarily Al-Qaeda, said Chuck, but yes, known terrorist organizations. Couple that with the fact that he was of Somali descent, his father is a known recruiter for Al-Shabaab, and 2 of his high school classmates left Minnesota to fight in Somalia, and I can see where he would end up on an anti-terrorism watch list. A watch list is one thing, said Vince. A secret detention facility in Eastern Europe is another. Jack considered it, but he didn't want to put words in anyone's mouth.
What are you saying, Vince?
I'm saying that we still don't know for sure that there ever was a secret detention facility in Prague. Even if there was, we don't know if it was government-run. Actually, I'm convinced that it was not government-run, said Jack, though he still did not divulge Andy as a source. Hell, if that's the case, maybe it didn't even have anything to do with the war on terrorism. Jack glanced at Chuck's image on the screen, and with a slight transmission delay, the import of Vince's words hit Jack first and then carried across the ocean like a tidal wave.
I feel stupid for saying this, said Jack,
but I've never actually considered that possibility.
Maybe it's time we did, said Vince.
There was a flicker on the computer screen. The map reappeared, but this time it was focused on London, and the city was covered with red dots.
Maybe Shada already has, said Chuck.
Chapter 54. Shada lay sleeping at his side. Habib was staring at the ceiling, deep in thought. The sex had been good. Not as good as their first time, of course, but it was hard to top the illicit thrill of throttling another man's wife in his own castle. To say that he had come between Shada and Chuck Mays would have been overstatement. Never had a married woman been so ripe for the picking. It had started with the exchange of emails, a little flirtatious online banner, and the eventual trading of photos. Things quickly heated up with the webcam, where it was her idea to undress for him, his idea that she touch herself, their idea to meet. From then on, it was goodbye to the virtual world and hello to the real pink. Habib had the perfect arrangement. until Vince Paulo came along. And now Paulo was pounding the sidewalks of London with Jamal's lawyer, or so Shada had told him. Habib glanced at Shada, who was still sound asleep. The room was awash with shadows, brightened only by the dim nightlight. He quietly rolled out of bed, walked to the bathroom, and washed up at the sink. Then he went down the hall to the study, unrolled his prayer mat on the floor, and faced toward Mecca. It was almost Isha, the last of the daily prayer times for Muslims around the world. Salat, the formal prayer of Islam, is one of the 5 pillars of the religion, an obligatory rite for practicing Muslims that must be performed 5 times each day at the specified time. Habib tried not to miss Fajr, sunrise, Maghrib, sunset, and Isha, nightfall. Zuhr and Asr were another matter. Praying at noon and mid-afternoon would have required him to set an alarm clock. Sometimes he would wake himself and combine the 2 into one, a permissible practice known as Jambain as-Salatain. More often, he slept through and substituted a late-night prayer, twisting the words of Amr ibn Absa, who claimed to have heard Muhammad say, "The closest that a slave comes to his Lord is during the middle of the latter portion of the night." So if you can be among those who remember Allah the Exalted One at that time, then do so. Never mind that the Prophet was talking about non-mandatory nighttime prayer in addition to Salat. It was one of the small ways in which Habib had distorted the teachings of Islam to suit his personal needs. He was guilty of bigger distortions. Much bigger. Habib went to the dresser for his crocheted kufi, then stopped. Even after washing his face and hands, the smell of sex lingered, which made wusul, the cleaning of the whole body, mandatory before prayer. The removal of such impurities involved a certain step-by-step ritual, but he asked for Allah's forgiveness and simply jumped in the shower. The drafty apartment had a perpetual chill in winter, and the hot water felt so good that Habib could have stood there for another 30 minutes. But he had missed Maghrib as well as Zuhr and Asr, so he was determined to be timely about Isha. The starting time changed each day. It began when complete darkness arrived. Some Muslims were quite scientific about it, setting the time at precisely when the sun had descended at least 12 degrees below the horizon. But no one could pinpoint the commencement of Isha better than a man who thought of dusk as dawn. A man who, for the past 3 years, had called himself the Dark. Habib peered through the shower glass and looked out the bathroom window. The city lights had a certain glow when it was truly nightfall, and by his estimation, he had at least another 15 minutes. He squeezed a glob of shampoo from the bottle, his mind a-whirl as he worked the lather through his hair. The news from Shada had surprised him. It had come while they were lying naked on the bed, his heart still thumping from an intense climax. Out of the blue, she'd told him about Paulo. Habib had pressed her for details, but she denied that it was a prearranged meeting, and she'd offered up nothing in response to his questions. What is Swyteck doing with him? No idea. How did they track you down? I swear I don't have a clue. Habib still wasn't sure if he believed her. His initial reaction had been to blame her for being careless and somehow blowing their cover. On reflection, however, perhaps it was his own damn fault. Could they know about the email? He was thinking about the email to Jamal's father. I killed your son. I wanted you to know that. Sending it had been risky, but he couldn't help himself. Memories of his sister, of how Jamal's father had gotten her to volunteer for martyrdom in Mogadishu, still burned like a firestorm. I'm glad I sent it. The bathroom light switched on, and the blast of brightness was more than he could stand. My eyes! He shouted. Oops, I'm sorry, said Shada, and the light cut off. He closed his eyes, soothing them with darkness, and then he opened them slowly. It was all he could do since the explosion. Sleeping by day, working by night, living in shadows, running from the sun, showering in the dim glow of a tiny nightlight. Photophobia was what the doctors called it. A diagnosis that spoke more to the symptoms than the cause. For 3 years he'd suffered. And even though it was his own bullet that had punctured the propane tank and unleashed the destructive flash of heat and light, there was only one person to blame.
This is all your fault, Polo, even if you did get the worst of it.
He turned off the water, stepped out of the shower, and toweled himself dry. The bathroom window had darkened. It was past Isha, but he didn't feel like praying. His friends at the mosque would have told him he wasn't a good Muslim, and they would have been right.
I am the dark.
He pulled on a bathrobe and went to his computer. Shada was only pretending to be asleep, but he didn't care, so long as she left him alone. A 3-year-old anger burned inside of him. Vince Polo had already lost his sight in the same explosion, and the dark had shown him the mercy of leaving it at that. But if Polo had come here like a blind fool thinking he could settle an old score, it was the dark's intention to make him pay an even steeper price. And just as he'd done with Jamal's father, the dark wanted the pleasure of telling him so. He entered a stolen user ID and password to log on to an email account. It wasn't the same account he'd used to contact Jamal's father, and he used a new screen name as well. One that would definitely mean something to Vince Polo. He banged out a quick message, then stopped. FMLTWIA. The simple act of typing in the screen name, 7 letters that summed up his work for the past 3 years, triggered a brainstorm. The work had begun with McKenna, but it was ongoing, as enduring as the memory of what happened to his sister in Mogadishu. He was suddenly thinking of the other little whore in the cellar, of her breach of security during his trip to Miami, her phone call to Swyteck. That's why Swyteck is here. Maybe she'd reached out to Shada, too. The thought chilled him, but he quickly calmed himself. There was no way. It would have taken a major breakdown in his spyware for any communication to Shada to have gone undetected. And Shada would never have set up a LMIRL hookup with Kitty 8 if she knew about a 16-year-old runaway in the cellar. Assuming there really was a Kitty 8. He retrieved Paulo's email address from the Miami Police Department homepage before putting the finishing touches on the draft message. It didn't matter if Swyteck had brought Paulo to London, or if Paulo had brought Swyteck. They were here together, and that made for a single threat. The draft email seemed fine, but he didn't want to fire off anything in knee-jerk fashion. He took a couple minutes to get dressed, then returned to the computer to read it again. Perfect. He hit send, then started across the bedroom. "Where are you going?" Shada asked from the bed. He put on his coat, the one with the key to the cellar in the pocket, and turned to face her in the darkness.
"Taking care of business," he said.
"What does that mean?" He stepped closer to the bed, his expression deadly serious.
"It means none of your business," he said,
letting her feel the weight of his stare for a minute. Finally, he turned and left the room, closing the bedroom door behind him. Chapter 55. Jack was glad to hear Andy's voice on the line. It was lunchtime in Miami, and she had only a few minutes. Vince had gone down to dinner by himself to give Jack time alone to talk in the room. Jack wanted to tell her how much he missed her, but Andy wasn't one to get all sloppy on the phone in the middle of her workday. Thea wants to know if you're planning to hit the Tanqueray distillery, she said. Thea was like those relatives up north who expect you to bring them back a bag of grapefruit every time you visit Florida. Jack would rather fork over $20 with directions to their local grocery store. He changed the subject. How's Grandpa? He's doing surprisingly well. We've had some good talks since you left. You have? It's weird. Your trip to London seems to have energized him, or at least triggered some long-term memory. Are you telling me there really was a General Swyteck? No, but Grandpa was convincing enough that I did some research on your family. Jack caught his breath. An FBI agent doing research on your family could be dangerous, even if she was your fiancée. What did you find out? No General Swyteck, but it turns out there was actually a Czech general who went into exile in the UK right around the time period your grandfather was talking about, early 1940s. And his last name was Petrock. Is it the same Petrock as my grandmother? I haven't gotten that far yet. The landline rang. Jack's first thought, that Vince had gotten lost in the lobby and was calling for help, was a stupid one, as he quickly realized that somehow Vince had managed to survive pretty well without him for the past 3 years. He put Andy on hold and picked up. It was Chuck Mays. Did you look at the file I sent you? Chuck had emailed Jack a key file that he'd obtained through Project Roundup. It wasn't that Jack didn't appreciate how important the work was. It just took some emotional preparation to dive into this particular type of P2P trading. Not yet. What are you waiting for? Another dead friend? Chuck had quite the way of reminding him that he was here for Neil. But he had a point. I'll do it tonight, said Jack. Let's do it now. I said I'd get to it. I'll walk you through it. It will be better that way. Again, he had a point. Jack took a minute to say goodbye to Andy on his cell. Then he returned to Chuck on the landline and booted up his laptop. Chuck gave him click-by-click instructions to bring up the file. It was a video, as Jack had expected, and a thumbnail bearing the name Project Roundup appeared on Jack's LCD. That's obviously not the original thumbnail, said Chuck. But everything else about the file is intact, exactly the material I traded for on the P2P network. Left-click once, and that will bring up the original thumbnail. Click again, and that will enlarge it to screen size. Jack clicked once, and even though the icon was the size of a postage stamp, it was enough to give him pause. He clicked again and looked away. Do you see it? Asked Chuck. Jack's gaze returned to the screen. The girl staring back at him was wide-eyed with fright. Jack guessed that she was 16, at most, and her long brown hair was tied in pigtails to make her look even younger than she was. She was wearing only the skirt from a cheerleading outfit, and across her smallish breasts someone had written a message in bold red lipstick. FMLTWIA. Chuck said, If you click again, is it really necessary that I watch this? Said Jack. Hey, if you want to understand the artist, you have to look at the art. Jack had heard that analogy before, even from elite FBI profilers, and he'd never liked it. It was running way too far with Warhol's concept that art is what you can get away with, as if there were art in savagery. Jack took a breath and clicked again. The image shocked him, as he wasn't prepared for instant hardcore sex. Chuck said, The guys who crave this stuff aren't into foreplay. The man was unidentifiable, his face completely off-screen, his body filmed from the big hairy stomach down. The phallic version of the proverbial everyman. Nothing about the girl suggested a willing participant. Jack looked away, but the audio was equally disturbing. The man inside her shouting at his underage victim, berating her on his way toward climax.
Who did this to you, huh?
You did.
No, who did this to you? Who made you into such a little slut?
Me.
Say it again!
I did. Jack closed the file, ending it.
That's enough, I get it. No, you don't, said Chuck.
I've been studying these 6 sons of bitches for 3 years, and I still don't get it.
Jack felt a sudden urge to shut down his computer, to grab it and throw it out the window. He was so repulsed. He collected himself and said, "What I'm saying is that I get the FMLTWIA. That was the text message that McKenna sent to Jamal before she was murdered."
"Let's be more precise," said Chuck.
"The man who killed McKenna used McKenna's phone to send that message to Jamal. That made it look like Jamal was the killer. That's why I was so encouraged when I found these FMLTWIA videos being traded in the P2P networks. There are more? Many more. Some sick pervert took the text acronym that high school girls send to their boyfriends and turned it into his pornographic video signature." Jack was almost afraid to ask, but he had to know. "Is there a McKenna video?" "Not that I've been able to find. But my theory is that her killer made one before. You know." Jack noted the break in Chuck's voice. And it was a painful reminder that this was a father talking about his child. Chuck was a tough guy, but no one could be a John Walsh all the time. Chuck continued, his composure restored. "That's what drives me with Project Roundup. If I can find McKenna's video, and if I can use Project Roundup to unwind the trades all the way back to the camera that created it, bingo, you found a killer. In fact, it may be the only way to catch this guy," said Chuck. "There are no witnesses. All physical evidence was destroyed in the fire, which would give McKenna's killer good reason to go to great lengths to stop Project Roundup." There was silence on the line, as if they were both ticking off the lives that had been lost so far. Finally, Chuck said, "I realize there are missing pieces to this puzzle." "A few," said Jack. "I think they'll fall into place once we get an answer to the one part of the equation that doesn't seem to add up." Jack thought about it, and intuitively, he knew it was the one thing that had troubled him all along. Why did McKenna say Jamal did it? "Remind me to ask that question," said Chuck, "just as soon as I get my hands around this monster's throat." Chapter 56. It was cold in the back seat of the taxi, but Vince didn't ask the driver to turn up the heat. A little chill in the air would keep him alert. It was important to be alert around guns. Vince had lied to Jack about going down to dinner. Food was the furthest thing from his mind. He was singularly focused on the email message that had landed in his work mailbox, and which his screen reader had converted from text to mechanical audio. "Are you afraid of the dark? Admit it. You are. You shouldn't have come to London. May the best blind man win." The city streets were wet, and the whoomp-whoomp of the windshield wipers gave rhythm to his ruminations. The dark. He imagined the words were capitalized in the email, and the significance wasn't lost on him. He'd heard about the signature before, scrawled on the cocktail napkin in a message to Jack at the Lincoln Road Cafe. On the napkin from Club Inversion that police had found in Jamal's back pocket after he was killed. In his own mind, Vince had already made the connection between McKenna's killer and this man who called himself the Dark. But the reference in this email to the best blind man was confusing. Was he blind too?
Was he talking about blindness in some other sense? Was it just more taunting? Vince wasn't sure. Nor had he determined how the dark knew he was in London. But he recognized fighting words when he heard them. If it was a showdown he wanted, then yes, by all means, let the better man win. Right turn at Whitechapel High Street in 25 meters. It was the computerized voice of his GPS navigator. He didn't trust taxi drivers, who had been known to rob blind people, well, blind. The driver turned right, and Vince was glad to have kept him honest. They were headed for Brick Lane, an East End area once prowled by Jack the Ripper, now famous for curry houses and everything Bangladeshi. Streets were narrow and the one-way traffic was slow, so Vince used the travel time to phone his wife. The call went straight to voicemail. At the tone, he left a simple message. I love you. The taxi stopped. I love you too, said the driver. £4.50. The GPS navigator announced, You have arrived at your destination. It was nice to have the reassurance of technology that he wasn't being dropped off just anywhere, even if the satellite was a few seconds late. Which way is the Kushiara ATM? Asked Vince. Get out and you'll be standing right in front of it. That was exactly where Vince wanted to be. The corner of Brick Lane and Fashion Street, south of the old Truman Brewery. He paid the fare, stepped out to the sidewalk, and closed the door. The taxi pulled away, and even though he was alone, his old friend was with him. Rain. It was abundant in London, creating a world that didn't depend on sight. Vince popped his umbrella and listened. He could hear footsteps around him, easily differentiating between the heavy plod of a passing jogger and the lighter step of a woman walking in high heels. He could feel the breeze on his face and smell the curry from the restaurant down the street. He heard a flag flapping in the breeze overhead, the clang of a bicycle bell. With a little extra concentration, he could distinguish buses from trucks, trucks from cars, little cars from motor scooters. Nearby, a pigeon cooed, then another, and it sounded as though they were scrapping over a piece of bread, or perhaps a muffin that someone had dropped on the sidewalk. A car door slammed. Men were talking in the distance. In some ways, he was more aware of his surroundings, or at least of certain details of his surroundings, than many sighted persons. Are you afraid of the dark? The question had been poignant. Yes, sometimes he was. When he used his mind's eye to step outside of himself, and he remembered a world that was so much more than sound, smell, taste, and touch. The fearful Vince was all too aware that he lived his life largely in a reactive posture. That things still existed even if they concealed themselves and did not call out to him for recognition. He wondered what lay hidden on these old streets, how close he really was to danger, to the dark. Are you Vince? He turned at the sound of the man's voice. Who's asking? Prince Charles. The guy was every bit the smartass in person that he had been on the phone, and the Bangladeshi accent was just as prominent. Vince took the envelope from his pocket and handed it over. He could hear the man open it, presumably counting out the 200 pounds in cash. You sure you don't want the submachine gun? The man said. It's only another 100 pounds. The UK had some of the toughest gun laws in the world, but the guy was only half joking. Even semi-automatic weapons could be had for as little as 300 pounds, and bootleg DVDs and black market tobacco weren't the only illegal trade in Banglatown. It was all a matter of knowing the right person, and Chuck Mays had assured Vince that if he needed anything in the East End, an expat from Dhaka named Sanu Reza was the go-to guy. The Glock will do, said Vince. "We have to walk about 2 blocks," Reza said. Vince unfolded his walking stick, asked the man for his arm, and placed his hand in the crook of the man's elbow. "You lead," said Vince. "I've never brokered a sale to a blind guy before," he said, as they started down the sidewalk. Vince smiled to himself, mildly amused that both Reza and the Dark were under the same misapprehension. "No worries," he said, thinking of the precious time he'd logged at the shooting range with Brainport back in Miami, and of the prototype of the device that his friend Chuck had shipped to the hotel. This blind man isn't as blind as some people think he is. Chapter 57. It was well beyond nightfall, and the Dark walked down the alley with purpose. Part of him had wanted to go straight from his computer to the cellar, but he kept his urge under control. The self-storage unit for his equipment was 8 blocks from his flat, and it had taken almost 40 minutes to walk there. It was a discipline he'd learned with Al-Shabaab. Never go directly from point A to point B. Take the long route, then go around the block again until you're absolutely sure that no one is following. Everything he needed from storage fit into his backpack, and in minutes he was on his way. The diversion had fueled his intensity, however, and he took a less circuitous route to the cellar. He checked over his shoulder once, then put down his backpack and aimed the key at the door lock. The tumblers clicked as the lock received the key, and the feel of a perfect fit was a sensual rush, a sign of what was to come. The Dark had waited a very long time for this, having resisted the temptation to take her so many times in the past, before the moment was exactly right. It had been 6 months since she had fallen into his trap. The first 4 had been the usual conditioning. 16 weeks of confinement and total isolation in the cellar. She ate, slept, and bathed only when he allowed it. She wore the clothes he gave her. The lights went on or off when he said so. She had no television, no radio, no iPod, no CDs, no computer. Then, at week 17, he started leaving magazines for her. Softcore things at first. Partially clothed young girls in provocative poses. At first she ignored them, but eventually boredom or curiosity got the best of her. She bit. He'd changed the material daily, each magazine a little more explicit than the one before it. The conditioning had gone much better than with her underage predecessors. She'd soaked it up, thumbing through even the images of old men having the time of their life with the oral sex is not sex generation. It had gone so well, in fact, that at week 20, he'd started letting her venture out for an hour each day with an ankle bracelet. The plan was to turn her into a recruiter, his link to more teenage girls, the way he'd trained Shada to be his link to other women. "You're next, Kitty 8. The deadbolt turned. The Dark pushed the door open, locked it behind him, and started down the concrete staircase. He was just 10 steps away from the secure metal door that he'd installed at the lower entrance to the cellar apartment. His pack of tools was starting to feel heavy. He'd taken only the bare essentials from the warehouse, but filming without a crew wasn't easy. He needed 2 cameras with tripods and remote-controlled zooms for wide shots, and a handheld for close-ups. He would cut and mix later. 1 shotgun microphone would catch the audio. A PAG light would eliminate the grainy amateur look, even if his hypersensitive eyes did force him to wear dark glasses suitable for the snowblind. No glasses for her. Just gold stiletto heels, a black lace thong, rope, and handcuffs. A rush of adrenaline coursed through him as he fumbled for the second key. He was already thinking of camera angles and positioning. First-class footage was not required, but material on the P2P networks did need to be tradeworthy. The quality of some downloads he'd watched was abysmal, and once upon a time, quality hadn't mattered. His earliest ventures into P2P weren't about titillation. He was studying the ways of encryption and secret communications among pedophiles, seeing how those methods could be applied to Al-Shabaab's communications. Sometimes it angered him the way this dark world had sucked him in. Sometimes. He turned the knob and pushed open the door. "Is that you?" she asked. She always asked that same question, but he knew what she was really asking. "What do you want from me?" That fear in her voice was a good thing. He wished the camera were already running. He adjusted the dimmer switch on the wall to bring a little light to the room, then started toward her. She lay on the mattress in the corner, which was a good place for them to start. She'd end up on the floor. There was no written script, but as he drew closer, he could hear the first take in his head. "Who did this to you, huh? You did." "No! Tell me who it was." "Me." "Who made you into such a little slut?" "I did." "No!" he shouted, emerging from his thoughts. "That's the wrong answer!" The outburst made him stop, and he worried that his voice might have been heard outside the cellar. The girl looked up from the bed, her eyes wide with fear. "I didn't say anything," she said. He knew she hadn't, but the anger inside him was uncontrollable. Girls blaming themselves used to work for him, but not anymore. Not after what had happened in Mogadishu. A scream, not the girl's, cut through the silence as the closet door flew open. It was as if the dark had been hit by a charging rhinoceros. He was suddenly on the floor, flat on his back. The weight of his attacker was on his chest, and a pair of very strong hands was at his throat. He gasped for air, but his windpipe was closed. There was another scream. It was the girl this time, and the dark had just enough oxygen flowing to his brain to process what was happening to him. His eyes were bulging. His head was on the verge of exploding, and the man with his hands around his throat was obviously not taking prisoners. The dark hadn't come this far to die on the cellar floor. His backpack was within reach, right where it had fallen. Even though it had seemed heavy a minute earlier, he found the strength to grab it by one strap and launch it from the floor with the force of a catapult. Something cracked inside the backpack, or maybe it was the attacker's skull. The grip on his throat eased for an instant, as if the blow had dazed his attacker, and the dark seized the moment. He pushed with all his strength and sent the man flying across the room. But he came right back at the dark, and the momentum sent them both crashing into the wall. A hot, wet spray slapped the dark across the face. "Am I bleeding?" The man grabbed the dark by the hair and slammed his head against the floor. Once, twice, a third time. Each time, the dark felt that hot spray on his face. But each blow was weaker than the last. With the fourth, his attacker fell backward, a battered heap. "It's not my blood!" The dark tried to push himself up from the floor, but the cellar was a whirl, and he couldn't move. He couldn't even turn his head. He thought he saw the girl standing over him, but he was barely able to focus. She stepped past him. The dark heard her voice, but she wasn't speaking to him. The words didn't register, but her tone was one of concern. She knows the guy. It was his last conscious thought, before the dimly lit room turned completely dark. Chapter 58. Jack went out looking, for what he wasn't sure. For Vince, for Shada, for answers. He was finding none of them. His coat was barely warm enough for a Miami winter, and his new leather gloves were touring around London in the back seat of the cab that he and Vince had grabbed at the airport. But he braved the chill, needing to get out of the hotel room and clear his head. Walking certain areas of the East End after dark was not a good idea, so Jack stuck to the route suggested by the concierge. London's streets were laid out long before surveyors with precision instruments platted the emerging cities of the New World with grid systems. Jack soon learned that it was not unusual for London streets to change names 3 times in the space of 3 blocks. How the heck is Vince getting around here? He stopped at the corner to check his map, but the one he'd picked up from the hotel was essentially a walking tour of World War II memorials. The East End was especially hard hit by Hitler's air raids, partly because of its proximity to the docks, partly because the attack on its heavily Jewish population fit nicely with the Nazi agenda. The dates on the memorial plaques along the route: the bombing of the Great Synagogue, Duke's Place, May 1942. The Bethnal Green Tube Station disaster, March 1943, were right around the time period that Jack's grandfather had been talking about. It got Jack to thinking about Grandpa and General Swyteck, Petrock, whoever. Maybe he could stop by the Czech Center in the morning and straighten it out. "Excuse me, my 87-year-old grandfather, who talks to a dead pope and who suddenly thinks her family is Jewish, says we're related to an expat Czech general from World War II. Can you help me? Oh, and did I mention he has Alzheimer's? Come with me." Jack resisted the strange woman pulling on his arm, and when she tugged harder, he swung in self-defense, forcing her to duck out of the way. "It's me, Shada Mays." Jack froze, but her grip tightened around his forearm as she led him into the pub at the corner. They settled into the darkest booth available, where Jack stared at her from across the table, too stunned to talk. She seemed out of breath, and for a moment Jack wondered if Shada had been running one continuous marathon since they'd bumped into each other outside the Carpenter's Arms. "Where's Vince?" she asked. "I don't know. Tell me what's going on." She glanced nervously over her shoulder, and in the dim glow of a neon sign in the window, Jack noticed the abrasions and swelling on the side of her face. "What happened to you?" he asked. "I thought he was going to kill me." "Vince?" "No. This guy who, it's a long story." "Do you need a doctor?" "No, I'm fine. Just a little sore." "Tell me who did this to you." "His name's Habib. He fooled me for a long time, but I'm starting to think he killed my daughter." Jack was speechless for a second. "Okay, I've got a lot of catching up to do." Even the short version took several minutes. She covered everything from her infidelity before McKenna's death to the recent blows that marked her face. Jack leaned close as he listened, arms resting atop the table, trying to absorb the enormity of what she was saying. "When I ran from you today," she continued, "I went over to his flat. After we were together, Habib went out, but he wouldn't tell me where he was going. I had a bad vibe, like something was about to snap. Sure enough, he came back a couple hours later looking like he'd been fighting. He started shouting, accusing me of double-crossing him and setting him up. Crazy stuff about how I'd blown 6 months of work." "What kind of work?" "I have no idea." Jack retrieved his cell phone from his coat. "Who are you calling?" she asked. "I agreed to keep the police out of this until Vince and I were able to talk to you. Now I'm hearing that the man who beat you up may also have killed your daughter. But clearly, you're not telling me everything. So I'm calling the police." She grabbed his phone. "I'm not ready to go to the police." "You mean Chuck's not ready to go to the police?" Her mouth fell open, and the reaction confirmed Jack's suspicion. Coordination of some sort was stretching across the ocean. "What kind of weird thing do you and Chuck have going on?" Again, she had no answer. Jack snatched his phone back from her. Lawyer's instinct told him to make the phone call and turn this over to the police, to let Scotland Yard find McKenna's killer, perhaps Neil's killer too. But tonight might be his only chance to find out what Shada knew. Neil would have run with an opportunity like this, and that was a good enough barometer for Jack. He's tracking me, isn't he? Chuck has GPS spyware tied to my cell phone, and that's how you found me on the street. Well, that may be. I'm giving you 5 minutes to make sense of this, said Jack. I hardly know where to start. Start by telling me why you think this man may be your daughter's killer. Habib told me he was there, in the house when she was killed. He told you that today? No. We talked the day after McKenna died. That was when he told me. Jack paused, not comprehending, not sure what to ask next. One question loomed largest. How in the world could you run off to London with the man who murdered your daughter? I didn't, she said. In fact, a big part of the reason I left the country, was to get away from the reminders of what had happened to McKenna. I didn't think I was running off with her killer. I was sure Jamal did it. Because McKenna named him? Not just that. Habib told me what happened. His version of what happened, you mean? What was his story? She winced with pain, not from his question, but from the bruises. Jack slid out of the booth, quickly got some ice from the bartender, and wrapped it in a napkin for her. She pressed it to her face as she spoke. That day McKenna died, Chuck was out of the country. Habib came over to see me. I wasn't there, but as he was walking back to his car, he heard a scream from inside the house. He knew where we hid the house key, under the pot on the porch, and when he opened the door he saw Jamal running down the stairs. Habib chased him through the kitchen and into the garage, and Jamal hit him over the head with a rake or something. Habib came to after a few minutes and heard another noise. He tried to get up, but was so shaky he knocked over the garbage can. Next thing he knew, the door flew open and Vince Paulo shot at him. The bullet hit the propane tank on our barbecue. You know the rest. It was barely plausible, and Jack called it what it was. Everything he told you is a crock. Jamal wasn't even in the country when McKenna was killed. I didn't know that at the time. I kept getting threatening emails from Jamal all the way up until Habib and I came up with our plan, until I became Maysoon and went to live with him here in London. Jamal was in Gitmo when you were getting those messages. How was I supposed to know that? I wanted to believe what Habib was telling me. It wasn't Chuck's fault. The way he took McKenna's death so hard and blamed himself for being out of the country. But honestly, if I had stayed around Chuck another day, I probably would have ended up committing suicide for real. I thought I could start over with Habib. I thought I knew him. She moved the ice to the darkening bruise on her cheekbone. Until today. You need to tell me how it got to this point. I told you. This is the first I've seen this side of him. Really? Do you think I would have given up my life in Miami and moved to London for this? Do you think I came all the way from Miami to get half the story? Talk to me, Shada. Now. She looked away, ashamed, then spoke in a soft voice of resignation. My relationship with Habib had its kinky side, I guess you'd say. Never anything illegal, but he was after me to find women and set up a threesome for him. But is that so bad? Isn't that every man's fantasy? Jack let that one go. The walls had ears, and Andy's middle name was Walls. Anyway, she said, something set him off today. What set him off? That's the thing I'm trying to understand. I really don't know. He's been edgy lately, and when he came back from wherever he went tonight, it was like a bomb exploding. I had to fight my way out of the apartment. Thankfully, I can outrun just about anyone. Jack could attest to that. Anyway, said Shada, I started this conversation by asking you where Vince is. Chuck doesn't know? asked Jack. Why doesn't he just track him down with the cell phone spyware the same way you found me?
We tried, said Shada. But the spyware doesn't work if you remove the battery from the cell. Vince knows that, and that's what has Chuck a little worried.
Maybe I should check in with his wife.
Chuck did already. If you call, she'll just worry even more.
The only other option was to call the police, but he knew the cops wouldn't help find someone who'd been missing for just 2 hours.
Let's go to the hotel and wait for him, said Shada. I need your computer.
To find Vince?
No. Shada put down the ice.
I've been getting more and more suspicious since I heard Jamal was dead. Once I get a bad feeling about someone, I don't just sit around and play victim.
Meaning what? Said Jack.
Shada dug into her pocket and pulled out a handful of USB flash drives.
While Habib was out today, I copied some files from his laptop.
Does Chuck know about this?
Why do you think we tracked you down so fast when we couldn't find Vince?
Jack was suddenly feeling better about the trust issue. Can I see those files?
Not without Chuck.
Naturally, said Jack, wondering how the world had turned before web conferences. Let's patch him in. Chapter 59. It was a 10-minute walk to the hotel. Not surprisingly, Shada was facile with the computer, and Jack zoned out as she set up communication with Chuck. Funny how the mind works, but Jack spent half that time trying to remember the name of the pub they had just left. Too many authentic pubs had converted into gastro bars. Not much profit in Scotch eggs, but tuna tartare was a whole new world, and Jack thought he might want to return someday with Andy when this insanity was over. Hamilton Hall, that's it.
We're good to go, said Shada.
Chuck, can you hear me? Jack expected to see Chuck's face on his computer screen, but it was his usual desktop, even when Chuck's voice came over the speaker. Yeah, I'm here, Shada explained.
Chuck has control over your computer now. We can watch what he clicks on, what files he accesses. It's as if he's in the room with us and we're looking over his shoulder.
Jack wondered how many times Chuck had done one of these remote access jobs without people knowing it. Go ahead and insert the flash drive, said Chuck. He was talking about the files Shada had copied from Habib's computer.
Which one? She asked.
How the fuck would I know, Shada?
You don't have to be nasty about it, she said.
Jack detected the tone of a man none too keen on his wife's sleeping habits. So much for any likelihood of long-term coordination between these two.
I really don't know which one to choose, she said.
Just pick one that has video content. I'm most interested in seeing what this fucker has been downloading. His tone wasn't getting any sweeter. Jack just hoped Chuck could control his anger long enough to get the information they needed from Shada. Shada sorted through the flash drives. She'd numbered them, presumably based on the order in which she'd copied the files. Jack filled the lull with what was on his mind. Chuck, do you know where Vince is? Chuck didn't answer right away, and it was more than just a web transmission delay. Finally, the response came over the speaker. I haven't heard from him. That's not what I asked, said Jack. More silence. Jack pressed. Chuck, do you know something?
Vince is a big boy. I'm sure he's fine. Shada the flash drive, please.
Shada selected one and inserted it in the USB port. I don't like being kept in the dark, Jack said. You're seeing the files the same time I'm seeing them, Chuck said. How is that being kept in the dark? I'm talking about Vince. You don't sound very happy with Shada, and I had this feeling that you pressured her into creating this complete diversion to keep me from finding out what Vince is really up to.
The files are encrypted, said Chuck.
Jack was being ignored.
Can't you break the code? Asked Shada.
Ignored by both of them.
Jack's cell rang.
He checked the number but didn't recognize it. He answered on the third ring, and the urgent voice on the line was strangely familiar.
Mr. Swyteck, is this Jack Swyteck?
Yes, who is... Jack stopped himself, suddenly recognizing the voice. It was the teenage girl who'd called him from Bethnal Green, who'd talked to Jamal right before he was killed, who'd claimed to know McKenna's killer, and who was too frightened to call the police. Jack drew a breath and tried not to spook her this time.
I was hoping you'd call again,
said Jack in a calm voice. Are you doing okay?
No, I don't know,
she said, straining with confusion. Jack wasn't sure if it was the right thing to say, but he said it anyway. You may not know this, but I'm in London right now, probably not too far from where you are.
How do you know where I am?
She sounded more than a little paranoid.
But don't worry, I'm not following you. But I would like to meet with you if... No! I'm not meeting with anybody!
Jack glanced at Shada, who was suddenly more interested in Jack's phone call than in Chuck's work on the computer screen. That's okay, Jack said into the phone. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do.
Is he dead?
She asked. Is who dead? Asked Jack.
The man who killed McKenna Mays.
We don't know who killed McKenna, do you?
Yes! I told you before, and I told Jamal too. He's creepy and scary and showed me pictures on his computer, and he said if I ever tried to escape, I'd end up just like McKenna Mays.
Jack glanced at his computer, wondering if those pictures were among the files that Shada had copied onto the flash drive. What's his name?
I don't know.
When did you see him last? Asked Jack.
A couple of hours ago,
she said, her voice cracking.
He came to the cellar, and...
And what? Asked Jack. She didn't answer, and the crack in her voice had mushroomed into outright sobbing. Jack wasn't sure how much longer he could keep her on the line. Listen to me, please, said Jack. It's okay if you don't want to tell me where you are, but can you tell me where that cellar is?
No! Not if he's not dead. I saw the pictures. He showed me what he'd do to me if I ever told anyone.
He doesn't have to find out you told me anything.
He knows everything. This sucks so bad. Why couldn't he die? He looked dead.
Jack did a double take. He looked dead when?
When we left.
We? Said Jack. Someone was with you in the cellar?
There was a big fight, and he just laid there as I cut off the ankle bracelet. Then we ran.
Ankle, he started to say, but the bracelet was secondary. Who was with you? She didn't answer. Jack tried again. Please, I need to know who was with you. He heard her talking away from the phone. A few seconds later, she was back on the line.
I don't know his name, and he's not answering me.
What do you mean he doesn't answer? Her voice was suddenly racing.
It was really a bad fight. They both got hurt, and he seemed okay when we ran, but I'm not so sure now. I'm taking care of him, and if he has to go to the hospital, I'll call an ambulance. But right now, I don't want to go anywhere until you tell me that I'm not going to end up like McKenna.
I promise you that is not going to happen.
You don't know that.
I know that I can help you.
No one can. Not until the Dark is dead.
The Dark. Did you just call him the Dark?
That's what he told me to call him. What he told me to be afraid of.
Please, you have to tell me where you... Jack stopped. The line had gone silent, and he could tell she was gone. Jack immediately dialed back, but she didn't answer. It went straight to voicemail.
Hello, this is Hassan. I can't come to the phone right now.
Jack knew the voice, and it gave him chills. It was Maryam Wakefield's brother-in-law. Jamal's uncle. Chapter 60. It was almost 6 p.m. in Arlington, and Sid Littleton was working through dinner. The offices of Black Eye Security were on the Virginia side of the Potomac, and at sunset the shadows on the partially frozen river looked like black ice. It was on a winter day like this one, 6 years earlier, that Littleton had named his private military firm. Littleton was meeting with his Washington lawyers when his cell phone rang. He checked the number. It was from London. He excused himself from the conference room so that he could return the call in private on a more secure line. Congressional hearings into the possible existence of black sites in Eastern Europe had started on Monday. The highly politicized inquiry was making little headway, but at least one member of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform was chomping at the bit to grill the arrogant CEO of Black Eye Security. Littleton's testimony would begin at 9 a.m., and his lawyer's job was to make him the most prepared witness from the handful of private military firms summoned to the Hill. Littleton wasn't worried. He assured his counsel that it would be over his dead body that the committee would get to the bottom of any privately run black sites. He didn't mention the other dead bodies. Most recently, Neil Godrich. Littleton stepped into his corner office, where floor-to-ceiling windows offered power views of the Pentagon and the upscale area known as Pentagon City. Seated behind the 200-year-old walnut desk that his father had used as director of the CIA, Littleton picked up the phone and dialed the number. He never took a call from his chief special operations man directly. They needed to account for the possibility that Habib might be calling with a gun to his head. The protocol was for Littleton to return the call using Diffie-Hellman top military-level cell encryption methods. If Habib answered with the correct greeting, Littleton knew that he was talking under his own free will. FMLTWIA, said Habib. It was the correct reading. The man could talk freely.
Go ahead,
said Littleton.
Major problem. I have reason to believe that some files from my computer may have been copied.
Which files?
The ones Chang had.
Littleton sank in his chair. The elimination of Ethan Chang had been an easy decision. Chang had transported several detainees to the Black Eye site in the Czech Republic, and he'd even created videos of what went on there, including a few videos of Jamal Wakefield. It was brazen enough that Chang demanded serious money from Littleton to keep quiet about it. When he threatened to give the images to Jack Swyteck if Black Eyes didn't pay up, he'd left Littleton no choice. The CEO did, however, have issues with the Bond-like assassination technique that Habib had chosen.
You were supposed to destroy those files,
Littleton said.
Obviously, I didn't.
Why not?
Look, if you want a second guess, go back to 3 years ago, when you should never have let Jamal Wakefield leave the Czech Republic alive.
A 19-year-old kid doesn't deserve to die just because he's a stupid punk in over his head.
I beg to differ.
I ordered his release because you were learning more about Project Roundup from Chuck Mays' wife than our interrogators could ever squeeze out of one of his employees. So don't put this problem on me, Habib. You should have destroyed the videos of what went on at that facility, period.
Fine.
I should have, but I didn't.
Right now, it doesn't matter why. We've got a problem that we have to deal with.
Littleton tried to control his anger. For purposes of handling the immediate problem, Habib was right. It mattered not why he had failed to destroy the files. But Habib would have some explaining to do once this fire was out. How big is the problem?
The only safe assumption is that the files are going straight to Chuck Mays.
Son of a bitch! Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
I don't think you do, said Littleton. The same technology that Mays is applying to kiddie porn
can be used to reverse engineer the technological DNA of any video he gets his hands on. He can trace those black site videos back to black ice, and the things we did to those detainees make Abu Ghraib and Gitmo look like a spa. Fortunately, you're not in the videos. It doesn't matter! If Mays can link that kind of abuse to my company, I'm dead. You hear me? I'm not just talking about the cancellation of DoD security contracts in Iraq and Afghanistan. I mean this literally. I'm dead. Sounds like you're hitting the panic button. I want to know what you are going to do about it. I have the upper hand on Chuck Mays. All I need from you is a green light. A green light to do what? To play my ace in the hole. Do I want to know what your ace in the hole is? That's a good question, do you? Littleton considered it. There was always a danger of asking one question too many in this line of work. You have the green light, said Littleton. Do what you gotta do. Chapter 61. Your boyfriend is the dark, said Jack. Jack's use of the dark meant nothing to Shada, but he put the pieces together and brought her up to speed on the string of notes with the same creepy messages. Are you afraid of the dark? He killed your daughter, Jack said. He killed Jamal. He killed a guy named Ethan Chang. He probably killed my friend Neil and Dr. Spiegelman along with him. And now it sounds like he almost killed Jamal's uncle. Chuck's reply rattled over the computer's little speaker. How did Jamal's uncle get involved with this? I've got a better question, said Jack, looking at Shada. Who is the girl in the cellar? I don't know, said Shada. This is the first I've heard anything about that. It's obvious that's where Habib, the Dark, went today after he left you. And you're telling me you had no idea? I had absolutely no idea, she said firmly. This wasn't one of your threesomes you arranged for him? No way. I told you it wasn't anything illegal. And it definitely wasn't about sex with underage girls. Threesomes? Said Chuck. Oh, Chuck, like you didn't enjoy them. Oh, sure, here it comes. You're sleeping with the sick son of a bitch who killed McKenna, and it's all my fault because I turned you on to threesomes. I didn't say it was your... Can we focus here, people? Said Jack, reaching for his cell. Or I'm calling the police. The sparring stopped. Good, said Jack. I'm not asking you to settle all the issues between you here now. Just behave yourselves. Now, whether you like it or not, I'm calling Jamal's mother. She deserves to know. No one argued. It was mid-afternoon in Minnesota. Mariam Wakefield answered on her home phone, and Jack could hear her concern as soon as he said he was calling from London. He delivered the news as gently as he could. She caught her breath, but she didn't sound totally shocked. Is Hassan dead or alive? She asked. We don't know, said Jack. I told him not to go, said Mariam, her voice quaking. Islam has no place for vigilantism. But Hassan was convinced that there would be no justice for Jamal in a court system that treated an innocent boy like a terrorist. I understand, said Jack. When I asked you to help us sue Chuck Mays, and instead you teamed up with him and Vincent Paulo, that pushed Hassan over the edge. Jack understood that too. How did Hassan track down the Dark? His brother? Jack started pacing as he spoke, as if energized by his own confusion. I thought Hassan hated his brother for going over to Al-Shabaab. He did, but Hassan would do anything for Jamal. His brother forwarded me an email that he received. I killed your son, it said. I showed it to Hassan, and he took it from there. I told you that the three of us used to live together in London before Jamal was born. Both brothers still have contacts in London,
Hassan especially, at the East End Mosque. As much as he hates his brother, he swallowed their differences and found Jamal's killer.
Who is he?
I don't have a name, but it's someone who used to be part of Al-Shabaab with Jamal's father.
Jack could hear the strain in her voice.
She couldn't afford to lose Hassan on top of Jamal.
Mariam, everything is going to be okay. I want you to take a minute to collect yourself, and then you and I are going to get on a conference call with Scotland Yard. You need to tell them everything you just told me.
No, said Chuck. We can't call the police.
Watch me, said Jack.
Stop, said Chuck. Listen to this for 1 minute.
Listen to what?
I was treating it as my business. Now we all have to deal with it.
Look, said Jack.
I agreed to keep the police out of this at first, but that doesn't make any sense now.
Just listen, said Chuck. It's the tail end of a phone call I got about 20 minutes ago. The computer screen flickered. The transmission was audio only, and the band on the audio tracker spiked up and down with each voice inflection on the recording.
Listen up, Maze.
Even though Jack didn't recognize the voice, he somehow knew it was the Dark. The recording continued.
I have someone you'll want to hear from.
Jack waited. The audio line on the LCD went flat, and suddenly it wobbled again with the beaten-down voice he instantly recognized.
The Dark is in charge, said Vince,
obviously saying what he had been told to say.
Do not come looking for me, and do not call the police. If you do, he will kill me. I'm afraid of the dark. You should be too.
The recording ended, and the audio line went flat again. Chapter 62.
Good news, Polo. The boss says I can take off your blindfold.
The Dark grabbed him by the hair, then slapped his hostage upside the head, as if Vince were the absent-minded one.
Oh, I forgot. You're not wearing a blindfold.
He laughed way too hard at his own stupid joke, but Vince said nothing. He was seated in a desk chair, hands tied behind his back, unable to move. The Dark walked to the window and double-checked that the plywood over it was secure. They were in a spacious suite on the 3rd floor of an abandoned hotel that was scheduled to be gutted and converted to flats. The nicest furnishings had been hauled away for auction, and only a wobbly table, a few old chairs, and a beat-up leather couch remained. There was no water or electricity, but the battery-powered lamp on the table was adequate, and when nature called, the toilet in the suite across the hall would suffice, even if it didn't flush.
Who's your boss?
Asked Vince. The Dark pulled up a chair and straddled it backward, his chin resting on his forearms as he stared at Vince. He was close enough for Vince to feel his presence, a technique he'd perfected on blindfolded women.
Let me explain something to you, Polo. Your life is in my hands, which means that you will live only as long as you are of use to me. You're not the hostage negotiator here. You don't get to ask questions. Why did you kill McKenna?
Cute, he said, scoffing.
Uncle Vince wants to know why. After I tell you, then what are you going to do? Fly back in your time machine and make it all better?
The Dark glanced across the room. The device that he'd ripped from Vince's head in the scuffle outside his flat was on the floor.
This brain port thing comes with a time machine function, right?
He said, mocking Vince. Vince said nothing, but the Dark could read his expression. The sunglasses had been smashed in their struggle, and Vince looked so much weaker without them.
Very foolish of you to try to ambush me,
the Dark said.
Desperate, really, even with this cool technology.
The Dark gave the device a closer look. He put on the headgear with the mounted camera, but he wasn't sure what to do with the tongue sensor.
What's this little lollipop thing for?
He asked.
You stick it up your ass, said Vince. The dog pulled off the headgear, threw the brain port onto the chair in the corner of the room, and punched Vince in the stomach so hard that it hurt his own hand. Vince gasped for air, hunching over. The dog shook the sting out of his fist. How do you like that, smart mouth? Did you rape McKenna? The dog hit him again, and Vince let out a loud groan. Yell, scream all you want, said the dog. I can fire off my gun if I want to. No one is going to hear you, except maybe a crack addict or two on the first floor. Vince caught his breath. Did you rape her? Kind of a one-track mind you've got there, partner. Did you? Asked Vince. What do you think? I think you're a sick bastard. The dark gave him another blow to the solar plexus, the hardest one yet. Typical hostage negotiator seat-of-the-pants psychology. It always boils down to sexual sadism. I hate to disappoint you, genius, but I killed McKenna because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's as simple as that. You're a liar. The dog grabbed him by the jaw and held his head up, as if daring Vince to stare at him through his blindness. My job was to find out as much as I could about Project Roundup. If that meant sleeping with Chuck May's wife, so be it. If that meant hacking into Chuck May's home computer while he was out of the country, no problem. Unfortunately, I had no idea McKenna was home at the time. She caught me, red-handed. There was no reason to make her suffer. If you gotta do it, you might as well make the most of it. Vince lunged forward from the chair, but his hands were tied behind his back. The dog dodged the headbutt and pushed him hard to the floor. Vince was face down, and the dog bore his knee into Vince's spine as he pressed the cold muzzle of the pistol to the base of his skull. That's your second silly move of the day, Polo. You're lucky I'm blind. No, you're lucky you're blind. You weren't the only one injured in that explosion. If you had walked away unscathed, I would have killed you 3 years ago. Probably after making you watch your wife have a go with me. Vince jerked his shoulders back, but his resistance was futile. Oh! Did I hit a sore spot? Said the dog. I thought you knew your wife sleeps around on you. Shut your mouth. A beautiful woman like that? Of course she feels sorry for you and wants to be the good wife. But how long did you really expect her to hang with a blind guy? You don't know Alicia. Oh, I know her all right. I'm sure she's thrilled about this brain pot contraption you've been testing. The less dependent you are on her, the less guilty she'll feel about leaving. She is going to leave you, Polo. Don't mistake pity for love. Every muscle in Vince's back tightened, and the dog sensed the hot rush of anger. But then he could almost feel the air escaping from Vince's lungs. It was satisfying to have touched a raw nerve, to have literally deflated him. The dog leaned closer, whispering into Vince's ear. Yes, I raped McKenna. I stabbed her with a kitchen knife. And I enjoyed it. Vince lay motionless. Now you know everything, Polo. Except for the one thing that I will let torment you all the way to your grave. He waited for Vince to say something, but he had gone silent. The dog said it for him. Why did she tell you Jamal did it? Chapter 63. Jack was feeling the jet lag. It was technically still day 1 in London, but his body was telling him that he'd gone too long without rest. His chin snapped up off his chest as the sound of Chuck's voice roused him from a state of semi-sleep.
I cracked the code, said Chuck, speaking over the computer.
What took you so long? Asked Jack. He was being facetious. Anything less than intelligence-grade encryption was no match for Chuck's supercomputers. Does that mean we can view the files now? Asked Shada.
No need, said Chuck. I ran them through my database. Part of Project Roundup is the cataloging of every single video file traded over the worst of the P2P networks. Trust me on this. The files that you copied from that creep's computer are not the kind of things that any normal human being would want to watch.
Jack was almost afraid to ask. What kind of content are we talking about?
Some people call it sexually explicit. I call it graphic violence.
Not against children, I hope.
No children in these videos. Interestingly, the violence is against grown men. By women.
That took Jack aback. Dominatrix stuff?
It goes beyond that. From a trading frequency standpoint, the most popular video shows a woman ripping out a man's pubic hair with her teeth.
Jack squirmed at the thought, then refocused. So are you saying that every single file that Shada copied has already been traded on the P2P networks?
All of them, except one.
Which one?
Jamal's.
Jack went cold. What does that one show?
I haven't watched it yet, and since it's never been traded on the P2P networks, I don't have the content cataloged. I thought I would pull it up now for the three of us to see.
Jack and Shada exchanged uneasy glances.
I don't need to see it, said Shada. This may not matter to you, Chuck, but I feel bad enough for the mistakes I've made without watching these videos.
Chuck didn't bite, unwilling to acknowledge her contrition just yet.
What about you, Swyteck? He asked. Jamal was your client.
Jack wasn't eager to say yes, but if Jamal's mother was going to hear about this from anyone, he wanted it to be from him, not Chuck. I should, Jack said, bracing himself. So I will. Chapter 64. Andy put her head down, pulled her wool scarf up over her nose, and walked into the wind. It was snowing in the Washington area. Tiny flakes fell from the night sky, flickered beneath the glow of street lamps, and gathered on the wet sidewalk in front of her. No doubt some tourist was giddy with excitement over postcard-quality photographs of the illuminated Capitol or Jefferson Memorial. Andy wished she were in Miami. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel was right across the street, which made her think of Jack. He'd probably booked the romantic weekend package a half-dozen times at the Ritz on South Beach, but something had always come up and forced them to cancel. Something was code for the FBI. Sorry, Jack. Andy still wasn't convinced that it was safe to return to Vortex. She'd left the company heliport on Sunday with the definite impression that Baena was having doubts about his trainee. But it wasn't Baena who had called to insist that she return tonight to discuss her immediate activation. The call had come from the top, from the CEO of Vortex's parent company, from Sid Littleton himself. You're close, Harley had told her. You have to go back. Andy knew her supervisor was right. An inch of new snow blanketed the sidewalk, and it squeaked beneath each step. Commuters had been heading home since lunchtime in anticipation of the coming storm. Even so, a long line of glowing orange taillights streamed up the street toward the on-ramp to the expressway. There were few pedestrians, just Andy and a lone lunatic jogger. A woman, Andy noted as she trudged by her. A pregnant woman. Now that was dedication. In her 6th month, easily, and Superwoman was out jogging in a snowstorm. She probably worked 60 hours a week at a major law firm, too. Dropped off her 3 older children at 3 different private schools on her way to work. Hit the gym every morning at 5 a.m., even if it meant getting up at 4 to put the cookies in the oven for the Cub Scout bake sale. Teleconferenced with teachers over lunch, organized charity events on weekends, sang the barking puppy to sleep at 2 a.m., always had her highlights done before her hair hit scare alert, and made love to her husband 4 times a week, whether they wanted it or not. Is that who Jack thought he was engaged to marry? Andy hurried up the granite steps to the building's after-hours entrance. The adrenaline was kicking in. From the very beginning, Black Ice had been an exhilarating mission. Uncover the truth about the interrogation tactics used at black sites, operated by Black Ice through its highly secretive subsidiary, Vortex Inc. The plan was to place an FBI agent in the role of an interrogator in training. And now the reason was clear why it had to be a female agent. Black Ice used female interrogators to berate and humiliate Muslim men in the name of enhanced interrogation. Still, there was the question, why her? Of all the female FBI agents who worked undercover, why did the Bureau choose Miami agent Andy Henning? True, she was an experienced undercover agent who, over the years, had fooled everyone, from cult leaders to Wall Street investment bankers. But she was no expert in counterterrorism, and that was beginning to bother her. Really bother her. She stopped at the top of the steps before entering the building and dialed her supervisory agent. "Harley, it's me." "Everything okay?" he asked. "Fine. Before I go back in, there's just something I need to get off my chest." "What is it?" Andy stepped closer to the building, away from the falling snow. "I'm in this role, and it's my duty to see it through. But I'm not naive about why I was chosen." "What are you talking about?" "This is a broad investigation into private security firms. I don't see it as a coincidence that I'm investigating Black Ice." "Of course it's no coincidence. There's a key role for a woman." The cold air made her sniffle. "Or is it a key role for Jack Swyteck's fiancée?" "What do you mean?" "I don't know for sure yet, but my instinct tells me that I'm about to find out that I'm investigating the same black site in Prague that was at the heart of Jack's alibi defense in the murder case against Jamal Wakefield." There was silence on the line. Andy took it the only way she could. "I knew all along that Jack and I were playing on the same field," she said. "But I can't believe the Bureau would put me in a position where my job would intersect with Jack's like this." She heard his sigh on the line. "I'm sorry," said Harley. "It's sleazy at best," she said. "I agree," said Harley. "I want you to know that I was just as surprised as you are." Andy paused. Something about the way he said it, something about Harley, made her believe him. "I'm still going to raise hell about it when this is all over." "Okay. But there's something else I want you to know," he said. "What?" "I'll help you." "Thank you," she said. Andy ended the call and tucked her phone away. She brushed the snow off her shoulders, then slid her passkey through the electronic reader at the main entrance. The door to Vortex Inc. opened. The security guard greeted her in the lobby. "Welcome back, Miss Horn." "What do you think, Leon?" she said as she shook the snow from her scarf. "Do we get extra points for working the night shift in a blizzard?" "No, ma'am. But at least we're not alone. Mr. Littleton still hasn't gone home yet." "That's good to know," she said, and she meant it. Chapter 65. Jamal's video was short. Jack's recovery time would be much longer. It was amazing how high a naked man could be made to jump from the table with a well-placed cattle prod. More than the image, however, it was the sound of Jamal's screams that would stay with Jack. "Okay," said Jack, collecting himself. If being Jamal Wakefield from Miami gets you this kind of treatment, I now have a better understanding of why he went to Gitmo pretending to be a Somali peasant who didn't speak English. Not to mention the fact that being Jamal Wakefield could land you on death row for a murder you didn't commit, said Chuck, who was still on speaker. Shada shook her head. She hadn't watched, but Jack's summary gave her the flavor. I don't understand why they would record this kind of conduct on video. This came up at Gitmo, said Jack. It's a matter of interrogation expedience. If I'm questioning you, it may be that all I have to do is show you the video of what I did to Jamal. You'll probably start talking before I do the same thing to you. Let me make sure I understand, said Shada. All those videos that I copied from Habib's computer, those are all men who were tortured at the same black site Jamal was at? It looks that way, said Chuck. The interesting thing is that we would never have made that connection if you had not brought us the Jamal video. Explain that to me, said Jack. I mentioned to you before that one of the functions of Project Roundup is to trace video files all the way back to the camera that created them. My computers confirm that all these files, Jamal's included, were created with the same camera. Without Jamal's file, you might think that all the other files were just more sick pornography, traded on the P2P network. Jamal's was the only one not traded on P2P. His video is the missing piece in the puzzle that links all of this activity to torture at a black site. There's something that still doesn't add up for me, said Shada. Tell me, said Chuck. I understand what Jack said about interrogation expedience as a reason to create these videos. But creating them is one thing. Somebody took these files and put them on the P2P network. Why? That's a good question, said Jack. I can answer that in 2 words, said Chuck. Trade value. What does that mean? Asked Shada. Jack was with him. It means that the way to get content on a P2P network is to trade something in return. You got it, said Chuck. In plain English, if I'm a sick son of a bitch who wants to watch movies of a preteen girl having sex with her mommy's boyfriend, the easiest way for me to get it is to trade something for it. Hard to imagine someone wanting to watch a woman rip out a man's pubic hair, said Shada. Are you kidding me? Said Chuck. Do you remember the photos of that female soldier sitting on a pile of naked men at Abu Ghraib? That left a lot of men clamoring for more explicit abuse. For some guys, this stuff is very sexual, very much a turn-on. Obviously, someone saw this black site as a P2P trading goldmine, said Jack. And that someone was Habib, said Chuck. He had a steady supply of videos that showed leather-clad women torturing men. Not simulated stuff, real blood, real violence. He could trade that for whatever turned him on. Torture of women, child pornography, snuff, you name it. Shada closed her eyes, absorbing the blow, as if the pain of her terrible miscalculation kept digging deeper. Jack heard a phone ringing over the speaker. Someone was calling Chuck. It's from London, said Chuck. Let me plug you guys in so you can hear. Don't say a word. Jack moved closer to the computer, and Chuck answered. The voice on the line matched the one on the recording Chuck had shared earlier, but this was live. I want £250,000 cash, the Dark said. Small bills, or I kill Polo. When? Asked Chuck. Tomorrow morning early. That's very short notice. You're a rich man. Make it happen. Jack wanted to speak, but he held his tongue and instead fired off an email to Chuck. How do we make the exchange? Asked Chuck. I'll call you tomorrow at 5:30 with instructions. 5:30 a.m. London time?
Yes. You must be joking. I'm joking only if your idea of a punchline is a bullet in your friend Polo's head. Chuck paused, and Jack hoped he was reading his email. One thing, said Chuck. I want to talk to Vince. I need to know he's alive. Jack could breathe again. His email had gone through. Blow me, said the dark. Get the money and you get to talk to Polo. And by the way, Shada, if you're listening, I know you copied some files from my computer. Shada stiffened, and Jack squeezed her hand for reassurance and to make sure she said nothing. That makes me very angry, the dark said. But I'm a reasonable man. I want you, personally, to deliver the money tomorrow. If you do, we'll call it even. If you don't... The line went silent. The dark was gone. Jack tried to get Shada to look at him, but she was staring at the floor, numb. Listen to me, said Jack. If that's the game he wants to play, insisting that Shada deliver the ransom, we need to revisit the idea of just calling the police. No, said Shada. He'll kill Vince. It's not an option, said Chuck. I could run this guy through every conceivable database, and I guarantee you he'd show up on every terrorist watch list in the world. You know what that means for a hostage negotiation? Shada looked even more worried. What does it mean? Until now, Jack hadn't thought it all the way through, but he quickly caught Chuck's drift. The United States has repeatedly stated that, as a matter of official government policy, it does not negotiate with terrorists, said Jack. Even though we're not on U.S. soil, Vince is an American law enforcement officer. Scotland Yard will likely respect U.S. policy. Shada's eyes widened. If we don't negotiate, Vince is a dead man. Chuck said, Do you disagree with that analysis, Jack? Jack processed it. I can't disagree. So what's it going to be, Shada? Can you deliver? She was staring at the computer screen, even though it was blank. Shada, Chuck repeated. What's it gonna be? Chapter 66. Vince was alone in the hotel room. His ribs ached. The side of his face felt swollen. The dark certainly knew how to deliver a punch. But Vince was proud of himself. If the dark knew Jack Swyteck was in London, he hadn't heard it from Vince. Vince had spent his time alone counting steps, trying to diagram the floor plan in his head. More precisely, he was counting the sound of the dark's footsteps each time he crossed the room. 8 steps, 12 o'clock, from the door to the chair Vince was tied to. 6 steps, 1 o'clock, from Vince to a table or a counter where the dark had popped open a beer or a soda after beating the daylights out of him. 3 steps, 9 o'clock, from Vince to the chair on which the dark had tossed the brainport after Vince had told him to stick it up his ass. You weren't the only one injured in that explosion. Those words kept swirling around in his head, and he wondered what the dark had meant by that. Vince's memory of the explosion in the maze garage was fuzzy. Pushing through the door, the gunshot, the deafening percussion, the flash of light, and then nothing, until he awoke in the hospital. Rescuers were already in the driveway and acted fast enough to save his life, but not his sight. Firefighters arrived too late to keep the house from burning to the ground. He was lucky to be alive, was the way he tried to look at it, which meant that the dark, too, was lucky. You weren't the only one. Vince could only speculate, and his thoughts ran the gamut on the possible injury to the dark. 3rd-degree burns to his skin, ringing in his ears. Vince wanted the satisfaction of knowing that the dark had gotten the worst of it, that the man who had murdered McKenna had paid a price. Short of death,
What could be worse than blindness? Millions of things, Vince told himself. But at that moment, he couldn't think of one. The door opened and Vince heard someone enter. It closed quickly and the chain lock rattled. Then Vince heard footsteps, 1, 2, 3, and the sound of a heavy sack or backpack dropping onto the luggage rack. A zipper opening. Too long for a backpack, maybe a suitcase. Finally, there was the unmistakable sound of a magazine loading into a firearm. The dark had been out gathering supplies. "Amazing how much crap you can accumulate in self-storage," the dark said smugly. It was a safe bet that there was more than one handgun in that suitcase. It had sounded like an arsenal, the thud with which it had landed on the luggage rack. "I have to use the bathroom," said Vince. "Go in your pants. You won't like the smell in the room." The argument was a convincing one, even if Vince didn't really have to go. "Fine," said the dark, starting toward him. Vince was immediately counting footsteps again. 1, 2, 3. The dark put a gun to Vince's head before untying him. "Don't try anything stupid." 6 steps, at 11 o'clock, from Vince to the suitcase filled with weapons. "No problem," said Vince, the floor plan etched in his brain. "Nothing stupid." Andy was still in the main lobby and waiting for an elevator surrounded by polished granite, glass, and chrome. Her cell chimed. The number was familiar, but it was a dummy. Merely a trigger for her to call into her supervisory agent. Less than 5 minutes had passed since her last conversation with Harley. The quick callback was cause for concern. She glanced across the lobby, and on the other side of the plate glass window, the snow was falling even harder. She would never have called her contact from the black ice offices on the 12th floor, but the building lobby was essentially public space. She dialed, gave her contact name, and listened. "Bad news from Scotland Yard," said Harley. "They lost track of Hassan." "We've been tailing him for 2 months, and they lost him in 2 days?" "He attended a prayer session at the East End Mosque. They watched him go in, but they didn't see him come out." "How can that be?" "In the yard's defense, 20,000 people come and go from that mosque every week. They lost him for about 8 hours. So they've reconnected. Only because he's in the Royal London Hospital. Someone found him unconscious in a public park or athletic field in the East End and called for an ambulance. Paramedics picked him up and brought him to emergency." "How did he get hurt?" "Hassan isn't talking. I don't know if he's in a coma, but he still has not regained consciousness. The only report I have is that he took a bad blow to the head." "Any idea who did it?" "No confirmation yet. But it's possible that an order issued out of black ice." She knew what he was saying. Hassan had gotten too close to the truth about his nephew's detention, and one of Littleton's special ops guys was on the job. But that didn't mean the FBI's read of the situation was correct. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "I just want you to be aware and know that I have a team on alert if you need to be extricated." "Is Jack in any danger?" Harley paused, as if reluctant to say what he had to say. "Andy, I understand your concern about the way your assignment intersects with Jack. I told you I would be on your side when the time comes to make an issue of it. Now is not the time." "I'm not saying I'm going to make an issue of it." "You can't call him. Not at this juncture." A janitor rolled a trash can past her. She waited for him to pass, which gave her a moment to think about her response. But she still didn't know what to tell her supervisor. "Andy, you can't jump in and out of a role as you please. I promised you that this operation was on the verge of wrapping up, and you agreed to come back and finish what you'd started. No more leaves of absence. That's the assignment, and that means you can't call Jack." She considered it further. "Andy, did you hear what I said?" "Yes, I heard you." she said, acknowledging only that. Jack and Shada rode down the elevator in silence. Step one was to get their hands on the cash, and Jack had to defer to Chuck on that part of the plan. For the next couple of hours at least, Jack had no choice but to follow Chuck's instructions. The elevator doors opened to an empty lobby. A black taxi was waiting in the motor court on the other side of the revolving door. Before heading out, Jack took the opportunity to pull Shada aside and make one last plea. "You don't have to do this," he told her. "We can't call the police. You and Chuck are in agreement on that. I'm the one Habib wants." The delivery is always negotiable, especially when all we're talking about is the person who makes the drop. Chuck can manufacture an excuse for you. Then who is going to do it? Jack paused, not quite believing what he was about to say. I will. You? Why should you do it? Why shouldn't I? Because you don't owe Vince anything. That wasn't exactly true. But the fact that Vince had once stood up to a crazed hostage-taker and negotiated for Theo's release wasn't the driving force here. This isn't about who owes what to whom, said Jack. Her eyes welled. You couldn't be more wrong. What do you mean? Don't you understand? I owe everybody. I betrayed my husband. The lover I took turned out to be the man who murdered my daughter. Vince lost his sight trying to save McKenna from him. It's time for me to step up and do something about it. Jack couldn't argue with her feelings. I'll make the delivery, she said. That's final. Jack followed her through the revolving door, and they climbed into the back of the cab. Shada announced the address. Bengali town, the driver said. Nothing much open up that way at 2 a.m. You'd be surprised, said Shada. Hurry, please. Chapter 67. The cell rang just as the dark finished untying the ropes. He pressed the gun to Paulo's forehead and checked the incoming number. It was Littleton calling from his encrypted line at Black Ice. The dark took it, but only briefly. I'm not alone, he said. Call me back in 10 minutes. He tucked his cell away and started retying the knots. What are you doing? Asked Paulo. I have to use the bathroom. You're just going to have to wait. He pulled the rope snug and placed duct tape over Paulo's mouth. Just a precaution, said the dark. Like I told you, yell, scream, kick, and stomp all you want. We're the only ones in this building. He tucked his pistol into his belt and locked the door on his way out. There was an emergency stairwell at the end of the hall, and the LED on his keychain provided sufficient light to find it. The lock on the fire door at street level was busted, probably the work of vagrants, making it easy to come and go. He stepped into the cold night and checked things out. Traffic was non-existent, and the wet pavement glistened in the fuzzy glow of streetlights. Hanging out in front of the abandoned hotel could draw the attention of the police, so he walked to the corner and waited for Littleton's call. The neighborhood was in late-night lockdown, storefronts hidden behind rolled-down security shutters or accordion-style metal doors. A stray cat scurried past him on the sidewalk and disappeared into a burned-out shell of a condemned building. Windows in the flats above the shops were dark, save for one. Standing on the corner, he could see right inside. A television threw more than enough light to reveal all to the outside world, and it was surprising how many residents lacked the sense to pull the bedroom shade. Not long ago that the Whitechapel rapist had walked these streets. People had short memories. Most people. Not the dark, especially not when it came to rape. The rape of his youngest sister. Stop it, the dark told himself, angry for having allowed his thoughts to turn to his own ugly past. He checked his watch. 4 more minutes until Littleton would call back. An eternity when there was nothing to do but dodge his own memories. In his mind's eye, he could see the tears on her face, the terror in Samira's eyes. Her clothes were torn, and when she finally stopped sobbing, he could hear the fear in her voice. She didn't want to talk, but as he dragged the truth out of her, Habib could almost smell the other men. Men she did not know by name, but from her description, the dark knew it was Al-Shabaab. Probably even men he had worked beside in Mogadishu. Habib took his sister to Abukar, Jamal Wakefield's father, for justice.
"Do you have 4 male witnesses?"
asked Abukar. "Samira was raped," said Habib. "The only witnesses are the men who did this to her."
"Have these men confessed?"
"The punishment is death," Habib said. "Why on earth would they confess?" Abukar waved his hand, dismissing them.
"Then there is no rape to be punished."
"What?"
"The law is clear," said Abukar. "The rapist must confess, or there must be 4 male witnesses."
Samira spoke up. "The Quran requires 4 witnesses to prove that a woman has committed adultery, not to prove that she was raped. You are twisting things for your own purposes."
"Quiet!"
"You're twisting it the way Westerners do when they want to defile Islam!" she shouted, her voice shaking.
"Stop, woman!"
"I was raped!"
"Enough with your false accusations,"
said Abukar.
"You have brought shame on your family."
"Shame," said Habib.
"Look at her!" "I've seen how she looks at men," said Abukar. "The way she tempts them. Her thoughts are impure. The shame is on Samira and her family."
The dark cell rang, jarring him from his memories. It took a moment to shake off the anger. The stinging memory of how, brainwashed by a cunning and convincing older woman chosen by Abukar, Samira had walked into a crowded market in Mogadishu and cleansed herself of her shame.
"Go ahead,"
the dark said into his cell phone.
"I've been thinking about our conversation," said Littleton.
"We need a plan to recover those files that were taken."
"That's impossible. Even if I get the originals back, there is no way to account for every possible copy that could exist.
It's the technological version of trying to put the genie back in the bottle."
"Damn you, Habib.
How could you have been so stupid? You should have destroyed those files." Littleton was shouting a string of obscenities, as if that would change the fact that the videos were out there. It only made the dark angrier. He was a young man who had believed in a cause when, years ago, he'd spent countless hours online for Al-Shabaab, studying the state-of-the-art encryption methods of pedophiles, trying to duplicate their methods for terrorism. It wasn't Habib's fault that, after viewing thousands of explicit videos, sex with underage girls didn't just seem normal. It became a turn-on. It remained his obsession.
"I don't understand it, Habib. What in the hell were you thinking?"
What could the dark tell him? That the cloud had a silver lining? That if Project Roundup hadn't led Chuck Mays to the black site torture videos that the dark was trading on the P2P networks, the dark might never have discovered that Jamal Wakefield was actually Abukar's son? That this bit of good fortune was the only reason the dark even bothered to prostrate himself in daily prayers anymore? That it had been worth all the pain and aggravation to show Abukar that he couldn't even protect his son by harboring him on the run and turning him to Khalid al-Jawar? It would have been perfect, in fact, had it not been for Vince Paulo and the explosion.
"No more!"
he shouted into the phone.
"No more what?"
asked Littleton.
"I made myself clear in the last call," the dark said. "I warned you that the files were out there. I didn't need your permission to place my ace in the hole, but I asked for it anyway, which put you on notice that dead cops might be involved. Now it's every man for himself. So your ace in the hole is what? Your exit strategy? Yes, and I suggest you get one, because in less than 8 hours I'm playing my hand, and my ace in the hole will be a dead man. He ended the call, tucked away his phone, and started back to the old hotel. Chapter 68. Their taxi stopped in front of a tiny East End establishment with a big sign that read, Banglatown Curry Shop. Jack counted at least 20 restaurants up and down the narrow street that looked almost exactly like it. Not one was open for business. I told you everything would be closed, the driver said. If you're hungry, I know a little place not far from here. This will be fine, Shada said. Jack paid the fare, and when the cab left, they were the lone signs of life on the block. It wasn't hard to imagine the street clogged with cars and delivery trucks, the sidewalks jammed with people from all walks of life from around the world. In a matter of hours, tourists and regulars alike would stop to decipher exotic menus posted in the windows. And by the end of the day, the guy at the push cart on Brick Lane would hear customers order the jellied eels in at least 20 different languages. From 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., however, was a dead zone, when the eerie pall of urban quiet fell. I guess this is why they call New York the city that never sleeps, he said. Don't kid yourself, said Shada as they passed a wall covered with BLM gang graffiti. This is Brick Lane massive territory. Jack followed her around the corner to the back of the curry shop. Many of the windows along the alley had been bricked over, and burglar bars and metal shutters covered those that remained. Jack recognized more BLM graffiti tags on the walls, but most of them had been spray-painted over by White Flats and Bowie 3, suggesting a turf war. It made Jack want to walk faster. Chuck had called ahead to say they were coming, and the light burning over the rear entrance indicated that someone was indeed expecting them. Rather than knock, Shada made a quick call in her cell. Someone on the inside started working the locks, and from the sound of it, Jack had visited jails with less security. Finally, the door opened. Come in, please, the man said. Jack followed Shada inside, and the man introduced himself as he closed the door and refastened the locks. His name was Sanu Reza from Dhaka. Chuck had already told them about Reza's earlier meeting with Vince. I'm so sorry to hear about Mr. Polo, he said. I'm sorry you sold him a gun, said Jack. I do as Mr. Mays requests. That makes tonight your lucky night. Jack could only wonder. Reza led them down a dark hall past the kitchen, and the lingering smell of curry made Jack hungry. They stopped at the solid metal door at the end of the hall. A separate alarm system protected whatever was beyond that door, and Reza entered the passcode. There was another set of locks to unfasten, too. Finally, he pushed open the door and switched on the light. Bags of rice were stacked from floor to ceiling. Boxes of spices lined another wall. Reza directed them inside and locked the door. An awful lot of precautions to protect rice and spices, said Jack. Reza smiled. Old family recipe. A PC hummed on the desk in the corner. Reza took the chair in front of the glowing LCD and logged on. You there? He asked. The computer screen flickered and Chuck's image appeared. Welcome to Banglatown, he said. First things first, Reza showed them the money. Reza popped a switchblade and cut open one of the bags. Rice spilled to the floor, but not much. Reza reached inside and, by the handful, pulled out 25 bundles of 50-pound sterling notes. Jack didn't ask where it had come from, but with the East End's history of organized crime and gang graffiti all over the neighborhood, he didn't really want to know.
Reza stacked the bundles of cash into 4 neat piles on the table. £250,000, he said. It wasn't nearly as bulky as Jack had expected. He could have stuffed it in his coat pockets and walked out. "What will I carry it in?" asked Shada. "How about a big bowl of yogurt and cold cucumbers?" said Jack. It was how patrons of Bengali restaurants put out the fire in their mouths. "Good one, Yank." Reza pulled a backpack from a shelf and handed it to Shada. "In my neighborhood, this will draw much less attention than a briefcase." Jack picked up one of the stacks and examined it. "Is this real or counterfeit?" "Absolutely real," said Reza. "The only qualification is that in one of the stacks, I will insert a bogus bill that contains a miniature GPS tracking system. Chuck will be able to follow the money after Shada delivers it." "Doesn't GPS require a battery?" asked Jack. "It's all in the same bill. I'm talking miniature. The battery will only last 24 hours, and is set to beep out the coordinates every 15 seconds. It sleeps between signals." "Which bill gets the GPS system?" asked Shada. "That's not important," said Chuck. "I'd like to know," said Shada. "I'm not telling you," said Chuck, his tone taking on an edge. "What do you mean you're not going to tell me?" "It's better that you don't know," said Chuck. "Better for whom?" "It's for your own safety." "That's bullshit, Chuck, and you know it. Tell me which one has the damn chip in it." "Shada, back off," said Chuck. Jack could see the anger in her eyes, and even though Shada had expressed remorse for what she had done, it was also clear that she was approaching her limit with Chuck. Jack jumped in before they could tell each other to shove it. "Folks, can we all take a deep breath and remember why we're here?" Slowly, the tension drained from the room, and before anyone could stoke the fire, Jack changed the subject. "I understand that there is no talking Shada out of making this delivery," Jack said. "I can also understand why she feels the way she does. But I'm here for a reason, too." He paused as thoughts of his friend caught up with him. "If Shada is going to put herself at risk, I want to provide backup." "No," said Shada. "Why not?" asked Jack. "It's better that you don't," she said, glancing at Chuck's image on the screen while parroting his words. "It's for your own safety." "Now we're getting petty," said Jack. "I'm sure everyone is overtired." "I agree with Shada," said Chuck. "What?" said Jack. "There's no reason for you to tell her," Chuck said. "We've got the GPS tracking embedded in the bills. If something goes wrong, we'll call the police." It didn't sound like Chuck, taking the safe route and suggesting that they call the police in a pinch. But Jack was getting too tired to argue. "We have a little more than 2 hours until the call," said Jack. "Let's all try to get some rest." Reza said, "There's a 2-bedroom flat upstairs that you can use." "Works for me," said Shada. "Me too," said Jack. "Shada, no hard feelings?" said Chuck. It was the first bone he had tossed since finding out about the dark, and it seemed to take Shada by surprise. "Whatever," she said. "Good night, everyone," said Chuck. Reza logged off the computer and led them from the storage room, locked the door behind them, and reset the alarm. A back stairwell led them up to the second-floor flat. Reza directed Shada to the bigger of the 2 bedrooms, and Jack took the small one with the twin bed. He needed sleep, and he hoped his mind would shut off and let him rest. "I'll wake you at 5, said Reza. "Thanks," said Jack. He sat on the edge of the mattress, and even though it was lumpy, all worry about falling asleep vanished. One shoe was off when his phone chimed with a text message. It was from Chuck. "Just between you and me," it read, and the last two words were in all caps. "Follow her." Jack pulled off his other shoe, typed a response, and hit send. "Do you trust her?" He settled back onto the mattress, exhausted and staring at the ceiling, his phone resting on his chest. Chuck's response came sooner than he'd expected. "Would you trust your wife after she cheated?" The question hit Jack hard. Shada had been so contrite that he'd actually let himself believe that Chuck should be more like those "I love you no matter what" guys who forgive and forget. But when the question was turned around on him, "Would you trust your wife?" he realized that this was the real world, not Lifetime TV or the Oxygen Channel. Jack typed out his response, then rolled over and turned out the light as he hit send once more. "Okay, I'll follow." Chapter 69. Sid Littleton watched from his office window as the snow fell on the illuminated buildings and monuments of the capital. The phone call from London had been unsettling, but Littleton always had a backup plan. The plan's name was Lisa Horn, or whatever her real name was, and he just hoped the weather wasn't going to screw things up and keep her from coming to the office on short notice. "She's in the building," said Baena. Littleton turned away from the window and saw his right-hand man standing in the doorway. Danilo Baena had been with Littleton since the formation of Black Ice. Most of the company's 400 employees didn't know him. Very few knew he was the mastermind of the black sites that the company ran for the CIA. Only Littleton knew him as the specialist who would do anything to see a mission succeed. "Good," said Littleton. "Go down, take her to the limo. I'll meet you there." "You sure? I could just take her for a ride. Very treacherous roads tonight. Accidents could happen." "No," said Littleton. "We need to know who she is first." "Her name is not Lisa Horn, that much is for sure. If she's an investigative journalist chasing rabbit holes, that's one thing. If she has some other agenda, I want to get to the bottom of it." "Whoever she is, she knows too much." "That may be," said Littleton. He turned back to the window, thinking. The gist of the warning from London replayed in his head. "I have my exit strategy. You need yours." "Get the limo," he said, watching his own reflection in the window. "And let's be quick about this." Chapter 70. Jack lay awake in the glow of his smartphone. The text message from Chuck had made it impossible to sleep, and Jack made the mistake of surfing the internet to numb his brain. For the heck of it, he followed up on Andy's conversation with Grandpa Swyteck and searched General Petrock. He could have spent all night reading about the daring plot of the Czech resistance to assassinate Reinhard Heydrich, Hitler's planned successor, and how the general in exile coordinated it from the UK. It didn't make them Jewish, but Jack hoped that there was something to his grandfather's ramblings, that perhaps they were somehow related to this Petrock. But that was for another day. He put the phone away and closed his eyes. He wasn't dreaming. Sleep that deep didn't come so soon. But in his mind's eye, he saw himself at Brookfield Zoo with his grandfather. He was 5 years old and enthralled by the polar bear exhibit. Suddenly, Grandpa was gone. Jack was alone and surrounded by strangers. He shot up in bed and grabbed his smartphone. Jack had been getting lost in strange places since childhood. Tailing Shada would require a working knowledge of the area, and Jack spent the next hour studying maps of the East End. In Miami, the rule was crap. Courts, roads, avenues, and places flowed north and south, top to bottom, like the stuff we get from our bosses. As best Jack could tell, The only way to make sense of London was to ask which way to the nearest tube.
"It's 5 o'clock,"
said Reza. He was outside the door. Jack couldn't believe it. "Be right down," he said. Jack went into the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. He had no sleep in the last 24 hours, and about 5 hours total. Thankfully, he'd slept on the flight from Miami in the last 36. He'd tried murder cases on less rest. Another 2 hours tonight would have been just enough to revive the jet lag. A quick shower brought him to life, and he was downstairs in 15 minutes. The kitchen was already bustling. The Banglatown curry shop was a traditional Bengali restaurant, where spices were ground by hand and mountains of vegetables were chopped with pride and precision. One team filleted the morning's delivery of fresh fish, while another cut whole chickens into parts. 2 men by the wood-burning oven were arguing in their native tongue, and Jack guessed it had something to do with the cooking temperature. "Hungry?" asked Reza, as he handed Jack a plate. It was fruit, a multigrain bread, and yogurt. Jack thanked him as they headed down the hall. But before they reached the locked door to the storage room, Reza pulled him into a tiny office and closed the door.
"Shada is already inside," said Reza, "so let me be quick. Chuck is going to extend an olive branch and tell her which bill has the GPS in it."
That didn't jibe with last night's text message from Chuck, but Jack kept quiet, not sure if Reza knew about the exchange.
"Of course, there will be a second bill that we don't tell her about."
He handed Jack a cell phone.
"As for the backup, use this when you follow Shada."
"My cell phone works fine here."
"This one is linked to Shada's cell. Chuck and I installed spyware last night while she was asleep. It allows you to hear what she says so long as she has her cell with her, even if she's not talking on the phone."
"How close do I have to be?"
"Technically, it's supposed to work up to 6 or 7 kilometers. But wireless can be dicey in urban areas, especially if she goes indoors. To be safe, Chuck wants you to stay within 200 meters.
"What if she sees me?"
"That's more than likely, but it doesn't matter. Chuck played it perfectly last night, and telling her where the GPS chip is this morning will reinforce the trust. The important thing is that she thinks it's your idea to follow her, not Chuck's. People get nervous when Chuck has one of his men on their tail. No offense, but you're an amateur. She might get her knickers in a knot if she sees you, but she won't abort the mission."
Jack tried not to feel insulted.
"I've also programmed a panic button," said Reza. "Just hit the star key if you want to call the police. For all other calls, use your own cell."
Jack tucked the spy phone into his pocket. Reza unlocked the desk drawer and removed a pistol.
"Chuck also thinks you should be armed. I have a Glock 9mm. Do you know how to use it?"
"No gun."
"Chuck thought you might know how to use it being engaged to an FBI agent."
"Andy has actually turned me into a pretty good shot, but this is the UK, not Texas, not the place to risk arrest for carrying a concealed weapon."
"Suit yourself."
He put the pistol away and locked the drawer.
"Any questions about the cell phone?"
"Just one," said Jack. "How long has Chuck had that same spyware on my cell?"
"Good one, Yank,"
he said, smiling and shaking his head as he led Jack out of the office.
"That's a real good one."
Chapter 71. The Dark slept not at all, which was a normal night for him. He would sleep on the plane to Hong Kong after the money was in hand and Paula was dead. Last-minute changes to the plan had necessitated another trip to the storage shed. That little unit would have been the envy of Al-Shabaab, had he still been loyal to them. Somewhere down the road, when the bodies were recovered and the dark was on the other side of the globe, Scotland Yard would uncover the cache, and the Western media would report that another Muslim was preparing for jihad. As if every jihad involved war and violence. As if this struggle had anything to do with Allah. The dark stopped at the corner. Sunrise was still hours away, and it was cold enough to see his breath. Morning rush hour was just barely beginning, a few cars streaming by. A man and a woman huddled beneath a shelter at the bus stop. The nearest tube station didn't open until 5:30 a.m., but an hour from now, waves of commuters would flood into the underground like water into a storm sewer. The dock was 8 blocks from the abandoned hotel, just in case anyone was triangulating his wireless cell and trying to pinpoint his location. Chuck May's cell was on his speed dial. He punched 8 and waited. "I'm here," said Chuck. "Is Shada in or out?" "She's in." The dark smiled thinly. "I knew she would be. Now listen closely, because I'm not going to repeat this. Shada must come alone. Tell her to take the money to Billingsgate Fish Market." "The fish market?" "Just listen. I know Shada a hell of a lot better than you ever did, and I'm being very reasonable about setting up the exchange in a public place. The fish market is probably the busiest place in London this early. Hundreds of people around, so there's no reason for her to get scared of her own shadow and freak out. The ground floor has 2 cafes. Shada is to find the one nearer to the shellfish boiler room, take a seat, and wait. When do we get Vince back? When I get the money. Understood? Yes, but no buts. But you, quiet! Do you want your friend dead or alive? You said I could talk to Vince in the morning. The dark gripped the phone, angered by the audacity. There's plenty of morning left, he said, seething as he ended the call. For some of us. He tucked the phone away and started back to the hotel. Jack's cell rang as he stepped out of the Curry House's storage room. The web conference following the Dark's ransom demand had gone exactly as Chuck and Reza had choreographed it. Shada was ready to make the delivery. Jack would tail her after he took this phone call. He ducked into Reza's office and answered it. "It's me," said Andy. "First thing I want to say is that I'm sorry." "For what?" "For pressuring you to drop the Jamal Wakefield case." There was a knock, and then Jack heard Reza's voice on the other side of the closed door. "We have to go, my friend." "Andy, don't worry about it," said Jack. "We can talk when I get home." "No, you don't understand. When I found out that you were trying to prove the existence of a black site, I had no idea that I was investigating the same black site that was at the end of your trail." Jack's jaw dropped. "What?" "It's complicated, and I'm so angry with the Bureau right now that I can hardly stand it. But you were representing Jamal ever since he was Khalid al-Jawar, prisoner number 977 at Gitmo. Obviously, the FBI knew he was really Jamal Wakefield, which means they knew his lawyers would eventually get into the issue of black sites in Prague. It was no coincidence that I was given this assignment. Someone high up thought they could play the national security card and pressure me into compromising your case. Or at least throw you off the trail of the black site in Prague if need be." Jack lowered himself into the desk chair. He was having trouble getting his head around this one. "Wow. Andy, it's 5:30 in the morning here. I've hardly slept and just... wow." There was another knock at the door. "Jack," said Reza. "We really have to go." "Andy, this is all good to know," said Jack, "but Good to know?" said Andy, incredulous. "Jack, I could be fired for telling you this. But here's the point. I don't know what exactly you're doing over there in London, but you need to know that the people who ran this black site are beyond evil. Don't kid yourself into thinking otherwise. Please, please, don't take unnecessary chances." The door opened and Reza stuck his head into the room. "Hang up the phone, we're leaving." Andy asked, "Who is that?" Jack hesitated too long, but Andy's tone changed abruptly. "I gotta go," she said. "Be careful, Jack. I love you." "I love you too," he said, and the call ended. Chapter 72. The Black Ice limo cruised through the night at 40 miles per hour, top speed in a snowstorm like the one that was slamming the mid-Atlantic region. Andy glanced out the dark-tinted windows. She'd seen few cars on the road tonight, virtually none since they'd exited the expressway. Diana had told her that they were headed for the airport, but she had her doubts. "Doesn't look like a good night to fly," she said. Littleton didn't answer. He was seated across from her, facing forward. Andy was in the other bench seat with her back to the cockpit. The chauffeur's partition behind her head was closed, leaving her and Littleton in privacy. They were 40 minutes into the drive, and he had yet to speak a word to her. Not a good sign. Andy had ended the phone call with Jack in the nick of time, before Diana had come around with the company limo. She'd made riskier calls while working undercover, and this one should have gone undetected. But she was beginning to have doubts. The limo slowed, then pulled off the road to a stop. Andy glanced out the window. They were outside the glow of city lights, nowhere near an airport, nowhere near anything she recognized. "Why are we stopping?" she asked. Littleton stared at her, his face illuminated only by the dim blue glow of the liquor cabinet to Andy's right. "Who are you?" asked Littleton. His tone was not cordial. "What do you mean?" she asked. He folded his arms across his chest. "Who do you work for?" "Vortex," she said. "I mean, who do you really work for? Amnesty International? Some other NGO with a left-wing agenda?" "I work for your company," she said. Littleton tightened his stare, saying nothing, or rather, letting his silence do the talking. Andy didn't flinch, but she noticed the file folder on the seat next to him. Littleton picked it up, opened it, and said, "Bad weather or not, there's a plane waiting for you." "Yes, I understand I'm being activated." He smiled sardonically, then shook his head. "You're not being activated." "What's the problem?" Littleton pulled a photograph from the file, switched on the interior spotlight in the ceiling, and held it before her eyes. "This is Olga," he said. Olga looked to be at least 6 feet tall and about 180 pounds of solid muscle and steroids. The tight black hot pants, studded leather jacket, and black lipstick were straight out of Capital Pleasures. Her head was shaved, except for a single wisp of red hair that hung in her eyes. Her nose, lips, and ears were pierced with multiple metal rings, and she had her mouth wide open to reveal the tongue piercing. Tattoos covered her neck and right arm, mostly Chinese characters and random figures that vaguely resembled them. Andy took special notice, but she didn't recognize any gang symbols. "Olga is one of our most successful Level 5 activations," said Littleton. He returned the photograph to the file and removed another. "This is the last person we sent to meet Olga." Andy tried to show no reaction, but the difference between her Level 1 activation and Level 5 was more dramatic than she'd thought. Olga appeared to be removing the man's pubic hair with her teeth. Littleton closed the file and put it aside, but he laid the last photograph face up on the seat, where Andy could still see it. "We can go one of two ways here," he said. "You can tell me who you are and what you're doing here, or we can put you on that airplane. You can meet Olga, and you can tell her." Andy glanced at the photo, then back at Littleton. "I told you the truth. Would you like me to tell you again?" Littleton's smile was even more condescending than the last one.
Yes, tell me again, he said as he switched off the light.
The partition behind her head slid open, and Baena grabbed her by the hair, jerking her head back. Andy was staring up at the base of his chin. Even in the darkness, she could tell that he was enjoying himself.
But this time, said Littleton, Danilo will make sure you don't lie to me.
You're making a mistake, said Andy, her heart pounding.
No, said Littleton. You made the mistake.
Chapter 73. Poplar is the nearest tube station to the Billingsgate Fish Market. But with £250,000 in her backpack, Shada sprang for a cab. The market complex covers 13 acres, and the driver dropped her as close as he could to the trading hall. Doors opened at 4 a.m., and as Shada approached the entrance, buyers were already walking out with fish. The surrounding neighborhood wasn't the Cockney crime scene of Hawthorne's day, a dirty, evil-smelling, crowded precinct thronged with people carrying fish on their heads. But it was still the East End before dawn, and the shadows were plenty dark. Shada tried not to look paranoid by checking over her shoulder too often as she hurried into the building. Habib had called it the busiest place in London before sunrise, and once inside, Shada found that was no exaggeration. Billingsgate merchants sell over 25,000 tons of fish and fish products annually, much of it straight out of ice-packed coolers at one of 98 booths in the trading hall. The floors were wet, the noise was constant, and with open warehouse doors inviting January inside, Shada kept her coat on. Porters wore traditional white sailcloth smocks, and salesmen didn't just sit on their coolers and wait for the fish to go bad. Like the fishmongers of old, they made sales by pulling people in and out-shouting one another's claims of freshness. Most with civility, a few with the age-old flair that put the second definition of Billingsgate in the dictionary. Coarse, vulgar language.
Best halibut in the world right here, ma'am.
The porter's Scottish accent brought Shada to a stop. I'm looking for the cafe, she said.
Straight away, he said, pointing.
She looked ahead, then checked over her shoulder. It felt like she was being watched, and she didn't think she was paranoid. Thank you, she said, moving on toward the cafe. Jack was trying to keep a safe distance, watching from behind a merchant's signage for fresh prawns. A borrowed winter coat and knit cap from Reza made him less recognizable. Shada was wearing a yellow scarf that made her easy to spot in a crowd. She was in his sights, and he could see her conversing with a porter, but Jack wasn't hearing any of it over the borrowed cell phone. Too much background noise in the hall, perhaps. Jack continued to follow her down a long and crowded row, passing booth after booth, cooler after cooler. Halibut from Scotland, trout and salmon from Norway, lobster and eel from New Zealand. I wonder where they keep the psychopaths from Somalia. From just beyond a booth offering smoked fish, he watched as Shada entered the cafe, bought a cup of coffee, and took a seat at an open table. She looked around, and Jack tried to remain inconspicuous by moving to another booth and feigning interest in a cooler of tuna steaks. A man entered the cafe and approached Shada, which caught Jack's attention. Jack put Reza's phone to his ear, trying again to eavesdrop, but he heard nothing, even though the man was clearly asking a question. Shada answered him. Something along the lines of, "This seat is taken," Jack surmised. The man left her alone. A false alarm. But there was still reason for concern. Jack made a quick call to Chuck. "She's at the cafe, but I can't overhear anything with this phone Reza gave me." He should have known better, said Chuck. The spyware won't pick up conversations if she has her cell phone tucked away in her purse or her pocket. Great, thought Jack, and then an idea came to him. Can you make her phone ring without displaying an incoming number? I can make her phone sing God Save the Queen if I want to. Then make it ring. What for? Just make it ring, but hang up and don't let her know where the call came from. Jack ended the call and watched. 30 seconds later, Shada dug her cell phone out of her coat pocket and answered it. From her reaction, Jack knew it was Chuck's prank ring. She looked around, a little nervous. Jack crossed his fingers. Don't put it away. She laid the phone on the table in front of her, as if waiting for it to ring again. That's it, Shada. Leave it right there. The crank call left Shada a little jittery. It was odd that no incoming number had flashed on the display. She kept one eye on the phone and one on the active trading hall as she waited for the cell to ring again. Her feet hurt, and she needed sleep, but she wasn't sure how long she could sit and wait. She was too on edge to stay in one place. The knots in the back of her neck were like golf balls, and if she came through this ordeal without a stomach ulcer, it would be a miracle. No one would ever understand. She had no one to talk to about it anyway. She certainly couldn't tell Chuck or Jack everything there was to tell about Habib and her. Is this seat taken? Shada looked up, ready to shoo away another unwanted visitor. But she recognized the pretty face. They'd met once before. It was a hookup that Shada had arranged for Habib over the internet. But Shada had cut it off because she was too young. Just a girl, not a woman. What are you doing here? Asked Shada. The girl stood there, silent, the expression on her face a whirl of angst and confusion. Perhaps there was some fear, too, but Shada didn't have enough time to read every emotion. Without invitation, the girl took a seat, leaned on the tabletop, and broke her silence. What do you think I'm doing here, Maysoon? For no apparent reason, the girl dug her cell phone out of her coat pocket and laid it on the table between them. Shada had learned enough about computers from her husband to understand what that meant. Someone was listening to their conversation. The girl had activated the spyware with typical teenage awkwardness, which made Shada wonder about the crank ring right before the girl's arrival. It hardly seemed like a coincidence that it had prompted Shada to lay her own cell on the table in front of her, where the right spyware could pick up her conversations. Shada removed her cell phone's battery and tucked the separated components into her pocket. Then she leaned into the table, choosing her words carefully, speaking not to the girl, but to the girl's phone, and trusting her instinct as to the eavesdropper's identity. Habib, Shada said. Let's talk. Chapter 74. Shada is sitting with the girl, said Jack. Jack was speaking to his cell phone, pacing back and forth in front of a crowded merchant booth. He had Chuck on the line. What girl? Asked Chuck. The one who called me yesterday after Jamal's uncle rescued her. Are you sure? A couple of restaurant owners were haggling with a South African lobster salesman, and it was getting loud. Jack stepped away. I'm sure it's her, Jack said. I recognized the voice right away. Then I lost audio. I'm still in the trading hall about 200 feet away, but I think I saw Shada take the battery out of her phone. That's the one way to deactivate the spyware, said Chuck. What can you see now? Jack's gaze shifted back to the cafe. They're still sitting at the table talking to each other. No, wait. The girl just answered her cell phone. She's handing it to Shada. Shada's talking to someone. This is getting really weird. Agreed, but the possibilities are limited. A forklift with bags of ice rolled down the aisle. Jack dodged out of the way. Limited in what way? Only two ways for that girl to have known how to find Shada. Either Shada made contact and told her where she was going, or she's here on behalf of the same lunatic who kept her in a cellar. Jack thought about it. Like I said, this is getting weird.
Don't call the police just yet, said Chuck. Let's see where this leads. As long as they're in the building and in your sights, the situation is under control. Will do, said Jack. I'm sorry, Shada said into the phone, pleading. From the bottom of my heart, I want you to know that. You had no right to copy files from my computer, the Dark said. I should never have listened to Chuck. You screwed up everything, Shada. No, listen to me. I never gave the flash drives to anyone. Definitely not to Chuck. I haven't even looked at all the video. Do you expect me to believe that? It's the truth. There was silence on the line. The girl sat all the way back in her chair, arms folded tightly as if trying to figure Shada out. Shada avoided making eye contact. Habib, are you still there? There was just enough noise around to keep Shada from distinguishing dead air from the sound of Habib mulling things over. Finally, he answered. Tell me why I should believe you, Shada. Why should I believe anything you say? Shada tried to stay cool, especially in front of the girl, but it wasn't easy, knowing that the wrong words could be fatal. She cupped her hand and covered her mouth, an extra precaution against being overheard. Because I have £250,000 in my backpack for you, she said. That's a good start, he said. Give the backpack to the girl. It's not that simple, she said. Give it to her. Wait, she said, a bit unnerved by his tone. You need to know that there's a tracking chip embedded in one of the bills. Chuck can follow the money wherever it goes. Do you have any idea which bill? Yes. Chuck told me this morning. But knowing Chuck, I'm sure there's more than one. Is there some place you can go to check the other bills? Shada lowered her voice further, increasingly nervous about holding so much cash. Even if I had the time to do that, there are 500 notes here. It's a microchip I'd be looking for. It isn't easy to see unless you know it's there. That's a problem. If your personal assistant here brings the money to you, the police are sure to follow. That's an even bigger problem. I can fix it, said Shada. Let me come with her. I'll bring the money to you personally. That doesn't fix anything. Yes, it does, said Shada. What difference does it make if you come or not? Had the girl not been watching her, the cell phone would have been shaking in Shada's hand. She kept her nerves in check. All the difference in the world, said Shada. I have a plan. Chapter 75. They're leaving the cafe, said Jack. He still had Chuck on the line. Together? Yes, Jack said. They're heading for the main exit. Perfect. As soon as they leave the building, I'll be able to pick up the tracking chip and the money. Stay with them, but keep your distance. If I lose the GPS signal for some reason, my backup is you. Police officers are much better at this than I am. We can call the police as soon as these two lead us to Vince. Just stick with the plan a few more minutes. It was after 6 a.m., a full 90 minutes before sunrise, peak hour for the fish market. The crowd around the exit was almost double what Jack had seen on the way in. The men walking out with coolers on their heads were especially hard to see around, so he closed the gap to under 100 feet in order to keep a bead on Shada's yellow scarf. He phoned Chuck with an update. They just left the building. I had them on my computer now, said Chuck. You can drop back a little farther out of sight. Stay on the line and I'll tell you where to go. Jack pushed through the north exit doors, and a gust of cold air welcomed him to the parking lot. Security lights cast a yellowish glow around the loading docks, but most of the lot was dark, which was to Jack's advantage. Still, he walked on the other side of a long line of refrigeration trucks to make sure he remained out of Shada's sight.
Chuck fed him almost step-by-step instructions past the loading docks to the fenced walkway along Aspen Way, a busy divided highway. It was the early phase of the morning rush hour. 6 lanes of commuters, 3 in each direction, whizzed by at speeds that would have made hopping the iron fence and crossing the road suicidal. "They're on a pedestrian bridge across the highway," said Chuck. Jack looked up at the suspension-style bridge and saw them. It led directly to Poplar Station. "I think they're getting on the underground," said Jack. "That will kill your GPS." "My computer says it's DLR, Docklands Light Railway. I'm pretty sure that's above ground. But they might switch over to the underground. Stay with them." A train was pulling into Poplar Station. Shada and the girl made a run for it, and their lead on Jack was at least 100 yards. "I'll do my best," he said, as he tucked away the phone and sprinted toward the station. The dark was playing mind games. Vince was sure of it. Vince was seated on the floor, his hands tied to an old steam radiator. The dark had just gotten off the phone, and Vince had been able to hear only one side of the conversation, the dark's side. The dark was filling in the other half, the half that Vince refused to believe. "Amazing, isn't it, Polo? McKenna's mother begging me for forgiveness." The dark stepped closer and grabbed Vince by the jaw. "So where's your apology? Can I hear you say you're sorry for what you did to me?" Vince still had no idea what injuries the dark had suffered in the same explosion that had taken his own sight. It took all his strength not to ask, but expressing any desire to know would only have given the dark more power over him. "Nothing to say for yourself, huh?" The dark was squeezing hard enough to break Vince's jaw, but Vince took the pain in silence. "Fine," he said, pushing Vince's head away. "I'll let your wife apologize when she spreads her legs for me." Mind games, Vince told himself, but he wasn't sure how much more he could take. Every word out of the dark's mouth, every punch to the jaw or the solar plexus, every crack about Vince's wife, only served to remind him that the last thing he remembered seeing, really remembered seeing, was McKenna Mays dying in his arms. Vince knew it would all come down to the next few minutes. He needed a plan, and he was glad he had one. 6 steps at 11 o'clock to the suitcase filled with weapons. 3 steps 9 o'clock to the brain port. Now, all he needed was a break. Jack pulled his black knit cap down to his eyebrows, but he wasn't sure how much good the lame disguise was doing. He'd been the last person to board at the Poplar Station before the doors closed and the train pulled away. His car was nearly full, and he found an open seat about halfway down. Shada and the girl were in the lead car. There were only 2, and Shada's was standing room only. 10 minutes into the ride, his heart was still pounding, but not from the chase. He was almost certain that Shada had spotted him. Jack glanced out the window of the speeding train. Chuck had been right. The tracks were above ground, so far at least, which meant that Chuck's GPS was working. Jack's cell phone worked too. The stations all along the line were elevated, and with each stop, Jack got a postcard view of London in the morning twilight. He was westbound, and based on how the passengers were dressed and what they were reading, Jack's quick take was that the train was headed toward London's financial district. "Tower, Gateway," the mechanized voice announced. Jack leaned into the aisle and peered ahead through the windows and the emergency doors between cars. Shada was moving toward the exit doors. Jack gave Chuck another update. "She's getting off. Did you see the French Connection?" Of course Jack had, and he didn't want to be the idiot left standing on the platform as Shada jumped back on the train and waved goodbye to him. "Got it covered," said Jack. "The train goes into a tunnel after Tower Gateway," said Chuck. "All Shada has to do is ride through to the next station,
and she's in the underground. You're the only set of eyes we have if that happens. Keep me on the cell as long as you have service. I want to hear from you in real time while the situation's fluid." "Understood." The train stopped, the doors opened, and Jack moved with about 6 other people toward the exit. He let them get off first, and by the time he stepped onto the platform, Shada was heading for the stairs. "She's definitely getting off," Jack said into his phone. "That doesn't make any sense." "I'm following her down the platform now." It's almost like she's trying to do us a favor by getting off before the tracking chip becomes ineffective. "Maybe she is," said Jack. "The station is less than a 5-minute walk from my hotel. She couldn't have picked an area of London that I'm more familiar with. Then why does she remove the battery to kill the spyware on her cell phone?" Jack didn't have an answer. He just kept walking with the morning rush hour crowd. Tower Gateway is an elevated station, and Jack waited for her to ride the escalator all the way down to street level before he started down the adjacent stairway. She walked quickly, leading the girl with one hand and clutching the backpack with the other. They were out on the street faster than Jack had expected, and he had to leap down the stairway 2 and 3 steps at a time to keep from losing them. A group of lost Americans surrounded him on the sidewalk. "Dude, which way is the Tower of England?" Jack blew right past them. Presumably they meant London, and if they were any closer, the old walls might have fallen on their heads. And he spotted Shada across the street. He followed her for another block beyond an old railway overpass. "She just ducked into a breakfast shop," said Jack. He was in a zebra crossing at one of those typical London intersections where pedestrians could be killed from no fewer than 7 different directions. "One heck of a time to stop for a muffin," Chuck said. Jack continued up Minories, weaving his way through pedestrians as he struggled to see beyond the big green lettering on the restaurant window. The charcoal sky was ebbing toward a lighter shade of gray. The end of 18 hours without sunlight was near, and any additional light was helpful. "It doesn't look like she's ordering food. She's definitely buying something, though." A bus stopped in front of him, blocking Jack's view. "Buying what?" asked Chuck. Jack hurried beyond the bus, and the few steps forward gave him a clear line of sight into the restaurant. "She's buying aluminum foil, I think. A whole roll of it. And paying whatever price the clerk names, no doubt. And it's still a bargain, when you consider that the payoff is £250,000. What are you talking about?" "Wrapping her backpack in all that foil will shut down the GPS. That bitch is stealing the ransom. What do you want me to do?" "Tower Hill Tube Station is about 100 yards from you. If she gets underground, she can go just about anywhere. And if the money is wrapped in foil, I'll have no way of knowing where she pops up." Jack's grip on the phone tightened. "I'm asking you a question. What do you want me to do?" "Grab her!" Chapter 76. Shada tucked the roll of foil in her backpack, careful not to let the sales clerk see all that cash inside. "We have cellophane wrap as well," the clerk said as he stuffed the 50-pound note into his pocket. "Next time," Shada said. The chances were exactly 1 in 500 that she'd just solved her microchip problem, but the foil would shore up those odds. She'd wrap the remaining 499 notes once they were underground. "Let's go," she said, and the girl followed her to the door. "By the way," asked Shada, "what should I call you?" "Call me what he calls me. McKenna." Shada stopped cold. Had it not been for Jack Swyteck, Shada might never have found out about the teenage girl in the cellar. It had been a sickening realization this morning that the girl in the cellar was the same girl she'd met on the internet and unwittingly brought into Habib's web. Hearing now that he called her McKenna was more than sickening. It was Shada's worst fear realized.
She stepped away from the door, found a spot at the counter facing the window, and hit redial on the girl's cell. Habib answered, and Shada talked fast. "I have the foil," she said. "We're a stone's throw from the Tower Hill station. Tell me where to get off the train." "First stop on the District Line, Aldgate East, about 3 minutes." Shada was about to answer, then stopped. Through the plate glass window, she could see all the way across the street. A streetlight enhanced the light of dawn, and the man standing at the bus stop looked just like the guy on the train wearing the black cap. Shada tightened her stare, and even from this distance, it made him look away nervously. There was no doubt in her mind. "That's Swyteck. It might take me a little longer than 3 minutes." She tucked away the phone and grabbed the girl by the elbow. "Let's go," she said, as they moved quickly toward the other exit. Chapter 77. "She saw me," Jack said into his phone. "Then go now!" Chuck shouted. Jack put away the cell as he darted across the street, making the American mistake of checking left instead of right. 2 cars slammed on their brakes, and Jack narrowly missed mention in tomorrow's paper under the headline, "Death by Mini Cooper." Shada and the girl flew out of the restaurant and ran in the opposite direction, headed down a side street. Shada covered the city block in no time, but the girl seemed to be struggling to keep up. Damn, that woman can run. "Shada, stop!" he shouted. It felt like the fiasco at Carpenter's Arms all over again, only this time he knew the area. He was glad he'd studied his map, and he knew that she was headed for the Tower Hill tube station. Shada was in full stride, and as they made a hard left down another street, Jack could hear her yelling at the girl to keep up. Then the girl went down in the shadows beneath the overpass. Shada kept going. The girl had fallen and Shada just left her. Or did Shada push her down? The girl was still on the sidewalk, holding her ankle when Jack caught up with her. "Are you okay?" "Leave me alone!" she shouted. She got up slowly, then nearly fell over again when she put weight on that ankle. Jack glanced ahead beyond the darkness of the overpass. Shada was out of sight, long gone, with the cash. Jack hated to think what might happen to Vince without the ransom. But he couldn't let a teenage girl go back to the dark. "Let me help you." "No!" She was panic-stricken, and Jack tried his most soothing voice. "You're safe now. Stay with me." "Leave me alone!" Jack looked around for help and saw that they were right in front of a place called Pitcher and Piano, which to a jet-lagged attorney from Miami sounded like a law firm. "I'm going to take you inside here and call the police." "No!" "You've been brainwashed by—" Her punch to his chest took Jack's breath away. "I'm not brainwashed!" she shouted. "And I can't call the police!" "Yes, you can." "If I'm not back with the money in 10 minutes, he'll kill me." "He has to find you to kill you." "No, he doesn't!" she shouted. "Just let me!" Her scream was deafening, long and shrill, like the cry of a mortally wounded animal. And the fact that they were beneath an overpass made it even louder. A man came running out of Pitcher and Piano, it was a bar, not a law firm, and grabbed Jack. "Let go of her!" the man shouted. "I'm trying to help her. I said let go!" He took a swing at Jack, but Jack deflected it. Jack managed to keep a tight grip on the girl's coat, but she only encouraged her good Samaritan. "Help! Get him away from me!" The man was smaller than Jack, but the girl's plea gave him added strength. He pulled Jack to the ground, and the girl broke free. The 2 men rolled on the sidewalk, and the speed with which the girl ran away, right through the pain in her ankle, left no doubt that her life was on the line. Hers and Vince's. Jack pushed the man aside, jumped up from the sidewalk, and chased after the girl. "Stop!" She flagged a taxi to the curb. Jack was still 100 feet away, but the thought of the girl getting away in a taxi made him kick into a higher gear. He had his cell phone in hand and was trying to dial the police, but that was impossible while running at full speed. He closed the gap quickly. That ankle was really bothering her. And she was almost within reach when the man from Pitcher and Piano tackled him from behind. Momentum carried them all the way to the taxi, and Jack reached for the girl's ankle as she yanked the car door open. The man knocked Jack's arm aside, and the girl jumped into the taxi. "No!" Jack shouted. But the door was swinging shut, and the girl would soon be on her way to God only knew where. Jack was still on the ground. The man was on top of him, and he couldn't stop the door from closing. In a split-second decision, Jack tossed his cell phone onto the floor in the back of the cab. The door slammed shut, and the cab pulled away. "Sorry, pal," Jack said as he swung at the man's jaw. The blow stunned the poor fellow, and it was enough to discourage him from giving chase as Jack hurried down the street in pursuit of the girl's taxi. He dug the cell phone from Reza out of his coat pocket as he ran, stopped for a second to dial Chuck, and took off running again. "You have spyware on my cell, right?" said Jack. "Well, it's okay. Reza told me as much this morning." The black taxi was well ahead of him, but in the light of dawn, it was still in sight. Jack talked fast as he raced down the sidewalk. "I tossed my phone into the back of the cab." "What cab?" "I lost Shada, but the girl's in a taxi with my cell phone. Follow that GPS signal and she'll lead you right to the dark." "Where are you?" Jack stopped to catch his breath. He could smell the River Thames. "Tower of England," he said, parroting that numbskull at the DLR station. The lack of sleep was catching up with him, and he knew that chasing a moving vehicle on foot just wasn't going to work. "I'll grab a cab," he said. "I want you to call the police and tell them exactly where that GPS signal is headed." "Will do," said Chuck. Jack spotted a taxi approaching from the opposite direction. He jumped out into the street, and the cab screeched to a halt to avoid hitting him. The driver rolled down the window, primed to give Jack a good tongue lashing, but Jack's mouth was already running as he opened the rear door on the driver's side. "I need to follow that cab about 50 meters ahead of—" Jack stopped himself, having gotten a better look at the driver. It was the same cabbie from the Tower Hotel who just yesterday, it seemed much longer, had helped Jack tail Vince's cab to the Carpenter's Arms. "You gotta be kidding me," said Jack, still holding the door open. "Again? This is getting a bit strange, mate," the driver said, and the rear door slammed shut with the force of the taxi pulling away. "Damn it!" Up ahead, the traffic light changed, and Jack saw the girl's taxi pull away. Hopefully Chuck was tracking it, but GPS wasn't exactly golden in one of the most tunneled cities in the world. Jack had to keep up. Several cars flew by, ignoring Jack's attempts to flag one down. Jack dug a handful of bills from his wallet and waved them at a boy on a bicycle. "I'll give you 200 pounds for your bike!" The kid stopped. "Are you joking?" "No joke. Here, take it." The boy got off his bike, smiling as he grabbed the money. "Ta very much." Jack pedaled off in pursuit of the taxi, hoping like hell for a major traffic jam ahead. Chapter 78. Behind the gray blanket of winter clouds, the sun was starting to rise over London. The dark removed his nighttime sunglasses and put on a darker pair. Then he reached for his cell phone. It was the middle of the night in Washington, but he dialed the number anyway, knowing that Littleton would be awake and take his call. "This is your final update," said the dark. "Tell me," said Littleton. He was standing across the street from the exit to the Aldgate East Tube Station. Morning rush hour was at full throttle, and he had to move around to keep from being jostled by commuters. For what it's worth, I spoke with Shudder. She admitted that she copied files from my computer, but she swears she didn't give them to anyone. Do you believe her? In 2 hours, I'm out of the country with just enough money to make sure no one ever finds me, which means there's only one question that matters. Do you believe her? Damn it, Habib! Don't play games with me! More than just my company is on the line here. The shit that went on at that black site is nothing short of blasphemy to some Muslims. I'll be Al-Qaeda's poster child for death to infidels. Do you hear what I'm saying? Some extremist group out there will be pissed off enough to make its own video and cut my head off literally. So tell me straight. Do you believe her, or don't you? The dark kept an eye on the tube station exit. Just then, he spotted Shada in the crowd. She was carrying the backpack like a baby in her arms. A smile creased his lips. I wish you luck, Mr. Littleton. The dark put the phone away and started across the street. Chapter 79. Jack pedaled furiously, crouched like an Olympic cyclist, his elbows on the handlebars and the cell phone pressed to his ear. I can't see her! He shouted into the phone. Which way, Chuck? It was an old bicycle, but the boy had maintained it with speed in mind, having stripped away the fenders, chain guard, kickstand, and all other unnecessary weight. A light rain was falling, and the spinning tires gave Jack his morning shower. Go left at the fork in the road, said Chuck. She's headed up Mansell. Traffic was heavy at the fork, 4 lanes splitting into 2 diverging roads, but Jack was in the bicycle lane and moving faster than the morning rush hour. He pedaled hard around the corner, concerned not in the least that the bicycle lane at Mansell was shared with buses. The last cyclist from Miami who couldn't outrun a bus had been killed decades ago. I see her, said Jack, and he continued to trade information with Chuck all the way up the busy street. He covered less than a mile so far, but his thighs were starting to burn, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep up the Lance Armstrong pace. Another quick turn put him on Whitechapel High Street, and within the span of 30 seconds, the mirrored windows of the Royal Bank of Scotland gave way to the Aldgate Warehouse and other buildings in serious need of a paint job and repair. She's heading up Osborne, said Chuck. Jack oriented himself with a mental image of the East End map he'd studied last night, and he realized that the taxi was leading them back toward Brick Lane, near the south end of Bengaltown and Smalltown. More and more of the old buildings Jack saw along the street were covered with gang graffiti. The rain started to fall harder, and it was darker now than when the chase had started. The taxi stopped, said Chuck. The phone was getting wet, and Jack made the mistake of weaving through a narrow gauntlet of standing cars, illegally parked cars, and slow-moving cars, while jostling the phone to protect it from the rain. It slipped from his hands and smashed on the wet pavement. Shit! Jack kept going. A delivery truck was blocking the one-way street and most of the sidewalk. Jack dropped his bicycle and ran around the truck. The taxi was in front of a 3-story brick building that appeared to be slated for demolition. Graffiti-covered plywood sealed off the main entrance, and the windows facing the street were boarded shut. The worst of the building bordered a vacant lot to the south, where a couple of crackheads huddled amid the burned-out shell of crumbling brick walls, twisted sections of chain-link fence, and weeds. The steady rain was suddenly a downpour, and Jack was soaking wet. He could only imagine how he must have looked to a frightened 16-year-old girl as he caught up with her. She shrieked as if hit by lightning upon seeing him. Please, Jack said, catching his breath. Before he could tell her that the police were on the way, she turned and ran toward the vacant lot. Jack followed her to a side entrance to the building. He'd given up trying to persuade her with words. He grabbed her by the wrist and said, "You're coming with me!" "No!" "Where is Vincent Paulo?" Jack probably should have seen it coming, but the driving rain made everything a blur, and he was suddenly blinded by pepper spray. He fell to his knees, the girl broke away, and the metal door knocked him over as she yanked it open. Even with rain falling hard around him, he could hear her running up a flight of stairs, her footfalls echoing inside the stairwell. Blinded and on his hands and knees, he looked up to the sky and let the rainfall soothe his eyes. Slowly, the stinging subsided, and as his vision returned, a man's voice boomed behind him. "What the hell is going on here?" Jack focused as best he could, hoping Chuck had sent the police. "The girl went upstairs! That little thief owes me £8 for the fare!" A scream from inside the building cut through the driving rain. Jack's immediate thought was the girl, but the second scream was more like a woman's. "Shada?" "Call the police!" Jack shouted to the cab driver, and then he ran inside. Chapter 80. Shada was on the floor. A blow from Habib had put her there, but she was okay. Vince was a different story. "You didn't have to stab him!" "Shut up!" the dog shouted back at her. Vince lay on the floor next to her, bleeding badly, and Shada went to him. The knife had entered somewhere beneath his ribcage, possibly a punctured lung. Blood from his left side had soaked through the shirt, and a dark crimson pool was gathering beside him. Shada removed her coat and used it to apply pressure to the wound. "He needs an ambulance," said Shada. "Why do you pretend to care?" "You can't let him die." "I warned you about the tracking chip. I brought you the money myself. I did everything you wanted." Shada heard a whimper from across the room. The girl, the one Habib called McKenna, was in the corner, her knees drawn up to her chest. She seemed to know better than Vince or Shada that the Dark had never intended to simply take the money and run. The Dark stepped closer to Shada. "Tell him, Shada. Tell Paulo the truth." Vince lifted his head at the sound of his name. Shada took it as a good sign that he was not only conscious, but listening. "This man needs a doctor," said Shada. The Dark tightened his stare, his exclusive focus on Shada. "You've known it was me for a long time, haven't you?" Shada didn't answer. She suddenly wished Vince weren't able to listen. "You definitely knew yesterday," he said, "when we were having sex. When you looked in the mirror and saw what I had written on your back with red lipstick. The letters were backward in the mirror, but I saw it register on your face. Tell Paulo what it said, Shada." She kept pressing on Vince's wound, but her hands were shaking. The Dark aimed his pistol straight at her head. He was just 5 feet away from her. "Tell him!" Shada swallowed hard, then said it slowly, each letter filled with hatred. "FMLTWIA." Vince let out a noisy breath, one that was wet with blood. The sound gave Shada chills, and her feelings of shame and disgust for the things she'd done with the Dark forced an image into her head, that of Vince kneeling on the floor beside McKenna 3 years ago as the life drained from the stab wounds in her body. 1,000 times over, she would have taken McKenna's place. Now she wished it were her own life on the line, not Vince's. "Please don't die, Vince." "Tell him why," said the Dark. "Tell him why McKenna said Jamal did it." "I don't know why." "You do know."
Tell him what you told me.
She knew exactly what he meant, but she tried to keep the focus on saving Vince. The dark would have none of it. He stepped closer and pressed the gun right against her head.
Tell him!
Chapter 81. The outburst from beyond the closed door, "Tell him," stopped Jack in his tracks. Rushing inside the old hotel had been an instinctive reaction to the scream, and he'd raced up 3 flights of stairs hoping that the dark had already fled with the money and left his hostages behind. Clearly that was not the case, and as Jack stood frozen in the dark hallway, not sure what to do, he wished he was packing that gun Reza had offered him. He didn't even have a cell phone, but hopefully the police were on the way. Surely Chuck had called them, or the cab driver. He inched closer to the door, stepping carefully on floorboards stripped of carpeting, and listened.
Should I do it now?
He stopped and put his ear to the wall, trying to hear other voices inside the room. What he really wanted to hear were police sirens wailing on Brick Lane. If they didn't come soon, Jack would be forced to make a move, either bust down the door or run for help. A wrong decision could be disastrous, and he was deep in an anxious state of disbelief over the fact that he was in London tracking down a psychopath when his week from hell, everything from Jamal's murder and the loss of his friend Neil to the lack of sleep and Jamal's uncle in the hospital, suddenly caught up with him, propelling him to do something.
Do not harm the hostages, he shouted. I have a gun!
The crack of gunfire was the response. A bullet exploding through the wall just inches from Jack's nose. Jack dove to the floor. Brilliant bluff, Swyteck. The door swung open, but no one came out. The dim lighting from inside the room spilled a faint glow into the hallway, and Jack crouched low in the shadows. The rain continued to beat down on the roof of the hotel, and his only hope was that nature's hiss would drown out the sound of his own panicked breathing.
Toss your gun into the room,
the dark said, calling out into the hallway.
Then step into the doorway where I can see you.
Jack bit his lip, not quite believing that his bluff was going this badly. It was almost comical, until Shada screamed in pain.
Do as I said, or the next scream is her last.
Where the hell are the cops?
He's serious, said Shada. He's already stabbed Vince.
The fear in her voice was palpable, and the thought of Vince down and perhaps dying raised the stakes yet again, if that was possible. But he stayed put.
1,
said the dark, counting down.
Jack, please.
2. It was a split-second decision, but all Jack could do was buy time.
I'm stepping toward the doorway,
he shouted from the hallway.
And I don't have a weapon.
The dark stopped counting, and for the next few seconds there was only the sound of falling rain on the roof.
Hands up where I can see them,
the dark shouted. Jack took a deep breath. This was definitely not the plan. Jack moved into the doorway with hands up over his head. The sole source of light in the room was a battery-powered lantern on the table, but it was sufficient, and the sight took Jack's breath away, especially the blood on the floor beside Vince. Shada was on her knees at his side. The dark stood behind her with his gun pressed against the back of her head.
I swear I don't have a gun,
Jack said.
It wouldn't help you anyway,
the dark said.
Come out, McKenna.
Jack did a double-take at the name McKenna, but when the girl from the fish market stepped out from the shadows in the corner of the room, he knew it was just more of the dark sickness.
Everyone is going to do exactly as I say, the dark said. Show them, McKenna.
The girl opened her coat to reveal what she was wearing underneath. Even in the dim lighting of a boarded-up hotel room, It didn't take an expert to see that she was wired for explosives. Her earlier exchange with Jack, when she told Jack that the dark didn't have to find her in order to kill her, hadn't been paranoia. Now, it made sense. The dark showed Jack the cell phone in his free hand. "Remote detonator," he said. "Something I learned from Jamal's father. Life's funny, isn't it?" "Nobody else has to die," said Jack. "Just take the money and go." "I'll go," he said, shoving Shada's head forward with his pistol. "But I'm taking this slut with me." "You don't need Shada," said Jack. "Don't tell me what I need," he said, his anger rising. "We're talking real internet porn star potential, right, Shada? Let's give your friends a little sneak preview. Tell them who made you into such a slut." She didn't answer. The dog only berated her further. His voice turned into the same abusive rant that Jack had heard in those unwatchable P2P videos. "Who did it, huh?" he said, getting into roll. The pistol forced Shada's head forward, and again he shouted, "Who did it to you?" She answered in a weak voice. "Not Chuck," she said. "He was number 6. "Then who? Tell me!" "Not the men in college. Not number 5 or 4 or 3. She looked up just enough to catch Jack's eye, and Jack had a double epiphany. The dark's interrogation of Shada was like a replay of his final moments with McKenna before stabbing her to death. He was forcing her to go back to that first lover, the one who had taken her virginity, and, in his twisted mind, turned her into a slut. For McKenna, there had been only Jamal, and it suddenly came clear to Jack. When Vince found her on the bedroom floor, dying and delirious, and asked her that same question, "Who did this to you?" McKenna had been conditioned to give him the answer that she'd given the dark. Jamal. "Not that boy on the beach," Shada said. "Number 2. She paused, again catching Jack's eye, and the second half of the 2-part epiphany was confirmed. Shada wasn't just counting down her lovers. "Definitely not 2, she said, making sure that Jack was with her, as she counted down like mission control toward a synchronized launch time for a simultaneous attack. 1, she said, and they sprang into action. Shada jerked away from the gun. Jack dove at the dark and knocked the phone, the detonator, to the floor. His momentum carried them both all the way to an old chair against the wall. Their combined weight smashed the chair to pieces, their bodies hit the floor, and the gun discharged. The girl screamed as the errant bullet splintered the door casing behind her. "Run!" Jack shouted. He heard someone racing toward the door as he and the dark fought for control of the gun. They rolled hard to Jack's left and slammed into the radiator. Jack got hold of the dark's wrist and smashed his hand against the pipe until the gun dropped to the floor. The two men were still locked in a wrestling match as Jack swung his leg around and kicked the gun across the room. Jack saw it disappear somewhere in the shadows, but he didn't see the broken chair leg coming at his head. The blow stunned Jack, and as much as he tried to fight through the pain, he could feel the dark slipping out of his grasp. Only then did Jack see the cell phone resting in the center of the room. He knew that if the dark got to it first, they would all be blown to bits. He tried to pull the dark back to him, but his strength was gone. The dark reached for it. "Freeze!" Shada shouted, and the crack of a pistol stopped everyone. It was her warning shot. The gun that Jack had wrestled free in the struggle was now in her hands, and the dark was in her sights. The dark didn't move, but his open hand hovered ominously over the cell phone on the floor.
Put the gun down, Shada, the Dark said. Don't tell me what to do. With tentative steps, and with her gun aimed at the Dark, Shada slowly crossed the room to check on Vince. Her warning shot seemed to have roused him. Shada knelt at his side, but he didn't speak. Shada, I'm talking to you, said the Dark. Jack struggled to focus, fighting off the blow to his head. Don't listen to him, Shada. Quiet, everyone, she said. Jack backed off, but the Dark continued in a chilling tone. It was the strong, almost hypnotic voice of control. Shada, this isn't what you came back to do. Yes, it is. I want you dead. Only I can help you now. You deserve to die! You need me, Shada. That's why you brought me the money. You killed my daughter, you monster. I brought the money so I could get close enough to kill you. Jack could see the anger on his face, but the Dark continued in the same even tone that almost seemed to cast a spell over Shada. And then you were going to make a run for it, weren't you? He said. She didn't answer. You don't have to run alone, Shada. We can run together. Shut up! Tell Jack why you have to run, Shada. Quiet! If you kill me and let Jack live, it's only a matter of time before he figures out that you were in Miami when Ethan Chang was killed. Stop it! And that you were also in Miami when his friend was killed. She didn't deny it. She wouldn't even look at Jack, and her connection to Neil hit Jack like a sledgehammer. You tricked me, said Shada. Her gun was trained on the Dark, but Jack could hear in her voice that she was beginning to crumble. Nobody tricked you, Shada. You knew the truth. You made me think Jamal was out to kill me, and you said Chang could lead him to me. That was true. Not true, said Vince, groaning. It startled everyone. It was the sound of a dying man, and Jack wished he would save his strength. Don't listen to Polo, said the Dark. You did the right thing, Shada. Chang was a blackmailer. Her aim was turning unsteady, even as her voice quaked. You said it would only make him sick, not kill him. Jack felt chills at the thought of Shada disguising herself and jabbing Chang with the toxin. He suddenly grasped the degree of control the Dark exercised over her. Shada, I want you to do exactly as I say, the Dark said. Take it slow now. I want you to turn the gun away from me. I can't. Turn it away from me and aim it at Jack. She shook her head, but without much conviction. The Dark continued to work on her. Shada, the police already know that 2 people went to Neil Godrich's office the night he was shot. That was news to Jack, and he wasn't sure if the police knew it either. But Shada's silence confirmed that it was true. Run with me, said the Dark. That's all we can do, Shada. Tears were streaming down her face. Shada's voice was barely audible, and even though she was staring at the Dark, Jack sensed that she was speaking to him. I was just the lookout, she said. Neil wasn't supposed to get shot. Aim the gun toward Jack, said the Dark. Her hand was shaking, slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. The barrel of the gun began to move. I'm sorry, she said. Shada's betrayal and the pain of Neil's death caught in Jack's throat. He could barely speak. Shada, don't do this. The gun continued to move in Jack's direction. "Shada, please," said Jack. Slowly and steadily the gun kept moving, and then it jerked toward Shada's face. "No!" shouted Jack, and his cry seemed to jar Vince into action. He catapulted up from the floor and knocked the barrel away from Shada's mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, Jack saw Vince and Shada going down as the explosion of another gunshot rattled the room. The next few seconds passed like minutes, as events suddenly seemed to unfold in slow motion. As the Dark's fingers wrapped around the phone, a boot came down on his wrist, clamping it to the floor. Jack looked up to see the business end of a pistol that looked exactly like the one Reza had offered him. It was aimed straight at the Dark's head. In a flash, Jack realized that Chuck had not called for help, and that he had never intended to involve the police under any circumstances. He realized that there was no outstanding arrest warrant for Chuck Mays that prevented him from traveling to the UK, and that Chuck had been in London at least as long as Jack had. And Jack totally understood that it was time for a father's justice. "This is from my McKenna," he said, and the crack of his pistol shook the old hotel. Chapter 82. Andy gasped for breath. She was bent at the waist, essentially upside down in the back of the limo. Her head was hanging off the forward edge of the leather seat, and her hair splayed across the carpeted floor. Her knees were pointed at the ceiling, flexed over the headrest so that her feet dangled through the open partition and into the cockpit. Diana held her legs still. Her arms were outstretched, each wrist tied to a door handle. "I'll ask you one more time," said Littleton. "Who are you?" Her lungs burned, and she could barely force out the words. "I told you," she said. "My name is Lisa Horn." Again, Littleton covered her face with the wet cloth. Andy couldn't see, but she heard the jangle of the crystal carafe as he pulled it from the slot in the liquor cabinet. The fact that it wasn't liquor was of little consolation. A steady stream of water began to flow again, soaking the cloth. Andy tried to hold her breath, knowing how painful it would feel. The cloth became thicker and heavier on her face, absorbing more and more water. She needed air and finally drew a breath, but it was like trying to breathe through a wet sponge. The burning sensation was in her nose first, and then it shot down her throat and tore at her lungs. Her body lurched and twisted until she coughed up the water into the wet cloth. She wanted to scream, "Stop," but the flow of water from the carafe was seemingly without end, choking off all ability to speak. Again she struggled to hold her breath, but the lack of oxygen was making her dizzy and borderline delirious. She knew if she blacked out, they would revive her, and then she would face the tough questions about her true identity. Her head seemed on the verge of explosion, but she tried to focus on who she was supposed to be. Her name was Willow, and she was part of a cult in the Cascade Mountains. No, she was Andrea, and her best friend Mallory was married to a high roller on Wall Street. Her past undercover roles were bleeding into the present, and it was impossible to think straight. "Air! I need air!" She breathed in, but she only sucked water into her lungs. The pain this time was like a knife to her chest, a rope around her neck, and a hammer to her head, all at the same time. It was impossible to focus, and her thoughts ran wild until everything stopped. She was suddenly coughing and gasping for air again. She was sure she had blacked out, but she had no idea how long she'd been unconscious. The wet cloth was gone, thank God, but her pulse rate was off the charts, and she was breathing with the desperation of someone plucked from the ocean moments before drowning. "This is the last chance," she heard a man say. "Who are you?"
The question barely made sense to her. No answer came to mind, but she wasn't physically capable of speaking it anyway. Desperate for air, she drew in a series of short, noisy breaths. "Who are you?" he said, shouting at her now. Andy had no idea where she was, no clue who she was, but the man shouting from somewhere above was demanding an answer, and in a brief instant of lucidity, she heard another voice in her head. She heard her supervisor, Harley Abrams, telling her that she had a team on alert in case things went badly, and she knew that to stay alive, she would have to buy time. "We know you are not Lisa Horn," the man said. Buy time, buy time." "Tell me who you are," he shouted. The name Andy Henning came to mind, but she flushed it. Littleton draped the wet cloth back on her face, and the mere sensation sent her into a panic. She was sure that her supervisory agent was on the way, and her only chance of survival was to stall until help arrived. She had to tell this interrogator something, anything but Andy Henning FBI. She searched her mind for an alias, but none of the FBI covers rang true enough for her to beat another round of waterboarding. The carafe rattled, and she knew that in seconds the water would again begin to flow. "Tell me!" Littleton shouted. For reasons she couldn't comprehend, her mind was suddenly in another time period, decades before she was even born, and she could see herself walking in the shoes of a woman she'd never met, a woman she'd heard about only a day or two ago, but whose horrible story made her seem so much more real than an FBI cover. "My name is Katrina Petrock," she said. He pulled away the cloth. "Petrock? You work for the Czech government?" "No," she said, barely aware of her own voice, her mind a whirl as she fought to remain conscious. "The resistance." "What are you talking about?" "The assassination," she said. "Not everyone was to blame." "What The explosion of a single gunshot cut his question short, and pellets of glass from the shattered window rained down on Andy. It came with another blast of wetness, but it was unlike the waterboarding. This time, hot and thick as blood. She had nowhere near enough time to fear if the blood was her own. Almost instantly, the dead weight was upon her, telling her it was Littleton's. From then on, the amount of time that passed was impossible for her to gauge. Perhaps she'd even blacked out again. The next thing Andy knew, the rear door of the black limo was open, and she was sitting up in a normal position on the doorsill. Blue lights from surrounding squad cars swirled in the snowy night sky. A few yards away, a pair of FBI agents in full tactical gear led Danilo Baena to a SWAT van. Andy was looking into the warm eyes of her supervisory agent. "Are you okay?" asked Harley. Andy glanced over her shoulder. Littleton's body was behind her, slumped over in the back of the limo. A shot to the side of the head had taken him out. "Better than he is, I guess." "I just heard from London," said Harley. "Jack's fine. You can call him now." He handed her a phone, and the sense of relief almost made her smile. "Thank you," she said. "I'd like that." Epilogue. February, the Czech Republic. Snow was falling as Jack drove out of Prague. Andy was in the passenger seat. It was their first trip abroad together. It wasn't exactly a vacation. "Funny," said Jack. "An entire branch of my family tree is from this area. And every road I turn down, I see Jamal Wakefield in the trunk of a car heading off to a black site." Andy glanced out the window. That location will never be public information. She was right, Jack realized. The only living person who knew the exact location was Danilo Baena, and he was sitting in jail for the murder of Neil Godrich. The likelihood of his talking was almost nil. "To be honest," said Jack, "it doesn't really seem that important anymore." Andy reached across the console and held his hand. Her touch had a way of reaffirming something that he was now more sure of than ever. Andy was on his side. She'd taken a huge risk by calling him in London to explain how his case and her investigation overlapped, and to warn him about what he was up against. It was not yet clear how that would play out for her professionally, but she wasn't fired, and she had the support of her supervisor. But Jack had a feeling there was more to come. "Are you okay?" she asked. Jack nodded, and they rode on in silence, his thoughts drifting back to the mission at hand. Grandpa Swyteck had died in his sleep. As best Jack could piece events together, it was right about the time doctors at the Royal Hospital in London were assuring Vince that his stab wound wasn't fatal. Jack flew home from London for the funeral. 10 days later, he was back in Europe with Andy, and with a handful of his grandfather's ashes. "Turn left in 100 meters. It was the mechanical voice of the GPS. Hearing it made Jack think of 50-pound notes wrapped in aluminum foil. The fatal shooting of Habib Warsame Damak was ruled self-defense, even though it was clear to Jack that Chuck had his plan to avenge McKenna's death and Shada had hers. The fact that neither had known what the other was doing could have gotten everyone killed, which seemed like a metaphor for their marriage. Chuck was being held in the UK on weapons charges. Shada had much bigger problems with the law. Her attorney would surely build the classic Patty Hearst defense and argue that her involvement in the murders of Ethan Chang and Neil Godrich was carefully choreographed by the Dark to cement his control over her. More specifically, that she'd had no idea she was administering a lethal dose of anything to Chang, and that she'd played lookout for Baena outside Neil's office only because the Dark had brainwashed her into thinking that it was her last chance to learn the truth about Jamal Wakefield. As for Chuck, he seemed more concerned that Shada get psychological counseling than legal help. A divorce was in the works, and his commitment remained Project Roundup. Nothing could have driven home the importance of that work more than seeing a teenage girl reunited with her family after months of the Dark psychological abuse. The bomb strapped to her body had been real, and she was still looking at long-term therapy. But one life had already been saved. Jamal's uncle had played a big role in that rescue, even if her fears and brainwashing did drive her back to the Dark after Hassan had been hospitalized. Jack felt like he still owed him an apology for harboring those initial suspicions about him. "You have arrived at your destination." The tiny village of Lidice dates back to the 14th century, and by the late 19th century, it was a busy mining village in the rolling hills of the Bohemia region. The old village was destroyed during World War II, and the new village sits near the original town site, about 10 miles west of Prague. Much of the 30-minute drive is on divided expressways, 2 lanes in each direction, a far cry from the roads traveled by the Nazis on their way to Prague. Jack's grandfather had few possessions at the time of his death, and the most important provisions of his will dealt with the disposition of his remains. The instructions, worded more like a request, were to find a woman named Alishka Sokol in Lidice, who would know exactly where to spread the ashes. She wasn't hard to find. Lidice has fewer than 500 residents, and Alishka had lived in the same house since the complete rebuilding of the village after the war. Jack knocked on the door. He had phoned ahead so that Alishka would expect him, and she answered the door herself. She was as he had imagined her on the telephone, frail and walking with a cane, but she had a bright and determined look in her eyes. She had to be in her late 80s, perhaps 90. Her English was passable.
"You look just like Joseph," she said.
"I've heard that from others," Jack said, and he appreciated hearing it again. Alishka apologized for being out of coffee, but Jack wanted to get to the spot anyway. He helped her on with her coat, and Andy gave her the front seat of their little rental car. It was a short ride to the site of the original village, now a memorial. Mention of Lidice in Grandpa's will had naturally prompted Jack to research it. It was the same piece of history that Grandpa Swyteck had shared with Andy in one of the last lucid moments in his life, while Jack was in London. Andy hadn't told him until after the funeral, and Jack was moved to hear that his grandfather's words had come back to her in the depths of her own torture, maybe even helped her survive at a time when every second mattered. It made the trip as important to her as it was to Jack. They both knew the horrific story, but Jack let Alishka tell it in the voice of someone who had been there.
"After Nazis invade our country," she said,
her English less than perfect,
"the Reich Protector of Bohemia was SS Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich, second in command to Himmler in the SS branch responsible for the final solution."
"A worthy target for assassination," said Jack.
"Yes," said Alishka. "The resistance thought same. They organized in London and pulled it off. Then the nightmare comes. Nazis search everywhere for assassins. Finally, Berlin say the assassins were aided by 2 families in Lidice."
Alishka paused, and her gaze drifted toward the passenger side window, toward the snow-covered acres of the memorial.
"The punishment was decided by Adolf Hitler himself."
She stopped and breathed deeply, and Jack wasn't sure if she wanted to continue or not. When she seemed ready, Jack came around to help Alishka out of the car. Theirs was the only vehicle in the parking lot. The snow had stopped falling, but the surrounding hills were covered with a fresh white blanket. Alishka walked to the far end of the lot. With Andy at his side, Jack guided Alishka by the arm, but he let her take the last few steps on her own, sensing that she wanted to be alone for a moment. She stopped in front of a large bronze memorial. It was covered with snow, and in the late afternoon shadows, Jack couldn't tell exactly what it was from this distance. But in the cold breeze, he could almost feel the history. Alishka continued in an old voice that shook.
9 June 1942, she said, close to midnight. Nazis close all roads to Lidice. No way in or out of town. The Gestapo go house to house. They search everywhere. They push families out into streets and loot their homes. Men are taken to the Horak family barn, biggest building in the village. Women and children are headed into the school building. Then, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the shooting starts.
Alishka lowered her head, as if she'd said as much as she could say. Jack knew the rest from his research. All the men were shot dead by a firing squad. The children were taken from their mothers, and, except for those selected for re-education in German families and babies under 1 year of age, were poisoned by exhaust gas in specially adapted vehicles in the Nazi extermination camp at Homo-upon-Nur in Poland. The women were sent to Ravensbrück concentration camp, which usually meant quick or lingering death for the inmates. The town was burned to the ground. Even its cemeteries were destroyed.
These are the children,
said Alishka. Jack and Andy came to her side, and now he could see through the blanket of snow and shadows. 89 bronze children were looking back at him. Alishka's hand was shaking as she handed him a card. It was a list of names and dates. 2 names were circled for him. Petrak Miloslav, 1931. Petrak Zdenek, 1933. "They were 9 and 11 when they were gassed," she said. The thought sent chills down Jack's spine. Is that the same Petrak that runs in my family? "Petrak is common name," said Alishka. "But in 1942 it was very dangerous name." "Why?" asked Jack. But the moment he said it, he remembered Andy's research on General Petrak, the leader in exile of the Czech resistance. "Nazis knew General Petrak helped with assassination. No need to prove relations to be guilty." Jack's gaze swept the memorial. Children of all ages, from 1 to 17. He was drawn to 2 in particular that looked to be the figures of boys aged 9 and 11. "That way," said Alishka. "About 200 meters. That is your grandfather's spot." Jack didn't move. He still didn't understand. "How do you mean, his spot?" "It was a barn. I met Joseph there. 8 of us in hiding. Joseph was with his mother." "Petrak was her maiden name," said Jack. "Yes. 1 week before massacre, we all hear it not safe to stay in Lidice, not safe for Jews, not safe for a Petrak. We live in time." It finally made sense. "My grandfather got confused at the end. He told me he was Jewish." She smiled sadly. "He was," she said, "and I was a Petrak. Now go. Go and do your grandfather's wishes." Andy urged him forward with her eyes, as if to say this was his moment. The sculpture overlooked the valley, and the walk to the spot was entirely downhill. But it didn't make it any easier for Jack. As he trudged through the snow, he was thinking of his grandfather. He was thinking of his friend Neil, too. He stopped exactly where Alishka had told him to stop. A wisp of wind grabbed the fresh snow and covered his shoes with powder. He dug the canister from his coat pocket and removed the top. "I'm a Petrak," he said, as he released some of the ashes into the wind. Then he remembered Neil's family name before fear of the Nazis had changed it to Godrich. "And I'm a goldsmith," he said, watching the remaining ashes scatter. This recording of Afraid of the Dark by James Grippando was performed by Jonathan Davis. It was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Karen Jakonski. Text copyright, 2011 by James Grippando. Production copyright, 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.